WTF Forum is a decentralized broadcast network with no governing body of any kind and is produced and distributed by a loosely affiliated, ever-growing network of rogue, independent content creators. This forum does not, will not, and shall not have any one location, RSS feed, platform, or channel, but shall be shared and multiplied as nature dictates.
Welcome to the WTF Forum. The hosts do not give financial, legal, medical, or any kind of advice. Opinions are their own. This broadcast contains foul language and dangerous ideas. If you need a trigger warning, you are in the wrong place. Now enjoy the show.
I'm Lily Tang Williams. I was born in China to illiterate working-class parents, suffered under Mao's Cultural Revolution and the communist dictatorship. I wanted freedom. America was my promised land. I was 23 when I fled tyranny. Arriving with $100 in my pocket and knowing very little English, I worked hard to make my American dream come true. Today, I'm happily married with 3 children, have my own businesses, and live in the grand estate where the spirit of liberty resides. My concern is that my children and the grandchildren will not have the opportunities I had. I see the shadow of authoritarianism cast by politicians who have locked us down, closed small businesses, inflate our money, and mortgage our children's future. I saw it all before in China. The division of society, silencing dissident voices, and taking away parental rights, the indoctrination of youth, endless government mandates and control. People are losing their rights to make a living and to make their own life choices. Are you worried yet? I am. I fear that the country I love is becoming like the country I left. That is why I'm running for Congress. It is time for the majority to speak up. Lily Tang Williams, welcome to my Live Free or Die state. Actually, I am a Chinese immigrant who survived communism. And under Mao, 40 million people were starving to death after he sold communism to them. And 20 million people died, murdered during his Cultural Revolution. So my question to you, David, is that can you guarantee me, a gun owner tonight, our government in the US, in DC, will never become a tyrannical government? Can you guarantee that to me?
There's no way I can ever guarantee that any government will not be tyrannical.
Well, then the debate on gun control is over because I will never give up my guns. Never. And you should go to China to see how gun control works.
What the fuck's up, everybody? How we doing? Welcome to the WTF Forum. Lily Wang, what was it? Lily Tong? Lily Tang Williams, I believe is what her name. Lily Tang Williams. She's kind of spicy, I gotta say. And I don't mean it in any kind of racial way. I'm Mike the Polymath, Easy Peasy Podcast. Let me pass it to Stella Q.
Hello there. Yes, she's not wanton for much, is she? Wanton? Never mind. It's early in the morning. Hello. Always good to be with my buddies and our remote buddies that are in the chat. Hello. Ashley, what's happening? Sister?
Hello. Hey, everybody. It's Ashley. Think, Change, Repeat. And I'm here. I'm making it despite tech gremlins plaguing me constantly. My computer died suddenly. But I'm here.
I hear a lot of things and people are doing that these days.
Did you inject some bad information into it by any chance?
Well, it was my computer's decision. Unfortunately,
Very
but
respectful
we're
of him.
all paying the price.
Was the Gates virus probably, was it?
I think so. Yes, I do. Anyway, happy to be here. Happy to see y'all. It's Masters Sunday as well. So the Masters is drawing to a close if it hasn't already.
I was going to say, I bet your husband's a fan.
Yeah, we
Are
were
you
watching
as well?
it.
Are you as well? I don't mean to
Yeah.
make any assumptions. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have some
So-
Masters swag that's coming my way. Unfortunately, it was not in time for me to be sporting my Masters green today, but next time maybe.
So who you rooting for?
Well, I have a couple people that I really like that are in the PGA. I mean, I don't follow golf too closely. Of course, I am nostalgic for Tiger Woods, right? He's one of the most gifted athletes ever and a rare, once in a lifetime athlete. And he actually played this weekend. He didn't have a good round, but he played the entire thing, which was pretty significant because he had withdrawn from most other tournaments that he was in because after the accident, he's in severe pain in his legs, and having to walk as much as they do, it has been hard for him. So anyway, he finished the whole thing. He didn't win, but I would have liked to see another Tiger Woods championship, especially a Masters.
Yeah, he's definitely not he's not quite as good as he once was. I mean, come on. Is he 50 yet? How old you say?
I'm not sure, but he was in really his prime around like 2003, 2004, 2005, like in that era. And so he probably is by now. Yeah. So he's been in the game a long time.
Something 45
for sure. He's probably even older than that, I would say. Yeah.
Well, I do, I don't follow golf, but I do like watching it occasionally. And I kind of nerd out about the courses, like, and what's it called? Augusta. Right? Augusta is like, oh my God, like the people that make that place look that good are the best of the best.
Absolutely. It's perfection. I mean, it literally looks like the grass, the greens, they look fake because of how good they look. And then it's very, very Southern, very traditionally Southern. So you have tons of azaleas and they're blooming right now. And it's just, it's pretty incredible. I would like to see it live or, in person.
I've heard it's a really good time. Like beer's not terribly expensive. Like you pay maybe $300 to get in, but like, beer and food is like reasonable and like they're very accommodating and they're very, Southern hospitality. Like,
and they have maintained their prices. So one of the things is like these Southern style foods. So like pimento cheese sandwiches is a really big thing. Southern food. So Stella, I'm not sure. Do you know what pimento cheese is?
I can't say I do.
Okay.
It's almost like a spread.
Yeah, you're missing out. So good. But it's basically like shredded cheddar, and then
I'm just gonna real quick, if I can, time out.
What the hell? Have you got like Greek festival? They're smashing plates in the background.
We've got ASMR of dishes in the background. Yeah,
help.
Somebody's doing dishes.
Yeah, I didn't realize you could hear that. Sorry, but anyway, pimento cheese is shredded cheddar. And they put pimento in there and they put, it's like mayo and it's all mixed together. And then you put it on a sandwich traditionally. And that's how it's served at the Masters. And it's very cheap. They have kept the food intentionally like very affordable. So there's a lot of that there. It's pretty cool.
So it's sort of a traditional kind of food, like the cucumber sandwiches in the British.
Yeah, it's almost like a fried bologna sandwich. Like it's just kind of one of those like classic American,
very Southern.
Yeah, things. Yeah.
Pimento so if you cheese, haven't had one of them, if you haven't had one of them at the golf, you just haven't lived.
Wow. I didn't know that. It's so funny because you think of it as such a high class thing, and then like, oh, pimento sandwiches. It's like didn't see that one coming. But Ashley, if you guys decide to go some year, count me the fuck in. Like I want to check out that golf course.
Hell yeah.
That place is off the charts.
Yeah, you have to get you have to enter a raffle unless you know somebody. You have to enter a raffle and be able to win in the raffle and then be able to buy your tickets. And even then you may not be able to see the main event. Like you may be able to see like the practice rounds leading up to it, or you may only have, at least based on another PGA championship that I went to. So you may get tickets for like the first 2 days, but you're not there on Sunday. So there's a lottery element as well.
So we have a question. Oh, hang on.
Was that the same
We
one?
had a question. Are you playing with them too?
I literally clicked it like the same moment you did.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
that's
Go ahead with
insane.
yours. Mine's less important.
That's insane. Okay, Ashley, we have a question directed at you. No animal or floral print. Are you well?
Yes, I was going to address that in the chat. I am okay, but I said that this is ugly Ashley today because I took a nap right before, and I did not have time to worry about dressing up. Really, what I wanted to wear was green. I wanted to wear Masters green today, but I didn't have my stuff, so it wasn't, even at the best of times, it was not going to be animal print today.
You've gone with the divot look.
Yeah.
You know who you kind of remind me of is what was her name? Spinelli, I think it was, from Recess. Did you ever watch Recess?
Yes,
yeah.
That's what Kill told me, especially when my toboggan is black. He said that I look like Spinelli. Yes, I have heard that.
Yeah, with the beanie just does it, and the glasses. I believe she had glasses too. So
yeah, take a peek.
The one I clicked at, Western Civ wants to know what kind of truck I bought. I bought a Ford F-150 4x4 XLT, 2013, 100,000 miles on it. I tried to strike a balance, but I like it. It's got big old mud tires on it, which are kind of annoying on the highway, but they're kind of badass. Anywho,
is that a V8?
It is actually a 3.5 liter turbocharged V6.
Right. Okay.
Which puts out a good amount of power, and it can tow, not a ton, it can tow more than a literal ton, but I was almost looking at this diesel truck that could have pulled a fucking house off its foundation. But it had like 250,000 miles on it. And that's the whole game I'm trying to get away from. Even though diesels will go forever, either way, they're just more to maintain.
Yeah,
so,
all the seals and things need doing around about them, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you got a good vehicle there, Sonny.
Yeah. Western Civ, I wish I could have. I shopped around, man. It's hard to find like a good 3/4 or 1 ton truck. Luckily for what I do, I really don't haul heavy weight. I build small gardens, so by nature, I don't really have to move a lot of weight. And when I do need it, I just get it delivered. So I try to be efficient. I'd rather tow a little machine to help me move a big ass pile that I got dumped from a dump truck than have to haul the whole dump truck. So yeah.
Good thinking.
That's
nice being up high too, isn't it? I really like vehicles that are up high.
Mm-hmm.
Because the stupid design of cars these days, they've all got that really high, the back sort of, in the old days, you could see through the car in front of you, but now you sort of can't. You know what I mean? Like the designs of the backs of the cars are really high up. You can't see what's sort of in front of the car in front of you. Stupid designs.
Stupid.
And really dumb.
Well, before we carry on, I do have a clip related to this brief discussion about trucks.
Holding all the way. Holding all the way, mate. Yep.
This was somebody, I think you shared this maybe, Stella. Here we go. Yeah, Holdens are dope. I wish we could get them. Just like I wish we could get Hiluxes. Yeah. Check this out.
I mean to sound like an old person, but I feel like when I was growing up, trucks were smaller and headlights were dimmer. And now we're living through some sort of arms race where trucks keep getting bigger and headlights keep getting brighter. And at this rate, I'm kind of freaked out. Like in the next 5 years, are people going to be driving like dump trucks with giant spotlights on them?
I mean, it's a valid question.
Very valid. That is so true. Yeah, I mean, the headlights these days, they're blinding, aren't they? They've
It's
gone to that
horrible.
blue from the yellow halogen to the blue, whatever they are, LEDs or something, I suppose.
Yeah.
Horrid.
Yeah, it's like you need to wear night driving glasses, or like like I have right now, whatever, they're like blue screen,
Blue blockers. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like we need to wear those at night when we're driving, but like the ones that are way more red.
Yeah, they make a big difference. I sort of forgot that I had a pair of those and came across them just the other day and put them on. It was almost like immediate relief, eye relief.
Yeah. Are yours more yellow than this?
I can't see through them, mate.
You can't tell that they're yellow?
No, they look normal. They look like
they are yellow, but some people that I see, theirs are like red, and I think
they're not overly yellow.
Yeah, just maybe enough. I need to get some of those.
I'd like to get some of this red light stuff that they're talking about, the therapy. You've got some of that, the red light thing. Yeah. Do you reckon it works?
Definitely. Yeah. Somebody that I know had a bruise on their face. Like they fell, and then so the blood had pooled down in the eye, and they did 2 treatments of red light therapy, and it was gone.
Wow, that's amazing. So it's different to infrared lamp, isn't it? Because infrared, I think, was for the heat. Yeah.
So, go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, I'm not an expert. I think it's still infrared lighting, but it's different. It comes in different kinds. So, and even like, so there's saunas that are infrared saunas, and they use that as the heating mechanism. But this is like, depending on what you have. But in this instance, it was a huge panel that has full red light spectrum.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you stand in front of it facing it for 10 minutes, and then you rotate for 10 more minutes. But it's supposed to help with like healing, soreness, muscle soreness, cellular regeneration, wrinkle prevention, all kinds of stuff. People are getting benefits from red light.
Yeah, it's just that frequency, isn't it? I'll tell you something amazing, and this is sort of a testament to the way things used to be made well. Excuse me, just one moment. Right.
Were you about to sneeze, or?
I just had to cough.
Okay.
My mum has an infrared lamp, and which she's had since, I think she said 1958 or 59. She still has it, and it's still the original globe. And we turned it on the other day, and it still works perfectly. How is that? Like, it's this massive globe. It's this really huge globe.
Well, that's, if I may, that's like one of the Psy-Ops they've pulled on us, is that like halogen is just horrible, right? Like they used to make light bulbs that would last forever.
Oh yeah.
Forever. Yeah. And the whole thing about them being energy inefficient, right? It depends. It depends on your definition, because what they're talking about is heat loss, but there's people like in the permaculture off-grid space that are all about having halogen light, because what they do, they heat the space that they're in more so than the whole house, right? A wood stove and incandescent light bulbs, halogen bulbs, and yeah, you're using more electricity than an LED, and you could call it heat loss, but if you want some goddamn heat and vitamin D, I think you can get it, yeah. So fuck LEDs. I mean, they have their place, right? But they literally, they outlawed, incandescent bulbs, and it's like, stupid. Come on.
Yeah. Do you really have to like outlaw them? I mean,
well, I guess, did they I think they outlawed their manufacturing in the States or something. Is that what it was? You can still get them, but they're more expensive. Like, they're definitely pushing the LEDs on us,
Yeah.
I haven't really. Sorry, Matt.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I was looking for some the other day, and I didn't realize how hard they were to find. I thought that I'd be able to at least, find some in the back of the rack or something, but no. So yeah, I wasn't aware that it was that hard.
I think it's part of the war on health as well, because the blue light that we're getting from our screens, from all of that stuff, I don't think it is healthy, and I think they know that.
Yeah,
it's agitating.
Would this be a good example of some blue light blockers?
That is exactly what I'm talking about. Yes.
For those of you just listening, we are looking at the infamous "What kind of American are you?" Meme from the movie Civil War, which just dropped on Friday. I actually halfway had the intention of trying to go see it before this show because I wanted to provide my feelings on the matter, but I did not have a chance. So apologies for that. But I am curious, and I've heard mixed things. I've heard mixed things. I've heard it's definitely got a lefty bent, which I assumed it would. I think it's going to be all about like MAGA extremists. You know what I mean? But I'm not sure. I want to make up my own mind before I jump to any conclusions.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming it's a psyop in a way, at least in many ways.
Sure.
Yeah.
I had made that assumption as well. We have a little bit of some comments on it in the chat, but I did see some people talking about it online, and some people said that they did not think that it was as heavily skewed as they were anticipating, and that it wasn't necessarily, because I was with you. I was like, this is all they're going to do is try to make people who are like conservative look like terrorists, is what my assumption was. But some people are saying it wasn't quite as skewed in that way as I was anticipating. So
yeah, like I said, I want to see it for my own self and find out, how I feel about it. But it's definitely an indicator, as many things tend to be. The fact that it, exists, it's in the collective ether. Yeah.
Are you talking about Civil War?
The movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree that it is something that is being cultivated in the ether. I mean, I don't know if it exists, but I would wonder if there was some sort of montage of how many times Tim Pool mentioned the word Civil War.
Oh my God, he's the worst about it. He's the worst about it. He's like, "Oh, it's coming. I fucking hate that guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
To me, it's like nails on a chalkboard. Like I listened to a show for a certain amount of time, and I didn't really get that ick factor so much at first, but like the more I listened, I'm like, he is just a dick, like to his co-hosts in particular. And I feel like he kind of sucks the guest's dick half the time, but he's so mean to his own people. And I'm like,
well,
dude.
it depends if you are a fan of the Most Favored Nation. I mean, that's where we're at right now too. Like he tells people that they have, I don't know, like Israel derangement syndrome or something like that if they don't agree with him, or if they're trying to make salient points about what's happening. So I can't watch him anymore. I really can't.
Yeah, I don't never ever vibed with that guy. Never.
Yeah. Well,
and Joe Rogan either.
I didn't really vibe with him so much as I liked the conversation much of the time, like initially. I don't know. Yeah, it all kind of fell apart. I just hate how he shuts people down and he's so goddamn mean about it. I don't know. It's like, and some of the time he's wrong. If you're going to be that aggressive, you better be fucking right. But it's like, dude, you're wrong. You're wrong. Sorry. Not trying to bash our,
why is he so popular? Do you think? Like, why did he become so big? I mean, apart from let's just put any possible CO aside, but imagine it was organic. Why do you think that he became popular?
I don't know. I think that we cannot neglect the algorithm, right? And the fact that he is propped up and being pushed. I think that's part of it. A lot of shows would be popular if they were right there in your face, popping up on YouTube all the time, right? And he never dealt with the censorship that a lot of other channels dealt with. So I do think that that's an important element to his popularity. And other than that, maybe just because it is a round table type setting, so they have, similar to the show, right, that you have sort of a structure of the main people, but then you have rotating guests in and out. Some people are there for a little bit longer, a couple shows, and that the conversation was maybe more interesting during simpler times, right? I think that the whole Israel conversation is, has it's made a lot of it's so old, you know, it's just so hard to listen to it like every time you're listening to something. So I do think that that's part of it. That they had this roundtable and that he was propped up by the algorithm, and he's propped up by the Twitter algorithm as well.
Well, and maybe he's really good at gaming the algorithm. Also, keep in mind, though, he was a Vice journalist.
Yep.
And Vice, Vice was like alt media before there was an alt media, right? And I don't know, you know, Psy-Op City over there. It's
absolutely.
Yeah. And another show that I listened to brought up Tim Pool, and it was the Occult Rejects, actually. And he said that he does not like Tim Pool, but he sometimes will listen because Tim Pool is so good at neural linguistics that he's basically an expert at that. So for me to think that he's not controlled opposition, I really cannot believe that. And that he knows exactly where his bread is buttered. He says what he says, but he also says it almost in a way of being a magician, right? Because I don't know if y'all remember this, but we had a conversation and we were talking about how some of these people will sound like they're trying to weigh the issues and be measured in their approach, but then they perfectly will slide in a mention of a globalist talking point. And that is exactly what he does. So one of the things that somebody like Nikki Haley, a war pick globalist, is also saying that lines up with what Tim Pool is saying is that you need to have I don't know if it's for certain websites, which it already exists for some websites. If it's alcohol, you have to say you're 21, right? But basically that there should be age protection so that children don't have access to porn. Now, I don't want children to have access to porn, but saying that it's up to having some sort of like digital verification is obviously not in the, you know, it's not on the side of liberty. That is a globalist talking point, and just the way that
digital ID, to be clear.
Exactly. And he was really good at it. I mean, he just put it in there, but it didn't, of course, he doesn't seem like he aligns with the globalists most of the time.
Very clever. Very clever.
He reminds me of that guy in high school that like has more friends than you think he should for some reason. And you find out it's because he was like selling them all pot. But he's trying real hard to be like, oh, I'm cool. Like, look, you know, be my friend. But really he's just kind of a douche, you know, and like nobody
the guy that always has gum.
Yeah, like nobody really likes him. They just pretend to like him because he's got something they want, which is access to this audience, right? He's the curator of this massive audience, and how he got it, I'm not totally sure, but
valid question.
You know, partly that's just maybe jealousy talking, but like, you know, it just seems like he blew up, man, like a lot of people do.
Well, he's got his music too, so maybe there's a little bit of audience from there. But it sounds very contrived, that music. I didn't even know he was a musician until recently.
It's a gimmick thing. Like he was never like a musician. He was a journalist, a you know, podcaster, and then basically because now he's friends with musicians and he can sort of kind of like strum a few chords. It's a gimmick. Like, it's one of their many. They want to build like a bunch of coffee shops all over the country.
Like a Hard Rock Cafe sort of thing.
Or, you know, they're like, we want to have a gathering place for like our people. And it's like, who exactly are your people? Like, I can't
people that agree with Tim. That's who are their people.
Yeah.
A CIA hangout.
More or less. I'm like, that place would probably have so many goddamn cameras. Oh my God. But, you know, speaking of CIA and freaking MK Ultra shit, did y'all hear about this shit that went down last night in just outside of LA? It's called Marina Del Rey.
No, I did not hear about this.
Oh, this is breaking. Look, it even says breaking news.
Somebody broke the news.
To follow some breaking news from Marina Del Rey, and this was crazy after a suspect fired dozens of shots from an apartment rooftop.
After several hours on scene, law enforcement was able to take the gunman into custody. Eyewitness News reporter Eric Resendiz joins us live from Marina Del Rey with the very latest. Eric?
Mark, Irene, a very tense situation out here. That gunman used a rifle and live streamed it on social media. Take a look right behind me. A very active scene out here as well. Investigators with the LA County Sheriff's Department still on scene trying to piece together what exactly happened at this apartment complex and why.
All right, I'm pausing for a moment. I'm going to point out the fact that it seems like this story it's one of these stories where the media was all over it, but extraordinarily vague. And they were all very consistently vague. Same talking points, I don't know, just worth noting. Any thoughts yet? I mean, I know I haven't given you much, but
yes.
Not
Normally,
really.
whenever I do see a news story like this that is propped up through the news, meaning they're covering it and they're making a big deal about it, my first thought is that this is a Psy-Op or this person has been activated or something to that effect. Because shootings, like mass shootings, happen in Chicago all the time. They don't cover it. Why?
Yeah, exactly.
There's a reason.
And also, like just on the shot that you've just posted on there, Mike, there's like a hidden eyewitness taking some footage of the actual gunman shooting. It's like that always happens, doesn't it? There's always that little bit of hidden footage from somewhere conveniently.
And this particular camera shot is very, very important. But the news didn't use the important part. Go figure, okay? Did you catch everything she said? He live streamed the shooting. Okay, first and foremost, nobody got shot.
That's good.
Yeah, it is good.
Praise God.
What I've heard from supposed, relatively official sources, roughly 30 shots over. It started at 1 a.m. and he was apprehended. I think it was like an hour later or an hour and a half later. So 30 shots. Now, this little video, you can hear at least he fires like 8-10 times. So there's maybe just an information gap here, but it sounds like he fired some random shots. I even read one or heard one, report that said he fired some into the air. So this man was not intending on shooting people necessarily. Not that he wouldn't have, hypothetically, but like he didn't. So I'll finish out the news report, but any other thoughts first?
When this was last night, so that's a Saturday night. So you would think there'd be a lot of people around. So that was a miracle.
Well, at 1:30 a.m. in kind of a nice part of LA. And there were a bunch of people with their phones, some further away that just, recording the gunshots. Also, the news keeps saying that he was on the roof, but I believe he's on a balcony. I can't,
Yeah.
It seems that way. Anywho, let me carry it on.
Sheriff's deputies responded just after 10 p.m. to a report of a shooting last night at an apartment complex near Via Marina and Admiralty Way. The gunman was on the rooftop and reportedly fired at passerbys and law enforcement. Now, we can see in the video sheriff's deputies ducking and covering. Police immediately asked people to shelter in place. Witnesses say the gunman fired at least 30 shots and was live streaming the shooting on social media. Sheriff's deputies ducked.
Sorry, I'm going back a bit because I believe you could see via the smoke of one of these shots. Maybe I missed it. I believe you could see him shooting into the air, but maybe I'm wrong. Nah, maybe I was just seeing these guys pointing their guns up.
So we've obviously got a semi-automatic.
Oh yeah, it's an AR-15.
Right.
And apparently he had 2 of them and a handgun. 2 ARs and a handgun.
The gunman fired at least 30 shots and was live streaming the shooting on social media.
My girlfriend is in her apartment just on Via Marina here, and she calls me as I'm driving home saying, like, hey, I think I just heard a bunch of gunshots. And I told her I was probably someone on Venice Beach lighting on fireworks, you know, no big deal. And then I go down Washington over here, and I start seeing a bunch of emergency response vehicles. And I go into the parking lot by Wells Fargo, and all of a sudden I'm hearing like small arms fired popping off, like probably like a dozen, 2 dozen gunshots. So I like peel out of here and go to get some gas and just let it cool down a little bit.
It was around 1:30 this morning when the gunman was finally taken into custody. As of now, no word on the motive of the shooting that happened from this rooftop. Authorities have also not released the identity of the gunman. Back out here live again, investigators trying to piece together what exactly happened. This video just very intense, very crazy of this gunman just shooting into the air as well. Again, reports of at least 30 shots fired. Luckily, nobody was injured.
We are continuing.
That guy didn't seem very convincing. He didn't sound like he believed what he was saying. You're muted, man.
I don't mean to sound like a dick when I say this, but I keep noticing these Asian newscasters, and they have like a little Asian like stutter. They always, you know, we say they do like a little and then they keep going, or so, you know, it's different but the same. It's, you know, it's just something that always I notice it whenever I see one of these Asian newscasters. Yeah, if they're, you know, whatever, if they have an accent of any kind, it's kind of like Miss Lily Tang Williams. You know, she's spicy.
Yeah, I like her. She seems all right.
She seems all right. I hope she's not a Psy-Op.
Yeah.
She's running for Congress in New Hampshire. So, you know, we'll see. I thought she's an interesting character, maybe worth us keeping an eye on. She went kind of viral with that she was going after David, David Hogg. Yeah. He seems like a douche.
He's just a plant.
Yeah.
I mean,
it just makes me think of the first episode of Black Mirror. These people they've never got just normal names, have they? It's never, you know, Simpson or bloody Smith or something. It's always some weird name, you know, that is just hilarious or in some respect. You know what I mean? Like they're character names.
Are you familiar with David Hogg, Stella?
Not at all.
So he is somebody that has basically grown up in the spotlight because he was supposedly a school shooting, like I think it was a school in Florida. Was it Parkland?
I didn't know this. I didn't know who the guy was.
Yeah, so he was a child at, I believe, if somebody in the chat correct me if I'm wrong, but at a school that had a school shooting in Florida. And then ever since then, he has nonstop been a political figure, exactly like Greta. And so, of course, and his message is anti-gun. And that is literally all that he does is be, you know, he does not want you to be able to have guns, and he's made his entire career on it. So, I mean, it's like, how can you not think that he's a creative person? Like, what about that seems genuine when you really think about it? Like, you just have the same trajectory as Greta Thunberg.
Yeah,
you know, except for
there's a guy here in Australia too that resulted from the Port Arthur shooting, which is a similar situation. So yeah, it's just the playbook that they use, isn't it?
Exactly. Yes, it's like so obvious.
Oh, Jin.
And when I was a kid, I used to think, like, because I cared about the environment, right? And I was like, I want to be, you know, an activist, like something exactly like Greta Thunberg. But I didn't realize that you have to be part of, you know, it's all fake. It's all fake. They're all created. They're all actors. It's a script.
Fake and gay.
Jen, we got to get you back in the forum, brother.
Yeah, hey, Jen.
you'd be happy, or you'd be welcome to hop in tonight. There have been a couple times though where we're covering pretty, you know, I don't know, spiritual, religious shit, and it's like, we need Jin back, brother. Maybe that's on me. I should just reach out to you.
Just be careful what you say about Asians.
Yeah.
He's watching. He's listening.
He says I look younger than normal. Somebody said I had a haircut. Maybe it's the light. Maybe
it's the lighting.
Maybe it's I've been in the sun recently. It's good for me. But let me show you the real interesting shit here. Okay, this is what got my hackles up even more. Everything about this story seemed a little sus, but this really got me. It got my spidey senses tingling. Let's see here. It's quiet at first. Can you hear it? Oh.
No, yes. Probably should read this out for the listener because it's very hard to hear.
I should. It's very hard to hear. You can hear the gunshots, obviously, but he starts out. He says the cops. Well, these are imperfect subtitles. The cops they said, "Oh, this is good, Bill. I have more than a turkey." Again, I don't know if these are correct. I think it's like AI subtitles, but try to listen here. I'll pause it and I'll try to interpret. What did he say there? Bill, I have more than prepared, He said, I am more than prepared. You know that, right? You can fucking fly me out right now. I am dressed and ready. This is exactly what I can shoot a car right now. That's probably incomplete, but nobody would really give a shit. Really. Who the fuck is going to do anything? These motorcycles, something.
Sounds like he's proving a point.
He goes, "Oh, really, Bill? Is that right?" Or that's the end. I wish we had more. They said he was live streaming. Does that sound like a live stream to you? Or does that sound like he's on the phone with his fucking handler?
Yes. Handler. Here's the other thing. Why didn't they release his name? Normally, they can't wait to release your name and smear you everywhere.
Yeah.
Nothing. Why?
Yeah, well, that's a really good point. I mean, it stinks to high heaven, doesn't it?
There's a theory.
It stinks.
There's a theory, and there's a name. This is unconfirmed information, and I almost don't even want to share it.
Well, maybe we shouldn't.
Well, it's what Twitter is saying, so I got to find it. But shoot,
because is it going to be some poor innocent bastard that cops?
That's the fear. But this is who people are saying is the guy. Now, again, I'm not inclined necessarily to believe it, except that footage came from a neighbor. So, it wouldn't totally shock me if word of mouth spread quick. Hey, the guy that lived right next door to me was the guy that did this. This is who he was, kind of thing. Or she. That's the question at hand. Now, this could be a psyop of its own. This could be misinformation. This could be malinformation. I'm going to choose not to actually say the guy's name, but people are claiming that this is the person and that this is him as a her and that it's another Nashville. But that to me, it's a little, I'm not going to say I buy it quite yet. I want to know more. But this thing stinks to high heaven for sure.
Yet another one.
Yeah. I want to know who Bill is. He was pretty upset with Bill for some reason.
Yeah, it sort of sounded like somebody was trying to prove a point. Because did I understand correctly when he said something like, "Oh, see, no one's going to do anything. I can shoot a car," and is that what he was sort of?
That was the tone.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I can do this. Who's going to stop me? Nobody's going to do a goddamn motherfucking thing, was pretty much what he was saying. And he's yelling it to somebody. You know, it could be just a mental breakdown. Look here,
See,
apparently
this is
this is him.
That's exactly right, Mike. Because like when you think about it, there must be a lot of people having mental breakdowns. I mean, look at what we've all just been through. That's been really, really tough, and especially for people who haven't really understood what's been going on, I think it's even tougher. So there's going to be some broken brains popping up here and there. It's going to just be hard to wade through what's organic and what's not. And I think, there's such a big desensitization program that seems to be going on at the moment. It's just going to get to the point where we just don't take any notice of anything anymore. It's like, it's probably bullshit. You know what I mean? So then all the real stuff will just slip through the cracks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I can't help but notice that we keep seeing, it's basically we have just a handful of clips and like no confirmation from any news bodies, about identity. In fact, they go out of their way to say the identity has not been released. But this is all new. Basically, I woke up to, check Twitter, and this was what everybody was talking about. So weird. I don't quite know what else to say, except who's Bill?
Who's Bill? We need some t-shirts.
Yeah. And yeah, thank God nobody got shot. That's why, it almost what it made me think of was that weird one with the kid that was all kitted up and went to an amusement park and blew his own brains out in the bathroom before, any customers actually showed up to the park. And he write like some shit on the wall about like,
I'm not a killer.
I'm not a killer. Or, yeah. And then there was the other one we talked about, the Navy Yard shooter back in like 2012 or 2010 or whatever it was, who had on his shotgun, he had carved a bunch of shit, and one of them was like, golly, what did he write? What did he write on his shotgun? It was something similar, like not what you think, I believe is what he wrote.
That one I'm not very familiar with, but I did hear about the guy who at the amusement park who said, I'm not a killer. And there are some people that I follow that study a lot of these shootings, and especially the ones that we're very aware of that are very famous. A lot of them are school shootings, but there's always some really weird stuff. You know what I mean? Like just the story that you're told compared with what these people actually find, they do not add up. I mean, so to me, that says that there's a lot going on, a lot that's, being manufactured here. I mean, why wouldn't the official narrative line up with what actually happened when people start looking at the actual documents, the police reports, the real evidence, right? Because there's something going on. There's something being hidden.
Yep. And I have always wondered this, so I'd like to address this at the moment. When somebody shoots a gun up into the air, right, eventually the bullet comes down, yeah? How come nobody gets killed by a bullet coming down from that? Like,
okay. I remember actually watching Mythbusters.
Okay.
and they covered this topic, right? I don't know if you guys had Mythbusters over in Australia, but it was one of my favorite shows as a kid. I loved it. Anyways, it's kind of like one of those things you hear like urban legends about people that die from a just falling bullet, right? I don't know how many, if any, like confirmed cases there have been, but what Mythbusters said was generally if you fire straight up, what the bullet does is it goes straight up and then it hits, it loses momentum and it tumbles back to the earth on its side. Maximum surface area, hitting wind resistance, terminal velocity actually slows the bullet down quite a bit. It's less than lethal, theoretically. Possible.
Give you a pretty big dent in the head, though.
It would.
Or
fuck your
imagine
head up.
shooting a plane by accident. It's like, oh,
Well,
don't.
yeah. But who knows? It's probably just more a matter of probability, and the chances of a bullet, unless you're in the immediate vicinity. Accidental shootings happen all the time, but as far as people firing in the air, I'm sure it's probably happened sometimes. But
well, that's true. But these things
probabilistically.
Probabilistically, that's awesome.
Yeah, pretty low.
Well, how about the guy that had some space junk land on his house recently? It's like try to explain that one to the insurance company.
Yeah, I mean, shit happens. That's the insurance industry has actually they have a act of God sort of clause. Yeah, where it's just
I guess it would fall under that.
What can we call it? It's
act of AI.
Right. I don't know if insurance would cover AI. It's a very unpleasant topic, but I do just want to show you guys this Navy Yard shooter thing. I hope that this clip actually shows the carvings he did on his shotgun.
Begin with a haunting new video. A killer roaming the halls of the Washington Navy Yard looking for targets. The FBI released the new surveillance tape showing frame by frame how the gunman moved in secret, and then around him, workers scramble for cover. The video is not easy to watch, but ABC senior justice correspondent Pierre Thomas shows us what it reveals about the mind of a mass shooter.
Now, I'm just going to say for our most dedicated listeners, I know we covered this probably 6 months ago, but it's very, to me, this is what this thing last night reminds me of. These are MK Ultra activations. I'm sure of it. Fucking sure of it.
This is Aaron Alexis, armed with a sawed-off shotgun, hunting innocent victims. It started as a routine Monday at the Navy Yard. Alexis shows his pass and is waved in by a security guard just before 8 a.m. Surveillance cameras capture him driving into a parking garage and moments later walking in through the front door of Building 197. He's working there as a civilian contractor. There's no metal detector, no back check. We next see Alexis armed with the shotgun, peeking around corners, checking doors, looking for someone, anyone to ambush. He moves quickly down the stairs with purpose, eager. Look, he sees some people and ducks behind a wall. And today, the first official explanation of why.
Was a mentally unstable individual.
This shotgun is the primary murder weapon. On it, he etched a number of cards.
Not what you say.
Not what y'all say. That's what it was.
Oh, y'all say. Right.
Not what y'all say. God, what a grisly looking weapon, though. Horrifying, really.
Including
End to the torment.
To the torment. Better off this way. And my ELF weapon. Alexis had been hearing voices and believed he was being bombarded by microwaves, something naval authorities knew about.
There are multiple.
Havana syndrome.
Yeah.
Anyone? I mean, in what year was this? I believe it was like over 10 years ago on the nose, apparently. September 2013. So does that not sound like an activation? Or, I mean, again, who am I to say? Could be genuine mental breakdown. I can't be sure.
Well, anything like this does get blamed on the person was mentally incapacitated or whatever, had been showing signs of blah, blah, and it's always the same. So how can we ever know?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's been proved they have this technology. They have it.
Yeah.
They've had it
what I was going to say.
Yeah. Quite a long time.
And if the story is the same every time, don't we think that's weird?
Yeah. It's almost like carbon copies, isn't it?
Yeah. It's almost like they all had the exact same treatment. Maybe they were programmed to kill.
Great name for a book.
Somebody should write that.
It'll be out tomorrow.
I kind of zoned out there. I kind of zoned out there for a second, so I missed whatever you guys were saying.
Talking about being programmed to kill.
Yeah.
MK Ultra-ing.
Well, if you think they wouldn't fuck with people that way, if you think your government's just better than that, I don't know. Like, this might be worth checking out.
After I
And
left,
wait, Mike,
Sorry. Go ahead.
before you play that, I wanted to say that Aaron Carter was also, he was a young child Hollywood star, the younger brother of Aaron Carter, Backstreet's Back, all right, okay?
Backstreet Boys.
And yes, the Backstreet Boys. Everybody. Anyway, so
Aaron did
Andy.
Yes, so he was really popular, not as popular as Nick with the Backstreet Boys, but yes, child star. He also had a suspicious bathtub death. So I just wanted to say that before we get
I
going.
don't know that I knew that. He looks like somebody that somebody might have fucked with in more than a couple ways. Look at this
As
guy.
a child, yes.
Oh my God, he's tormented.
Yeah.
So after I left
Sorry, anything? I just was
No, I
playing
was
on-
just agreeing.
Okay. Cool.
the party, and the next day I smoked weed with Michael, and then I get in the limousine and I leave. I get back to the Sheraton Hotel at Universal over here. There's 4 FBI agents waiting for me in the hotel room, and my mom's there, and she's like, "Tell them what happened." And I'm like, "What do you mean, tell them what happened?" And I sit down with them, and they all ask these super sexually exploited, questions, backsided questions, and I knew that at my age already. And I looked at all 4 of them, and I said, "Are y'all crazy?" I said, "What you think I'm gonna do? Tell you that Michael did something bad so that we can sue him for money?" That's what I told him. I was like, "You're and I looked over at my mom, and I was like, "Are you serious, Mom?" I was like, "What is going on here? Why are you letting this happen?" And she goes, well, I think something happened, I think something. I'm like, "Really? That man did nothing but be hospitable, kind, loving, giving, everything you can think of. We rode 4-wheelers for 5 hours, me, him, and Chris Tucker in the mountains at nighttime after his birthday party. Him and I hung out and talked pretty much all night. Got a couple hours of sleep. I wake up, he's not even in the room. He pulled out a cot for me in his room because I asked him, "I want to hang out with you. I want to be around. It's Michael. I want to hang out with him. I want to hang out with Michael." He pulled out a little cot or something. I laid on the cot. I wake up in the morning. His bed's made. There's a cleaning lady that wakes me up. I keep asking, "Where's Michael?" I go over. He's got this huge statue figurine that Michael Jordan sent him for his birthday because he collected that stuff. Went and smoked some weed with him. Get in the car, and then all this shit happened when I got back to LA, and I'm like, "What the fuck is this?" I was like, I looked at my mom. I go, "Are you really trying to go at Michael and use me for a money grab?" I was like, "Nothing." And I looked at him right now. I said, "Nothing happened." I said, "Michael was flirting with girls right in front of me. Actually."
Yeah.
And it was hilarious because he was very charming.
I bet. It's Michael Jackson.
he made girls just light up, blush. And and I saw him looking at girls' booty. I said, I saw you looking at her booty." He was like, I was like, and so I hear these stories of like Wade Robson, and then I'm like thinking to myself, wait, hold up. I know Wade Robson. Wade Robson pretended to be the voice on my album, Aaron's Party, for my brother. Because my brother didn't do it, so Wade Robson did it. It was like a little spoof thing, an interlude in my second album, Aaron's Party. And Wade Robson did the voice of like pretending to be my brother or some shit. And I'm like, wait, hold up. Wade leaving Neverland? What is this? Like, what do you mean leaving Neverland? Like, I left Neverland. Everything was cool, homie. Like, what's your problem? Did you dream this up? Did your parents tell you to do this?
Yeah, I mean, they try to.
Well, I feel like tonight is going to be one of those nights where we're wrapping up things that we've started. Not that we're wrapping them up, but hitting on things that we've started on previous episodes, right? I mean, we often are hitting on similar themes, so go figure. But I don't know. Do you believe his story? Like bathtub death? He's talking about hanging out with Chris Tucker. I saw your comment there, Ashley. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a little ick, but
Who's Chris Tucker?
he was on the Epstein flight logs. Do we know for sure that he did anything? I mean,
nothing has come of it, but nothing has come of it for anybody, even like a Bill Clinton or something like that. But Stella, he was an actor and a comedian, and he got very famous because he did a couple movies with Jackie Chan, and they were super popular.
Rush Hour.
Yeah, Rush Hour. And but he was somebody that has since been associated with the whole Epstein Island debacle. But I have never seen anything else come of it. Although I haven't really seen him be out in the current celebrity milieu either. So who knows?
Right.
Yeah. So let me read a little blip, not the whole thing, but I just because I think it was Western Civ had said vigilant citizen. So I pulled up my vigilant citizen and what they said about Aaron Carter, which was Aaron Carter, the suspicious death of a blatant industry slave. Aaron Carter accused family members of abusing him and claimed that the industry wanted to kill him. Then he was found dead in a bathtub. And then they go on to talk about his troubled life. So that was the article was November 22nd of 22, but I don't know exactly the date.
Really? 22,
that was
11, 22.
the article date, but I don't think that was the
okay.
date that that Nick passed. Anyway, so I just wanted to bring that to the radar. It's very, very weird.
Very. Stinks.
So Stella, you brought this link, and yeah, I'm not real familiar with what happened here. I've seen a couple things on Twitter. Was there not also like a mass stabbing event in Australia?
This is it.
This is it. Okay. I thought, you said shooting in the comment. So that's
sorry, did I? Oh,
yeah.
sorry about that.
So this was a mass stabbing, huh?
Yeah, look, to be really honest, I don't know very much about it because I don't watch the news. But when I did hear about it, I just sort of had a quick scan of what's going on. So this is, the short one.
I've heard
There's a few longer ones.
I've heard people saying that it almost doesn't look like the guy that they're saying it was. And anyways, let's check it out.
Oh, sorry, Mike. What did you just say then? You've heard people say what?
I've heard people say that the guy who they say it is doesn't look like the guy in the CCTV.
Really? Because I had that same thought. So I didn't know that people were saying that. That's very interesting. Okay.
Let's take a look.
Yeah. Just while you're setting that up. So it was at a Westfield shopping centre in Bondi Junction, which is pretty much sort of the heart of Sydney, or the eastern suburbs of Sydney. Lots of rich people live there in that area. Obviously where most tourists go as well, to the famous Bondi Beach. My son used to work in Harvey Norman in this shopping centre, so I'm glad that he no longer does.
No kidding.
Westfield is owned by Frank Lowy, the Lowy family. Well, no, actually was owned by Frank Lowy. They sold the Westfield chain in about, I don't know, maybe 3-4 years ago. Little hat people, but not that there's anything wrong with that.
We have Westfield shopping centers over here too. I wonder if...
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just preaching to the choir then. What else can I tell you?
This is weird. Okay, so hold on, Stella. He's stumbling around.
We're not seeing it, Mike. I thought you were having trouble. That's why I've been filling in.
I'm like, I was so confused. Wait, why is it not? Can you hear it? It's kind of quiet. Hang on. That's so
Can't
funny.
see or hear.
My bad, y'all. My bad. Okay, here we go.
Hours before embarking on a stabbing rampage.
I just feeling lucky because he didn't do anything in the restaurant,
Rogate served Joel Couchy twice yesterday inside Bondi Junction's Saigon Noodle. The 40-year-old strolled in just after 10 a.m. sporting a backpack and a rugby jersey. He tried to order but didn't have enough money, walking out the door, only to return 2 hours later for a sit-down meal.
When taking order, it's taking like a long and just, okay, I'll just order chicken curry, just like that.
Couchy was there for less than 15 minutes before security video captured him stumbling down Oxford Street and falling over just before 1 p.m. 3 hours later, he was attacking people at random.
How weird. How weird is that? He's like falling over as if drunk it's 10 a.m. and then 3 hours later he's back with a knife. What?
It's very, very weird.
Oh, shocked. When I heard his name this morning, I couldn't believe it.
At his family's home in Toowoomba, Queensland, neighbours are in disbelief.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know why.
They say he suffered from schizophrenia and had a strained relationship with his parents.
I think it was a couple of months ago. He was knocking on the door. And I don't know whether they weren't home but no one answered.
7 News has been told Couchy developed a fixation with weapons and posted this scathing review online after getting his knives sharpened in Brisbane. I put the knives in of the need to be sure that the cutting edge was the correct type, and he has left me with 2 essentially wrecked knives.
He said he was his day-to-day knives, which I thought was a bit of a strange thing to say.
One was a large hunting knife.
He was very, very stale, I suppose.
Stella, is it normal for everybody's faces to be blurred in the news?
It might be something new. I don't watch the news, so
I find that strange. I find that strange.
These eyewitnesses generally not, actually. No, I would say.
Unless they're
my memory.
directly in a threat of like retaliation, but
Yeah. I have noticed that it seems to be happening a lot more lately, but yeah. Good way to cover up an FF, isn't it? Flag.
It's very,
not
very
true
blank.
flag.
No real expression on his face.
School friends say he was prone to random outbursts of anger, no criminal record, but he was active on social media, posting images of himself to several community groups, including this escort site in Sydney, describing himself as an athletic, good-looking guy.
I can say this gentleman has been itinerant over the last few years.
His parents saw this frantic video on the television last night and contacted police, saying it was their son.
Their first thoughts for us were to express their concerns regarding the family and victims of these crimes, and in particular, their thoughts around the police officer who had to bravely act in such a manner.
The 40-year-old had been living in Sydney for less than a month and was living rough between his car and a small storage shed, which he rented out in March. 7 News understands police searched this Kennards facility in Waterloo last night and are now working to backtrack every possible movement. Locals in Bondi claim he was at the Westfield the day before yesterday's devastating attack.
He definitely got what he deserved. The fact that he's just gone around, killed people in the back, stabbed in the back, stabbed a little baby as well, it's pretty low act.
Annie Puller, 7 News.
There's always a baby. Always a baby.
wretched story. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I have no doubt that this happened, right? I have no doubt that it happened. It's what led up to it that's in the, that's up for debate, I say. But, maybe this guy did live in a storage container and was schizophrenic.
It would be very difficult to live in a storage container. I lived just down the road from that particular storage place, Kennards. They have cameras and things. You just would never be able to get away with it unless the people that had the place were in on it, unless they allowed it.
Well, they did say lived sort of between his car and his storage unit, which I've known people who do that. They keep stuff in their storage unit and live in their car for a time. It's not a fun way to live, but
yeah. And the other thing that I thought was weird was the fact that now we have a lot of cameras, right? There's no denying that, more and more all the time. And also usually in, cash registers now, there's usually a little camera as well. So I just think it's odd that the only camera angles are the ones that are, from very high up, looking down with, the potato camera, low resolution, and, guy with beard, dark hair, pretty generic looking. I can't believe that they haven't got better footage of his face, like more front on. And I'm sure there would be. So, that's highly suspicious.
I am surprised about every single one of those witnesses being blurred out. That does not bode well for like me trusting what they're telling me. If you're hiding your face, that's why I have a very hard time trusting people with a mask on as well.
Yeah.
Like if I
That's
can't
a great point.
If I can't see your face, how do I know you're not bullshitting me?
Right, that you're just an actor that's being paid by the government or whoever is setting this up. And I was thinking about it yesterday when I saw this story, and I was like, so if it is a false flag or, contrived, which I happen to just, it's sort of my go-to. I believe that until proven otherwise these days, if it's in the news. So, but what's the play? What's the angle? Are they trying to denive Aussies now? Like what's, what's the angle here?
Well, where does it end? Where does it end? They already took the guns. Are they gonna? I mean, don't they have like knife registration for certain?
That's what I was gonna bring up. There's a meme
in the UK at least, or somewhere.
It's like, boy, you got a permit for that butter knife, mate.
Yeah, better call the fucking popo. I mean,
well, then they better ban bloody biros, pens, whatever you call them, sticks. I mean, anything long and pointy is going to be capable of, letter openers.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Western Civ said spoons too. Spoons can be sharpened.
Hell, you can do some damage with a fork. I mean, we're just gonna have to eat with our hands, everybody. That's the sacrifice we all have to make.
Full
for
circle.
Safety.
Yep.
Back to Neanderthalism.
Yeah, but I was wondering that, what would be the play? What's the angle here? It's just so hard to tell.
Well, I've got a really good example of why we have to stick up and never fucking give in when it comes to our Second Amendment, even though I know it's already infringed. But we need our goddamn AR-15s. And let me give you a good example of why. Oh, not
and
that one.
And don't fall for the heart rendering propaganda, because that's how they're going to get you. Like we fell for the Port Arthur thing. Nobody was very savvy back then. Very few still are, but more are. So that's how they're going to get you, is the heartstrings. Everyone will just go, oh yeah, no, that's really bad. We better go along with it. And then they just turn it 180 degrees.
And that's what they do for war propaganda as well. Like in the Iraq war, we heard about babies being removed from incubators and thrown on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was World War I, babies and bayonets. And then most recently it was beheaded babies, right?
Yep.
And then that's Tim Pool's play is protect the children from porn with a digital ID. So yes, it is like a very, very, very common trope that they use.
Yep. And they were proven to be absolute bullshit, all those stories. Without question.
All right. Let me play this for you. And then y'all have me thinking about another thing I saw, which is kind of funny. And also just like, I don't know. It's in my mind, it's a good example of like just absurd shit that shouldn't happen ever. But sorry, I'm trying to what's the word? Foreshadow. But let's start with this.
Hammond and hundreds of protesters headed for the lot where the government had impounded the family's cattle.
All units, be advised, USO coming in, client advocating, they rip down the fence and get the cows back.
Are you people stupid or what? We obtained video taken by law enforcement that day.
I'm missing the one guy on the bridge.
Some of it has never been shown before.
They were all heading to this wash where the main entrance was to the pen where the BLM held his cattle.
Control RC, I need reinforcements down into the wash. As the protesters converged on the cattle pen, Law enforcement officers from a half dozen agencies scrambled to hold them off.
We want to set up a triage area. And set that up behind the vehicles right here. Okay.
They come with horses. You're gonna have to probably want to get in the back of a truck because they'll run you over.
If they break this, we're not going to be able to stop horses.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Once we were down there, they were in stacking position with their rifles up.
Get my label. I want you guys to be ready for second wave, okay? When I call in second wave, come in.
We're afraid because they're telling us that if we don't disperse, they're going to open fire. And that's what we believed that they would do.
But the militias were in position too.
Anybody who went there was prepared for the federal government to take lethal action.
Long guns right in front of us. I've got 2 more over here that are nailed down. It's at least 10 or 12 long guns.
I was thinking of how serious the situation became. We had a very volatile situation right then.
Northbound lanes has rifles with scopes. Which one? Northbound, the furthest bridge.
The government had snipers and the militia put in place counter snipers. It was a level of tension and borderline violence. I was convinced it was going to go south. It was that close. I've lost count how many long guns. We get many more down here, we're going to be outgunned.
The SWAT teams knew these guys are out there to defend, and they will whip your ass. We will die.
Bundy! Bundy, come here!
At the head of the crowd, Ammon Bundy confronted BLM agent Dan Love, demanding he release the family's cattle.
And you guys need to leave. Okay. You need to leave. That's
what I'm telling you, you need to de-escalate the situation.
No,
I'm imploring upon you your responsibility to de-escalate.
No, you're staying here until they're gone. Okay? That's what we're doing.
BLM, go home!
All right, I'm pausing because I agree with who said it. Man, the comments are fire tonight, guys. I can't even.
It was Hypo Drake.
Hyper Drake.
Hypo Drake.
Hypo Drake. There it is. Yeah, they've covered up this BLM with another BLM because they don't want us to worry about federal land management, which is a topic I talk about because it fucking matters. It was never the intention of the federal government to have the ability to control large swaths of land. They should only be able to own federal buildings, the immediate outlying areas of those federal buildings, and military bases. That should be it. They were never granted the right to own massive acreage. It's absurd.
There's so much illegal crap that is fundamental to the structure of America, isn't it? Well, probably every country. But it's just amazing what they've gotten away with. I mean, the whole foundation is not legal. And it's just, yeah, everybody talks about we've got to rise up and we've got to stop them. This is incredible. Imagine the tension. You can almost feel it coming through the screen. When was this?
This was in 12 or 14?
Oh, okay.
Let me see. This video probably was uploaded recently. So maybe, Ashley, if you don't mind doing a quick search. There were multiple multiple Bundy standoffs. This was the one in Nevada, I believe. There was also the one up in Oregon, which was more recent.
Right.
All right, let's finish this out.
What was going through my mind, it is not worth it to have anybody hurt over 400 cows that they had impounded at that point. So I told them to pull out and pull out now.
The Bundys and their militia supporters had led an armed standoff in defiance of court orders, and no one was arrested. They even got their cows back.
So there you go. They got the cows back. The feds backed down, but for how long? You know, this is like still a disputed issue. There are still Bundy cows on federal land. The Bundys basically said, we're not going to pay to graze our cattle here. You can go fucking screw. You know, you can pound sand. I don't give a fuck. You have no right. And they're basically arguing that it's within the state's constitutional right to decide how land is managed, that the federal government has no right. The BLM, the Forest Service, and the National Park Service have to leave. And some people would, just even suggesting that we should dismantle the National Park Service would upset many, many people. And I understand why. I love our national parks. I really, really do. I also love my Indiana state parks. And there's absolutely no reason why a peaceful transition from federal management to state management wouldn't be possible. It should be up to the people of individual states to decide how those parks are managed, not bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. This is simple. But the parks are one thing. All of this graze, this open range that's managed by BLM and Forest Service, that's really a bigger issue, because those are the useful lands. Usually the parks are the pretty places, and a lot of times they're pretty, but they're not terribly useful. They're steep mountains, they're deep canyons, they're places of extremes. The more mild places are the good, useful, grazing lands. And yeah, anyways, it's something I've had to digest this over many years, because I worked there. When I say there, I mean in the West for the national parks. And this Bundy thing was very fresh. In fact, the Oregon standoff was happening while I was working in Utah. So people were talking about it, man. Like, I was friends with national park rangers. Still am, I think, I hope. Don't talk to them much, but if I went out there, I would knock on their door and say, "Hey, how you been?" But I don't hold any of this against them. It's the system, right? And of course, in that community, in the park, it was a mostly like, fuck the Bundys. They're grazing their cattle for free, quote unquote. If you've ever met a rancher, ain't shit free. Yeah, maybe the grass grows out of the ground and you don't exactly pay for that, but you got to go wrangle them cows. You got to keep them cows alive, baby. And that doesn't cows are dumb as fuck. They don't they don't live on their own very well. So it's a lot of work, man. It's not free. It's extortion is what it is. And they refused to pay the extortionist.
Yeah.
So, my opinions have gradually shifted quite a bit.
So that was March 27th of 2014, if
Okay.
Wikipedia is to be believed. And then it looks like the standoff in Oregon happened in 2016.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So they're just testing the social temperature every now and then, do you think? Or I wonder how they sort of dealt with it, because they wouldn't just let this go. Maybe they've just sort of wrangled some other way. It's like, well, if we can't get it this way, we'll just increase fees here or something else. It'd be interesting to know what's changed since those two episodes for these farmers. Has there been an increase in something or other, or stricter regulations or something?
Well,
did it achieve what it set out to achieve? Like, did everything stay the same, basically?
As I said, it's still an ongoing dispute. So basically nothing's changed. But it's a real thorn in their side, like big time, as far as the land managers go. They hate the Bundy family for what they're doing. And they hate, I bet you a lot of them in their own hearts wish the feds had just blown them all away. I guarantee it.
And I do think that Stella's point is important, because we're coming up on the anniversary here shortly of April 19th of Waco. And then 2 years, was Waco. And then 2 years after that was Oklahoma City. They're 2 years apart, April 19th. And so I do think that there probably was an element of weighing that, because I believe that people were increasingly aware of those two events, and the feds are very unpopular. So perhaps they were doing a temperature check as well. And maybe part of why they stood down is because a lot of people were paying attention to this, and they were on the side of the ranchers. And it would be another Waco type situation. And
it would have been worse than Waco. It would have been worse.
Too soon.
Well, it would have been the Boston Massacre Only in the Boston Massacre, the people that got shot didn't have guns. So actually, it could have been Lexington and Concord. If you're not familiar with the history, Lexington and Concord also happened on April 19th in 1775, and it was the first blood spilled of the American Revolution. And it was a bunch of farmers, go figure, who stood up against the redcoats and said, "Get the fuck out of here, man, or else." And guess what? Or else happened.
They were on the the FAFO, you know.
Oh, and you know the government hasn't forgotten, okay? Even though it was a different government, it's the same government. We all know
It's the same
that.
government. It's a season of sacrifice as well, right? Isn't that a little bit weird that all these historical events happen at the same time frame?
Yep.
Yes.
They remember what happened at Lexington and Concord. A handful of shots were fired, a few colonials fell, and a few redcoats fell. But then they don't call it the Battle of Lexington. See, they call it the Battle of Lexington and Concord because there was a long walk down a very windy and wooded road from Lexington to Concord. And as the redcoats retreated, I get chills even thinking about it. They were getting hounded from both sides. No breaks were given, no quarter. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of our country, motherfucker. And that's the only way. I'm sorry. I got to be careful now. But this very easily could have turned into that because guess who's got home field advantage, bitch? The guys on horses. You know, all you feds in your fancy trucks ain't got shit on these ranchers. They will fuck you up. I guarantee it. It'll take Black Hawk helicopters and F-14s. It would to stop those guys. And if that happens, I mean, and of course, look at me.
Imagine that.
I'm buying into the Psy-Op. The movie just came out. You know, I'm describing exactly what the movie is. Probably. I'm very interested to see what how they explain the series of events leading up to what happens, because that's to me the most interesting part. How does the powder keg, get lit?
Well, and I think that there's a saying that basically freedom is obtained whenever the citizenry has the equal arms of the government. So we know that in the grand scheme, we're likely very outweighed in that regard. However, maybe that day, that time frame, paired with the publicity, they were equally matched in arms. So maybe that was also weighing on the minds of these people that they would truly be risking a lot, and not only just their lives, but a horrible, horrible PR. Because people knew that this was going on. Like even back then, I was not really aware of the situation. Any of the details, I was pretty out of the loop, but I knew that it was going on. And me as a normie at that time.
Well, even just the optics of, I couldn't help but notice, and it seemed really significant. Amon Bundy versus whatever his name is, Sergeant Officer Oakley face, right? Did you notice his sunglasses and his backwards baseball cap?
Yeah.
Douche. Douche.
Yeah.
I'm like, nobody's gonna root for that fucker. If this shit goes down and those were the last words exchanged, just that look, the leather-faced cowboy with the stained, sweat-stained cowboy hat versus this pretty boy frat fuck in the Oakleys with the body armor and the fucking backing of the U.S. goddamn government.
Yeah.
Douche. Yeah, and it was very funny. It's funny that you bring that up because do you remember after J6 and there was some other protest that was taking place after that, and they were like, spot the feds, and it was like a group of 4 or 5 guys. They looked exactly like that fucking guy.
Totally.
Spot the fed, you got it.
They really like their Oakleys, I gotta say.
They do. Yeah, and Western Civ in the chat said PC Principal. Now, I don't know if that's going to ring a bell for any of y'all here, but he was a character on South Park, and he was this like jacked up principal of the
okay, now I know. Yeah.
And he wore those
Totally.
glasses.
Yeah, big time. Just total Fed. It smells, reeks of Fed. Yeah.
Pretty stupid, isn't it?
Yeah.
As well, just wear their uniform.
Seriously.
The FBI written in bright white on the back.
Well, so one of you asked earlier, like where we stand now, right? And I said basically in the same place, except I'm kind of wrong. Like this is a multi-pronged war. We have talked about Amos Miller, Amon Bundy, Amos Miller. Man, these names, man, I don't know. But this is the newest on the Amos Miller, Amish farmer who can't sell his raw milk.
Some disappointing results from the 2024 Amish farmer hearing and what you can do about it. An estimated 200 to 400 people rallied for food freedom on February 29th outside of the Amos Miller hearing at the courthouse in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Individuals came to show support for private access to traditional foods without state or federal restrictions. After a 4-hour hearing, unfortunately, Judge Thomas B. Spinagle ruled in favor of the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, meaning Amos Miller is restricted from selling his organic raw dairy products to his private members. Miller will proceed to his formal trial, where Robert Barnes hopes to win victory on behalf of private access to traditional food in the USA. In the meantime, you can continue the fight for your personal food freedoms by creating ties to your local farmer. Go to realmilk.com and eatwild.com.
Robert Barnes is on it, right? I forgot about that. Good one.
Yeah, that's a big one, y'all. And God damn it, why are these fucking assholes, these judges and these prosecutors, why are they fucking with our food, man? Leave our farmers alone.
Leave us alone.
What's that, Ash?
Money talks, and
Money
it's hard to say, like, how much are they getting paid on the back end of this, or how much are they being blackmailed on the back end of this, or how much are they being threatened on the back end of this? Like, you do what we tell you, you rule how I tell you to rule, I mean, I think that's an element. I also think the whole thing is weird. Bob Barnes was he was one of the attorneys that was also associated with Viva Frei in some of they sort of rose to popularity during COVID times, and they're also on the list of people that Polly said were, a little sus. I don't know. It's all so weird. It's so weird. And it's just
the wellness company mob.
Yeah, and I don't know. She has amended it since then to specifically wellness company people. So I know Viva is still on there, and he is definitely a friend or partner with Robert Barnes. But anyway, it's also weird,
There was an interesting chat with on the Grand Theft. I was going to say Grand Theft Auto, Grand Theft World Liberty Radio, Jesus show. Where he was interviewing, what's her name? The girl from Hawaii, Unjected. It's on the tip of my tongue. And Scott, the guy that's involved in that Unjected.
Shelby
site.
or Shelly?
Shelby, I think her name is. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, they were addressing that. It's an interesting conversation. I'm not going to try to go over it, but if anyone's interested in seeing a different angle of that, because it was good for me to watch, because I mean, none of us know, do we? And I've had my suspicions about all those people, like the amazing Pollies, and there's a handful of them, those women researchers, sort of middle-aged moms doing research and stuff. I think they're all just as placed as everybody else, to be quite honest. So it's about the information. It's about discernment. That's the main thing. We really have to sharpen our discernment and keep it sharp.
Well, and in the case of what is happening with Amos Miller and having, the COVID hero such as Bob Barnes involved in this project, I would say, I mean, it's very significant to us no matter what, right? Whether it's a message that's being sent that your food is under attack, that you are helpless in regards to your food, you'll eat the bugs and you'll like it, you'll do what we tell you to do, you don't have food freedom, don't bother, like maybe there's some of the demoralization aspect of it. I don't know, but I do think that it certainly is, we're being shown this particular issue for a reason. And, it's probably, like we talk about, multifaceted, right? And maybe part of it is to make people scared. that they're not going to have food security or that they're not going to have food choice, something like that. As well as just shitting on the little guy who's trying to provide healthy food for people that are willing to be customers to him, right?
Yeah, I think it's just sort of breaking people down so they eventually just throw their hands up in the air and say, oh, well, I give in, can't really fight it. So that's an ongoing thing too, isn't it? We haven't had an outcome from the Robert Barnes hearing or whatever it is, case. So it'll be really interesting to see what that outcome is, because if he loses, then, yeah, I mean, I tend to agree that it probably is sort of a setup. But if he loses, it's just going to reinforce the fact that we're powerless.
So I feel a little out of the loop. I don't know who this Robert Barnes guy is.
That's the attorney that's representing
Right.
Amos Miller.
So
Yeah.
You said he's a hero. What other stuff has he done?
So he was somebody that was helping people during COVID time. So whenever they were trying to, force you to get it or lose your job. And so
Shut
some
your
of
business.
these Liberty Matters, type things during the COVID time. So he was like involved in like the podcasting scene and kind of, I think, coaching people to an extent. I think he was associated with We the People, which was an organization that was helping people try to get exemptions. And so he was sort of involved in that like protest angle of standing up for yourself and not getting the jab during COVID times.
I wonder if you could do a quick search maybe and find like a quick video of him just kind of, I don't know. I'd like to get familiarized with this guy and see what
Monica interviewed him, actually. I remember in the really early days, wasn't it, Ashley? Do you remember that?
I remember that she interviewed the guy, Brian, from We the People, but I don't know that I remember her interview. Maybe I do remember her interviewing him. Yeah, she
and Brad,
interviewed both, I think.
Yeah.
Well, if you can find like a short clip of him just giving his elevator pitch, so to speak, that'd be cool. I'm just curious to actually, I wonder if I've seen him before and just, don't know the name, but I saw this earlier. Okay. So I spent just a few days in Bend, Oregon, like 2 winters ago. And I had a really interesting experience there where I realized it's a very unique town. It's a very diverse town, politically speaking. And it's fairly even, kind of split as far as I can tell. And I stumbled into this, this impromptu town meeting, right? Not like a council meeting per se. It was way more informal, but they were discussing the homeless problem in Bend because it's so fucking out of control. And I recorded it. I've got a podcast. You can find it. There's, 2 parts, but Bend, Oregon is a very interesting town, right? So I follow on Facebook. It's called Central Oregon Rants and Raves on Facebook, right? And sometimes I look at it and I'm like, some of these debates are so fucking hilarious. And I saw this one pop up and it had a link to this article. It says Bend, quote unquote, Guns to Gardens firearm surrender event set to happen April 27th at Antioch Church turns guns into garden tools. Now, you guys know me. This was like, there's a lot of buzzwords in this headline for a guy like me, right? I like guns and I like gardens. And I'm like, what is this? But yeah, April 27th. If you live in the Bend, Oregon area and you're dumb enough to surrender firearms, you can go to a church and they will saw your guns in half for free.
And you've got a really stupid tomato steak.
Oh my God. So Antioch Church, in partnership with First Presbyterian Church, will offer the Gun Safe Surrender event to remove unwanted firearms from the community, allow for safe disposal of unwanted firearms, reduce the number of gun deaths and injuries in the community, and turn swords into plowshares. How poetic. I mean, come on. You really think this is going to reduce the number of gun deaths? I mean, give me a fucking break.
Oh, but it's also peaceful, man.
Yeah.
Turning guns into gardens. It's just
I'm
so beautiful.
saying, you know, in the Revolutionary War, some of the most fearsome regiments were called the Blackcoats. I'm trying to remember either Jin or maybe Bear. Somebody from the forum brought this up. I was unaware, but they were regiments that were led by pastors, and they were talk about a thorn in the government's side. The redcoats feared the blackcoats because they were committed and they had good leadership. You know, these leaders of these churches, they're not doing what, you know, they're not doing what they think they're doing. I'll just leave it at that. Last year's event in Bend saw over 70 firearms dismantled in just 2 hours. Look at this. This one's hilarious. One grateful participant donated five firearms that she inherited from her late husband, which she brought to the event because she did not know how to properly use or store them. Trained volunteers discovered that all 5 firearms were unknowingly loaded. What a dumb bitch. I'm sorry. It's like, here's some guns, you know. God damn. Oh, I'm sorry. This made me laugh. It did.
It makes me wonder too. I mean, I'm sure there was probably a few dumb people like that actually did bring in their guns, but it sort of makes me wonder if that's a little bit of I don't know what you call it, but like when you're busking, when you're a musician busking on the street, like no one tends to give you money if your guitar case is open and empty, but you chuck a few bucks in there and then people start throwing money in because it's like, don't want to be the first. It's just a weird mentality. So I'm just wondering if that might have just been a little bit of burly that they threw in 70 guns already in 2 hours. Woo, see, it worked. You know what I mean? Like in reality, they're probably sitting there, you know, doing TikTok dances because there's nothing happening. I don't know.
Well, you know, just so you know, I'm not making this up. This is only 20 seconds, but here you go.
An annual event that turns guns into gardening tools. If you have guns in your home and you want to get rid of them, Antioch Church will give you up to a $300 gift card for them. Once the gun is surrendered, volunteers take the guns apart and transform them into various gardening tools. Last year, 70 firearms were surrendered. This year, the event is scheduled for April 27th at Antioch Church in Bend.
So, you know, there you go. You can make Jesus happy by dismantling your only means of self-protection.
Yeah, that's
yeah. I mean, I do
probably have
appreciate a
exploding
handcrafted
spades.
shovel.
Yeah. No, I
Those
mean,
are
me
pretty
too.
neat. But don't be a
too.
cuck.
Don't
Be a cuck. And turning in your guns to anybody to dismantle them because you're afraid of guns is a cuck move.
Well, and it's almost like they're admitting that guns are actually just tools, which I find a funny little metaphor that they're apparently not drawing a full connection on. But I don't know. I'll leave that there.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't know what that thing was popping up about the rise of Zen. I did not mean to do that, but we do have a link of our dude Robert, what's his name?
Barnes.
Anything before I hit play?
No, this is just a quick little clip of him just discussing the case of Amos Miller. So it's nothing groundbreaking or anything like that, but just an intro to him.
Cool. Stella?
I was just laughing at Western Civilization's comment. Guns are gardening tools. Ask anyone that needs to clear hogs to plant.
No shit, or pick off a squirrel or 3 or 30.
Can you give us an update on what just happened inside the courthouse?
So we had a full hearing, and the government was unable to produce any evidence that any person in Pennsylvania or anywhere in the world has ever been harmed by any product of Amos Miller. That means they've had all these years to investigate. They've been able to cross-check every pathogen that exists unknown to man. And at the end of it, what they come up with is that not a single consumer of his products has any complaint against him. You're talking about millions of products, thousands of Americans, and all of them uniformly, all the ones that testified, almost 400 people signed statements under penalty of perjury that they desperately need what Amos Miller provides for their health, for their family's health, for religious and politically expressive purposes, for things that are supposed to be protected under the Constitution.
Well said. Well said. You know, yeah, no victim, no crime. I mean, come on. This whole the United States of America versus so and so, or the state of whatever versus so and so. I don't buy any of that bullshit, man.
No, it's completely insane. If you really think about like 50 years ago or 100 years ago, if they're like, you can't buy food from this person, they would be like, what are you talking about? But this is part of like the generational war on information and generational war on people's autonomy, really, is what it is. Because it gets worse, obviously, as we go with each generation. Because people, like, I don't know, 100 years ago, would they have been like, oh, yeah, like the Congress, whoever it was, just voted that the government doesn't have to have a warrant to spy on you. Well, no, it's no big deal. It's par for the course. Like, it just generationally is getting worse. And to tell people like, oh, you can't buy food from a farmer. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He has food for sale. It's what he does. And you're telling me that an adult who pays for my own shit, who makes my own money, that I don't have the choice to go buy food from someone? It's insane.
Oh, totally insane. They're just putting their bloody hands they just keep reaching and seeing how far they can reach, pushing until there's, a rising up. But somebody, Western Civilization, was it? Yes, was recommending Robert Barnes' The Corruption of the FBI, which I have just put into the private chat, Mike, because I can't make that a link in YouTube. So would you mind just popping that into the YouTube chat? And I think then it will be a live link in StreamYard. Did you follow that?
I think so. So you want me to take the private link and put it in the public comments?
Yes, in YouTube, please.
Okay. I got you.
Because
I got it.
Otherwise, it's not live. I don't know whether you can do that, Ashley.
I'm just posting it in the
there we are.
regular YouTube chat.
I know, but
are we playing this clip or is this?
No. It was just a recommendation. I just thought I'd make it easy for people, but I made it hard for you. Sorry.
No, not at all. I am kind of curious. The corruption of the FBI. It sounds.
Oh yeah,
it sounds topical.
Very interesting.
I did find, before we get off of like Amos Miller and what's going on there, there's this woman named Niti Bali. That's Nitibali, and I've met her twice at various events. She started a food church. So just for the sake of introducing someone else interesting from the community, I suppose we'll say, let me show you. This is just like a 1.5-minute intro of her and kind of what she's doing. But then I think maybe we should play. I know it's 15 minutes, but Corruption of the FBI from our dude, Robert Barnes. I mean, I don't have a whole lot more for us. So if you guys want, we can.
Yeah, well, just if we take our algo breaks.
Yeah.
So
okay, fair enough. I mean, is it
a naughty corner?
It's not a TED Talk or anything, right? Usually we're okay if it's not some big organization, It's
a talk at Hillsdale College. So it's him on stage.
I bet you that'd be okay. If it's for a college.
Educational, well, it is .edu, so
right,
maybe.
Right.
Possibly do you think if we went to that website and took it off there instead of YouTube, would that make any difference?
We have no problem with certain YouTube videos. We have problems with others. So
Yeah.
I think we'll be fine.
See how we go.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, we're on Rumble as well, folks, if we do get lost and you want to.
And on X.
Formerly known as Twitter.
Formerly known as
Let's
Twitter.
Yeah, we're not going to let them get away with that.
Hey, it's not my business. That's Elon's call. But here, let me show you Niti.
Hey friends, I'm Niti the pharmacist. Welcome to my food church. This is really exciting. I have been working for a while to try to get an online platform, and now you can just click below and join me. Join me as, we have conversations about how to shed the slave self and walk towards a more masterful, powerful life. I have been trying to share things, on the free centralized platforms for years, And they've shadow banned me. They've blocked me. They have, censored me a million ways. But now, guys, they are deleting my work. Dudes, that is not cool. It is not nice for them to be deleting my work. I personally think that you can handle the truth. You can handle the truth about what is going on, and we should be able to have uncensored conversations, about the way that we feel and share our experiences with each other. So please join me as I work to build a community here in the Food Church where we can have open and honest dialogue. So click below and join today. Thank you so much.
All right, not a huge fan of the background music, but she is a really sweet gal, and she started a food church because, long story short, I wouldn't get the details right anyways, but she had a very sick child, and she basically discovered that the only cure was a pure carnivore diet of raw milk and beef and really not much else. And ever since, her kid's healthy again, and so she's very passionate about this stuff. Sort of similar story to Amos Miller. She got her food co-op or private buying club raided by the USDA, and they confiscated a bunch of her stuff, and she went through the whole rigmarole. But apparently, I think it sounds like Amos Miller has a pretty large operation, which is why I suppose he's able to put up a fight. I think she had to adapt to survive, whereas Amos Miller is basically saying, fuck it, I'm the guy, I guess. Let's take it to court.
And I think they had a pretty large GoFundMe or whatever for Amos Miller that raised a good amount of money to help cover their legal battles.
Mm-hmm. It's a big fucking deal, man.
It is. It's just the overreach is just incredible, isn't it? It's just little by little, every day, a bit more. The frog boils slowly, a little bit here, a little bit there, until it's just like this encompassing, smothering tyranny. Ugh, it's hard to watch.
Well, I'm inclined to say let's check out this Robert Barnes guy a little more. I'm curious what he's got to say about the FBI. And I'm sure, the FBI is just one of many, right? This could equally apply, I assume, to the USDA, the FDA, the CDC. I mean, I'm sure it's
WHO.
All the three-letter agencies.
TGA.
All of them. BLM. Anywho, here we go.
It is a bit of a trick question because there is an answer, and the answer, as is often the case, is in the Constitution. There is no place for a federal police force in the United States Constitution. Our founders probably understood that the direction that it would take if we did do so. It's also why there's no standing army.
Can y'all hear this okay? I know it's a little bit on the quiet side.
Yeah, you can hear it.
You can hear it? Okay. Good enough for me.
Let's just look at some recent examples before we go back and look at the history of the FBI and ways in which it has always been problematized by its politicized character, though the nature of it has expanded and extended and has gone to a scale and a scope we have never witnessed before, beginning with the election or just the campaign of President Trump. Take, for example, the January 6th Proud Boys trial taking place currently in the District of Columbia. In that case, there has been multiple documentation of the role of informants, infiltrators, and instigators in the events of January 6th. I was there on January 6th. I decided not to take the unauthorized tour of the Capitol. I was instead sitting in the offices of some Trump cabinet officials as we ultimately watched it unfold. I was there at the behest of President Trump after representing him in Georgia in challenging what was taking place in the election. I would note that President Trump only filed one election contest himself that he was able to legally,
and that took place in Georgia. Of note, the court somehow, even though the court was required to conduct a hearing within 5 days of its filing, on January 6th, the Georgia courts had still just not got around, weeks after its filing, to ever hearing the case. Indeed, they wouldn't decide to hear it until after January 6th came and went. In fact, there was never an evidentiary hearing on the election contest President Trump filed in Georgia. It was amidst that frustration and agitation that people gathered that day on January 6th to hear the president speak, and as the president asked them to do, to peacefully protest outside the Capitol to make sure that our Constitution's framework for adjudicating election disputes and controversies, which, by the way, despite what Vice President Mike Pence would have some people believe, both Vice President John Adams and Vice President Thomas Jefferson had exercised their constitutional authority to decide electoral contests going back to the very founding of our country. And then people got wind as they were outside the Capitol that that was not going to occur. Pence made the peculiar decision to wait to release his decision until right at the beginning of that presentation, which helped put certain things into motion. But things were already in motion. There was an unusual lack of law enforcement present that day. The Capitol is the most secure building in the world, particularly on January 6th. There are over 2,500 people that are just police officers of the Capitol. Once again, we may be seeing part of our problem. Why does the Capitol even have a police? If they had had regular local police, there's the issue of District of Columbia having its own control, and that being a separate and secondary question. But if it had had regular police not under political control, maybe they would have been properly present that day and there never would have been any issues. Because what happened was there was an unusual lack of security in some parts of the Capitol, number one. Number two, there were other members of the police that were actually guiding protesters into a compressed area where they would then be attacked by members of the Capitol Police, that would lead to people reacting and responding, and only the people that reacted and responded were caught on camera, broadcast to the world, or ultimately prosecuted. The Capitol Police, who initiated and instigated that conflict, took a complete walk from any accountability and responsibility. Then you had other Capitol Police that were escorting people into the building that day, while other Capitol Police were attacking them in other parts of the building. So, if you had just stumbled into it, you didn't know what was happening. It was still one of the most unusual Capitol riots in American history, and there have been plenty of Capitol riots through our history, through the history around the world. You can watch the protests currently taking place in France to see what real riots look like. They usually involve, either farmers dumping food or manure, depending on their choice that day, on the public streets, or people raiding into buildings or protesting BLM style, as took place in the summer of 2020, just a few months before those protests. While the people that did those BLM protests, including threatening to burn down St. John's, the great historic church across from the White House, not only did they not get criminally prosecuted, many of them actually got checks written from the federal government for the wrongful harassment they suffered for simply policing that building that day. Meanwhile, people who took that unauthorized tour of the Capitol and had to be some of the most peaceful rioters in the history of rioting. These are people that literally stayed between the lines half the time as they're walking through the Capitol. These are people who didn't steal any art. The only thing that got taken was a now famously memed event. Someone who took the little pedestal on Pelosi's with him. There was a gentleman who put his feet up on Pelosi's desk. What's undisclosed is what came out at his trial. It was the media asking him to put his feet on Pelosi's desk.
Do we need to have an algorithm break?
Often directed to do there were people around.
We can. I'm genuinely not concerned about anything from an education,
All right.
educational organization. I mean,
no worries.
I like what he's saying. I know it's a bit long, but I assume he's a good speaker. So I assume he's working his way to a point which I assume we already know, but still worth hearing.
Yeah, no worries.
People like Mr. Epps. Apparently, Rupert Murdoch doesn't want people talking about Mr. Epps because Tucker Carlson, the most popular TV news host in the modern age, had to resign yesterday or was separated from his employment for talking about what? According to the LA Times and the New York Times, for talking about Ray Epps. This was the very unusual case of the man who got a 60 Minutes profile while bragging in text to his kid about how he helped organize January 6th into an event that could lead to people being criminally prosecuted and punished. Well, he himself has never been criminally prosecuted and punished. He's not the only one. They have found in the Proud Boys trial, a friend of mine, colleague, Norm Pattis, is one of the defense lawyers, by the way, an old school Robert Kennedy-style Democratic liberal who's defending some of the Proud Boys, including Joe Biggs, in that trial, has found more evidence of government misconduct and malfeasance and misfeasance than in any case he's ever been a part of, and he's had the privilege of being a part of, unfortunately, too many in our legal system, going on decades of representation. You can recognize Norm as an old civil rights lefty because he still has a ponytail, like it's still popular as if it was the 1960s. In that case, what they found is they're now approaching over 100 informants, infiltrators, and instigators that day. People that were on the government payroll who were the ones directing people to go into the building, directing the people to confront the Capitol Police, directing people to try to take things once they were inside the building, directing people to be confrontational. And that is just one aspect of the degree to which January 6th was very much a Fedsurrection, not an insurrection. In other aspects, you can go into the QAnon movement and oddities about that movement in terms of who and what Q actually was. I remember a few months before the election saying that I had deep suspicions of the QAnon movement because it read and felt like an attempt to incorporate artificial intelligence into the ultimate informant, infiltrator, instigator kind of event. That for years, law enforcement has struggled to infiltrate various political groups to try to cause them to do counterproductive things. This is what, in fact, COINTELPRO was all about. That will take us back to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's program to infiltrate various civil rights organizations, anti-war organizations, other organizations associated with mostly the political left, but not always. They also went at the John Birch Society. They also went at various organizations on the right that were known for questioning and being skeptical of institutional narratives as to matters of war and other civil rights and civil liberties issues. That the goal was to be able to infiltrate them without requiring an individual do so. Is it really a coincidence that what we saw in Michigan involving the attempts to rescue Governor Whitmer's political career successfully, ultimately, by staging a fake kidnapping that was basically just some nerds hanging out in their basements that had no idea about anything, didn't know how to do anything, and it turns out that 2/3 of the people involved were all federal agents, that they were the ones who originated the idea, they were the ones who came up with it. When they got an honest trial, many of them were acquitted. The judge made sure they didn't get an honest trial the second time around. While some of the FBI and agents involved in that case were ultimately found involved in getting into fights over swinger parties, to give you an idea for the moral values of that Federal Bureau of Investigation office, the person who helped run the fake kidnapping, fake insurrection Michigan effort had previously been tried to get the Michigan militia-aligned groups to stage such an event at the Michigan State Capitol during the COVID protest and the lockdown protest. Where do you think that person ended up a few weeks before January 6th? Ended up in Washington, D.C., and ended up being one of the lead FBI agents in charge of the January 6th cases. Is that a complete coincidence that the person who helped organize and orchestrate the Whitmer entrapment plot ends up being integral to the January 6th activities? The U.S. prosecutors and the media and federal judges, sadly, have all been complicit at trying to suppress this information. And despite their efforts, the Proud Boy defense lawyers have documented more and more and more of all the people on the federal payroll. And that doesn't even get to QAnon, which was trying to convince people leading up to January 6th that there were white hats in the FBI and in the Justice Department and in the intelligence operations and in the military that wanted them to take drastic action that day, that they were actually agents of the government if they went in and took dramatic action that day. Was that not also itself potentially part of a broader attempt by people within the FBI at the 7th floor level to get people to take counterproductive action, to discredit them and discredit the election challenge? I remember being there the day before, talking to Trump's lawyers, meeting with members of Congress, and I was curious. I was like, the National Guard was all over the place, by the way, but then would, at the request of the D.C. mayor and Speaker of the House Pelosi, disappear despite Trump's request on the day of January 6th. So the National Guard was not present, even though Trump had asked them to be there. Had they had the regular Capitol Police presence or the regular guard presence that had been requested by the president, January 6th never happens, despite all the infiltrators, instigators, and informants' presence and attempts to provoke. Ray Epps is there the day before trying to provoke people, and people are spotting him for the provocateur that he is. But I was curious, how did Mitch McConnell, how did Nancy Pelosi have such confidence that there was going to be no meaningful vote, no meaningful debate on the electoral contest challenge, given the constitutional history that supported it? Senator Cruz, Senator Paul, and others were getting together in an effort to create an 1876 style commission, 1876 style commission to look at what happened in Georgia, what happened in Arizona, what happened in Nevada, what happened in Wisconsin, what happened in Michigan, what happened in Pennsylvania, which was, as the Wisconsin Supreme Court would later confirm, a lot of illegal ballots were included in the presidential count that should not have been. And there were people who voted who weren't constitutionally qualified to vote. There were people whose votes were cast in a manner that wasn't constitutionally qualified, and the vote was counted and canvassed in a way that wasn't constitutionally qualified, because the Constitution requires that the rules be established by the legislature of the state, not by secret court orders, not by behind-the-scenes executive officials, not by Mark Elias cutting a deal with some corrupt person, not Zuckerberg buying off a local election office, none of that. All of those were legitimate issues, and yet they were incredibly confident that somehow they were never going to really see the light of day, that they were going to be demonized in some way. And Matt, is it really a coincidence that then January 6th develops the way that it does? Now that we know about the informants and infiltrators and instigators, why did the FBI and the Justice Department suddenly lose all interest in who and what QAnon really was, what Q really was? There was an obsession about it leading up to the election, and all of a sudden a complete lack of interest, as if they didn't want the world to dig deeper and to see what might be behind that.
He's dropping some knowledge. I think he did a pretty good job of kind of. I had never thought about Q potentially being like AI, but that actually would make some sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was so kind of nonsensical half the time.
Yeah.
I could see that being like a little bug they just threw into the Matrix to see what happened, you know?
It's all very interesting. I wonder if it'll ever come out about the fact that, well, I certainly don't believe that that lady, Ashley Babbitt, died there that day. Not at all. Babbitt didn't die. Not there anyway. Might have later somewhere else, but who knows? Because I've seen the footage where they faked it.
Hard to trust anything. You know, one thing that I didn't know that I thought was kind of interesting, I didn't realize that John Adams and Thomas Jefferson had both used that power of the vice president. And it makes you wonder, has the office of the vice president been neutered, like deliberately? Because they really don't have much power. Not really.
No, it appears to be more of a symbolic office.
Yeah.
And I mean, and I would definitely say that there was a stake, a final nail in the coffin, if you will, whenever Kamala Harris was installed as the vice president. Like, what does she do? Except for say very, exactly. Except for say very stupid things.
And I like getting stoned, but she loves getting stoned. I'm convinced she's high all the time.
She sounds like she's high all the time. And the problem
She
is
does.
that she put people in prison for weed
Right.
while admitting that she smoked weed.
Well, and I would almost venture to guess that she's probably more like a Prozac type. You know, I don't know. She's
Yeah.
loopy. She's loopy. I don't know if
Or
it's
like
weed, but
Xanax and wine.
Xanax and it was funny. I think it was the propaganda report where he's like, she's a white wine drunk. Like, how do you know white wine? Because her mouth isn't stained.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. It might have
That's
been the
fair.
top report. I can't remember which I heard that on, but I thought it was funny.
Sounds
She
like a
does.
Binkley comment.
Yeah, it does. She does give off that like air of like a Midwest housewife that's like drunk all the time and just cackling about nonsense and
Total nonsense.
Yeah, and popping pills. Just
Yep.
saying. Just saying.
Yeah. There's some weird stuff.
Got the gin in the cupboard behind the coffee cups,
Right.
There's some weird stuff with her. I don't know, Mike, if you've ever heard Brad talk about her Knights Templar connections. It's weird.
No, I don't think I have, but
Yeah, it's a weird.
interesting.
a
We
very
got to get
weird-
Brad back on here at some point.
Yeah, I've been trying,
Yeah.
but he's going through a very tough bit of life at the moment with,
Oh, fair.
because his parents passed away and he's got to deal with all the aftermath. I mean, that was like a year or 2, 3 ago.
been a while.
2 years ago. But just the aftermath of dealing with properties and all the legal crap and, anyone who's been through it knows exactly what I'm talking about. So, yeah, it's just that. But he'll be back.
Whenever, no rush.
Yep.
It was funny though. The mention of Thomas Jefferson reminded me of something pretty funny. It's just bear with me here.
Ancestry.com. My adventure began when I received a leaf pointing me in the direction of my great-grandfather, who was a pilot with the Flying Aces in World War I.
On my mother's side, I found an aunt who traced her lineage all the way back to Thomas Jefferson.
I was able to trace my bloodline back to nobles and even a king.
I discovered I'm a direct descendant of Eric the Red.
After only a couple of hours on Ancestry.com, I was able to trace my family line all the way back to none other than our third president, Thomas Jefferson.
Marie Antoinette.
Thomas Jefferson.
Aristotle.
Thomas Jefferson.
Alexander the Great.
Thomas Mother Jefferson.
George
I thought that was fucking hilarious. Oh my god. So if you can't tell by listening, if you're listening via the podcast, everybody that was related to Thomas Jefferson was black. Because famously he knocked up his slave ladies. He really loved them though. I'm sure of that.
He loved them real good.
No, actually, I think he genuinely, like, supposedly he was actually, genuinely in love with one of them. But that might just be a tale. I don't know.
The rest were just meow.
Maybe so. Maybe so. I bet you they didn't mind it. It's better than picking cotton. That's horrible.
Cotton underpants.
I could get so canceled for saying that. Oh my god. It wasn't
Talking about
consensual. No, it wasn't consensual, but it was better than fucking manual labor.
Sort of labor you can do lying down.
Yeah, baby. There's a reason it's the oldest profession known to mankind.
Yep. We'll just leave that there.
Well, any thoughts? Any thoughts?
Well, depending on what we're expressing our thoughts about.
Yeah, go ahead. Open.
Bob Barnes, I mean, he obviously is very well spoken and he does make a lot of really good points. And it's weird that what he's talking about with January 6th is considered controversial in any type of way. But that's what happens when you have people that literally are living in different realities, right? I mean, it's just a very bizarre situation, but he's very well spoken and I think he makes a lot of sense, and I feel like he's being truthful in that regard.
Yeah. Yep. Always quite liked him.
No, he seems like a good dude, and representing the right people. I'm glad he's in Amos Miller's corner. That's awesome. Yeah.
Definitely.
And
Cool.
this is one of those stories where I'm like 98% confident we're not getting psyoped. Like, this is legit. This matters. This is a precedent, or at least they're trying to break a precedent. They're trying to set a new precedent of quit fucking with our food. And I'm all for it. If I had known there was a rally, I would have been very tempted to just fund my own travel and go up there with the microphone and talk to people, because those, I guarantee, are our people. If they care enough to support Amos Miller, I think I could be their bud.
You could still do that. Don't have to be a rally. I mean, you could still just cruise around the streets and, go to the local pub.
That might almost be more interesting. Hey, what do you guys feel about this big case?
Yeah, when everyone's not all hyped up and emotional, it might be a good time to talk to them.
Yeah, that could be cool. But driving all that way on a hope and a prayer.
How far is it?
It's probably about 10 or some hours, 15 at most.
That's,
I mean,
a
I
big
guess,
place, isn't it?
yeah, to get to like the western edge of Pennsylvania is at least 5 or 6. I don't really know where Lancaster County is, but maybe I could stay with Bear. He's up that way.
Oh, I bet he would let you.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
He was in the chat earlier. Let me know, Bear. How far are you from Lancaster County? But that could be a cool motorcycle trip. I'd save a lot of money on gas. Tell you what.
Yeah, and honestly, you could turn, like, it could be an entire episode focused on like your man on the street work.
Sure,
that would be really interesting.
It's been a while. I've done a handful of man on the street stuff, but it's been a while. Speaking of the absurd, though, if I can shift gears, I think we've covered that, but this is about the most absurd shit I have ever seen.
Ooh, I'm excited for this one. Mike, before you go
What do you got, Ash?
I just wanted to say that there's this, it was Somebody Talks. I can't remember it right now, but basically there was this kid that was working for him, anyway, whatever. And he would go out and he was doing man on the street work, but it was asking people very basic questions. And
like history questions, or just
it could be history. It could be like, how many dimes are in a dollar?
Yeah.
And yes, while I would say that it's sad, it's a sad state of affairs, but those videos made me cackle. Like, they were so funny because these people, it was
things like things like, what date did 9/11 happen? And people were just going,
Yeah.
Can you name a country that starts with U?
Yes.
Uruguay. Is it Uruguay?
Yeah, exactly.
United.
Doggy, go woof.
Like, can you name 2 countries that are in North America? Very basic stuff. It was hilarious. Maybe I'll see if I can find one of those.
People are fucking dumb. I did one sort of like that, except it was going to an abortion rally and saying, "Oh, my body, my choice, huh? How about vaccines?" And watching people just, some of them was like, I kind of broke a couple brains. Some of them just were like in denial. Oh, totally different things. But then other people, it's like you could see like the little shimmers of heat rising off their head, like it was cooking a little bit. So yeah. I enjoy doing that. I don't mind doing it. It pushes my comfort zone.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting.
You should bring some of those clips sometime, Mike. That would be very fascinating to put on the show.
It'd be worth going through my older episodes and picking out some highlights. And yeah. Because I got some juice. Anywho, let's learn how to make coffee on Shabbat.
This is how we make coffee on Sabbath to not transgress. Take a look. We pour the coffee or put the coffee in the cup, but we cannot pour the water directly on it. So we have another cup that pumps. We don't use the electric presser or dispenser. We pump it out. This water has been heating for a long time. We take this water and pour it over into that cup of coffee. And from there, if you want, you can pour your sugar inside. 1, 2, I'm extra sweet. 3, that's not a biblical commandment. You mix. Am Yisrael Chai. Whoa, that's hot. Now, the reason is because we don't cook on Shabbos, pouring boiling water onto these coffee kernels, if you call them. That's cooking. Halacha says, Jewish law says that the pot that the water was boiling has the power when it's poured to actually cook. And we don't cook, so we pour it into another cup. From this cup, the second cup, we can pour it in, and thereby making sure we don't transgress a biblical commandment. A lot of these are not loopholes. In fact, all of them are not loopholes. These are parameters in order not to transgress a biblical commandment. The Jewish person does this.
I mean, is that real? I honestly can't tell if it's satire, like I can't tell. I don't think it's satire.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's probably not.
I think it's
I don't think it was either.
It's the sort of thing that they would do.
I mean, yeah, like I saw a few other things that were very, very similar. Like there's this lamp. I wish I could find it. It's too specific. I can't find it, but I saw it. It's a lamp that's on all the time so that on Sabbath, they're not allowed to use like a light switch. See, Western Civ, he's on it. So this lamp, it's a lamp that is on all the time, but you can turn it and it's shaded, or you can turn it and it's illuminated. And it's a special nifty little Jewish lamp. I'm like, why don't you just light candles?
They just can't do anything normal.
Like your fucking ancestors. I thought the candle thing was a big deal for y'all. How long is the oil gonna last? I heard it can go for a whole 8 days.
I don't know. And my other thing is like, why don't you just make fucking cold brew? Just make it the night before.
Yeah.
And like, you don't have to cook anything. And then you have a nice like iced coffee the next day.
Yeah, be more organized.
Weird.
I'm gonna try to find
cooking.
I'm gonna try to find the Jewish lamp.
It's just so ritualistic, and it's sort of like, dude, like it's so much work. Like Jesus came, just relax. So like you don't need to do all this stuff. It's anyway. Let's not.
Oh my God! There. I found it. Okay, hang on. Let me. Okay, I got you here. This is I had no idea. There's literally an entire industry. Okay, check this out.
Aaron's Jewish Books in Judaica in the Mahi city of Denver. And I'd like to introduce you to the Shabbos lamp. This lamp stands approximately 12 inches tall. And currently the lamp is on, but as you can see, there is no light coming from the window. As you adjust the top of the lamp, you can take it from a night light all the way to a full reading lamp. Plenty of light in your room. Now, if you want to, at bedtime, you can also take the light back down and turn it completely off without shutting the electricity on or off.
Whatever happened to going green? Just flip the damn switch. I don't mean to make fun of any, I respect the commitment. I'll say that. I respect the commitment. But again, are you allowed to strike a match and light a candle? Because I would have more respect. At this point, you're literally, he said, it's not a loophole. It's not a loophole. These aren't loopholes. Motherfucker, yes, they are.
Right. Okay.
But can the lamp make coffee? Oh, that's the best comment of the night right there.
And there is a comedian, you might know him, Owen Benjamin, and he talks about some people being sneaky. And doesn't this kind of seem like you're being a little sneaky?
It's certainly It's just something. I don't know what the word. I don't know what the word is, but I can see where you might get sneaky from. It doesn't feel authentic. It's commitment, but it's like, I don't know.
It's a workaround.
You know what? I shouldn't even say the word that I'm thinking of because I think it might be like a Jewish Hebrew word, anyways. Shiesty.
Well, right. You're like getting around the rules. Doesn't that seems a little sneaky?
It's kind of like something a shyster would do. I don't know.
You
I
know?
don't know. I'm not trying to like make fun. I'm just it's novel. It's different. I'm not sure what to make of it.
Interesting.
And I think it's kind of silly if you're asking me, but I don't know. The Catholics don't eat
you've
red
sort of got to
meat
get.
on Friday, so what's the difference?
You got to kind of get to the root of the whole. Why did it happen in the first place? I didn't quite understand the lamp. What's the story? They can't turn on and off electricity or
They're
something?
not
Is that
allowed
the
to
thing?
flip the switch, which I don't understand
okay,
because there was no electricity in
In biblical times.
biblical times. I don't understand. How'd they make these rules? I don't
Right.
know.
And what difference does it make? You're still using electricity. Even if
It's
that thing
illuminating
is
them.
powered up, even if you don't see it, it is still receiving electricity. And when you turn it on, it was on the whole time. I don't get it.
Oh, thank
Okay,
you.
so it's work
Yeah,
to turn on a switch? I wish my job was that easy.
no shit. Yeah, well, I
It's
guess
work
it's
to
work.
get out of bed.
You know
Too,
that
really.
that experiment with the rat and he hits a button and he gets a little bit of cocaine and he just keeps hitting the button and getting more and more cocaine. I guess that's work too. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it to me. It seems like, I don't know, leisure or recreation, but I don't know. I never had that much of a hard time flipping the light switch. But who am I? I'm just a guy.
Lost season 2. I'll talk about Lost. I will talk about Lost all day.
Okay, so do you know what he's referring to specifically?
Don't. I'm hoping he'll tell us.
Huh. I watched Lost. I was a Lost fanatic.
Me too. There's a lot of weird stuff in there. Actually, it would probably be really interesting to go back because there was this whole light, dark kind of element to Lost, especially in the last season.
No, definitely a lot of symbolism and sort of mythology. But it's a good question. What if you used a Wi-Fi switch to turn the lights on and off? I'm thinking about the clapper. Is that fair game? I mean, it seems like more work to clap.
Yeah.
But maybe that's kosher. Like literally.
Only if you wash your hands first.
Yeah. I don't know. I just thought that was kind of funny and maybe a funny way to transition into a not so funny discussion. But you guys have probably seen this dude before. What's his name? Bill Cooper.
Oh, yeah.
So here's just a little clip. I'll take it back to the beginning. Because I do want to kind of just briefly touch on the fact that apparently World War III keeps ramping up.
What role in the Middle East again does Israel play in this?
Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy, a war that would be so terrible, where nuclear weapons will be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity in a one world government.
Right.
Now I'm telling you, unless the American people wake up and stop it, starting in about 1996, the Battle of Armageddon will become a reality.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Shit's making me nervous.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Well, I think it may have even been in this chat at one of our episodes in the last couple of weeks that someone said, wouldn't it be convenient if, because Israel had bombed an Iranian embassy in Syria, if something just so happened to, during this like back and forth, destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque? Now, I
Yeah.
have to say that my knowledge really ends there. Like we briefly touched on the whole red heifer discussion, and apparently the red heifer, an application has been submitted for them to sacrifice the heifers. And I don't know, it all
Isn't
just
that-
seems pretty weird.
Isn't that hilarious? I saw that too, and it's like, oh my God, the government is so big that you have to get a permit to commit sacrifices.
Yeah.
You know,
Get your permit. Yeah.
get your permit to slaughter a cow. For Yahweh, I guess, or what do they call God Yahweh, or what's
I don't know.
I don't
Somebody in
know
the chat
either.
might know.
It's not the first time that this whole red heifer thing's come up. That comes up from time to time. I wouldn't be surprised if this lot doesn't go through, because it does happen every now and then. Because yeah, I mean, but that's a really good point that you bring up there, Ashley, about maybe the existing mosque may be obliterated through this. And let's not forget that Iran is on the list of the 7 countries that needed to go to war at some point.
Yep.
Because it was on the list.
7
Nobody
countries
really
in
knows
5
why.
years.
Had to happen. God
And I
damn.
think
The war
that
we
it
had to have.
serves, yeah, I think it serves a lot of purposes. And honestly, I'm pretty sure. So Stella introduced me to Jason Brashears a long time ago, and he runs
That's
Archaics.
Yeah.
Yep. And she would know a lot more about it. But I will say that I've been listening to stuff a lot more lately. And the first time I started listening to him, I was like, does not comprehend, because it's way over my head. However, one of the things that he talked about was basically, and she'll know more than me if you want to comment on this, Stella, but like World War I was totally scripted, World War II was totally scripted, and so isn't World War III. And I think it ties in with like isn't all of this stuff a little bit convenient? Like all of a sudden, the anti-Semitism question is all over everywhere, whereas like 4 years ago, it wasn't. I mean, it's just so manufactured, right? And I'm not saying that people aren't making good points, people aren't being,
Yeah.
critical and correct ways and all these things, but it's like so obvious that this is the agenda. Now, what else is the agenda for this entire conflict that's happening? I think it's like spiritual, but I also think that there's like, it matters to them to be able to take the oil, right? To take control. Like the 5 countries in 7 years was also about resources, I think, and like the stronghold of like exactly where Israel is located.
Mm-hmm.
Geopolitically is important.
Oh, it's all about land, in my opinion, 100%. It's about the Suez goddamn canal, to a large extent. But that's why, we should not fall prey. Like, I think it's a bait and switch type of thing. They want you to fall prey to the anti-Semitic rhetoric and then use it against you and say, oh, they're a goddamn Nazi. And it's like, well, I'll put it this way. I think there's truth to every story, some amount, a kernel. Not every, some shit's just a lie. But when it comes to most things, there's a kernel of truth in the sea of bullshit. But it's worth taking the time to try to find out what that kernel of truth is, for sure.
Yeah, and one quick thing. Oh, sorry, Stella. Just one quick thing before you go ahead. I wanted to say that when it comes to this subject, I do, like I said, I think that it is very manufactured, and these circumstances have been this way, like, for thousands of years in the United States. Certain people running the entertainment industry, like it has literally been that way. And one of the things that Owen Benjamin says is that he believes that the regular Jewish person is actually who is being set up to take the fall. And so not only are they trying to, through narrative manipulation, call everybody anti-Semitic, and it goes towards like the division and that kind of thing, but that they're trying to make them take a fall for what's to come. But really, it wasn't really related to that.
Well, it's sort of like the synagogue of Satan are basically preying on God's chosen people, because that's their absolute nemesis, right? So I think there's a lot of ignorance out there about all this. I don't profess to fully understand it at all. There's a lot of different kinds of Jews. We've been through this a number of times, but it's always good to remind people. It's sort of like you just can't paint everyone with the same brush, basically. It's like anything else. And yeah, of course they're gonna stir up division and hatred because that's what they do. They insert thing here, whether it's BLM or anti-Semitism or whatever it is. As far as I don't really fully understand it, but as far as I know, like Israel and have sort of offered to have the two-state situation, and they just want access to the sea. Basically, it's like they're happy to have just give this, we just want this bit so that we can and it's not coming to an agreement about that, like, which it could do, like it could come to an agreement if it was really about those things. But as we know, war is never simple or about what they tell us it's about. And yes, you're right, it's usually about making money along the way and claiming territory it's usually mineral rich or some other reason that they need it.
Or there's some significance, and I think it very well could be spiritual significance as well as economic.
Ultimately.
And because this is not a resource-rich area. The resources of this area have more or less been stripped a long time ago. I mean, what used to be the Fertile Crescent is now a desert, and the reason I think it's valuable is for the secrets that it holds. The fact that people have been there for so very long. And there's truth to be found there that people would prefer maybe to keep a lid on. And I found this little clip particularly interesting. Like I said, kernel of truth, at least to most stories, even the most ludicrous ones, right? We've talked about, global floods on the WTF forum, but one of the great miracles of the early, of the Old Testament, I should say, was the parting of the Red Sea. And you might think that's just, it's impossible. That could never, ever, ever happen. But just check this out. 1 minute. And I thought it was pretty wild.
We have proof that the Red Sea crossing happened. Like proof, not just artifacts on the bottom. We had those. We had chariot wheels on the bottom of the Red Sea. We had all these cool little artifacts. But the coolest thing that I saw is the shoreline. If you've ever watched the Ten Commandments movie, they had that big pillar of fire that came down. That's mentioned in the Bible. This pillar of fire, I just pictured these flames coming down. But when you go to that shoreline where it's documented to happen, the entire shoreline is melted sand. And it takes about 3,000 degrees or more to melt that sand. And it's evenly melted. You can almost see like footprints. There's stones infused in this melted sand. This is amazing. You don't hear about it. If it was a proof of evolution, it would be in every single textbook. But it's a proof that there was an exodus, like we're having today. You're talking about the exodus, people leaving the city.
Okay, so you know what that reminded me of? I'm not sure if either or both of you were there. Maybe 2-3 months ago, we did a forum and we talked about a place called New Harmony, Indiana, where there is a stone that was imported from somewhere with a footprint stamped into the stone. And, folklore says it was an angel's footprint, but makes you wonder about this kind of thing. And it is kind of odd that you would find chariot wheels at the bottom of the Red Sea. Unless perhaps the Pharaoh was chasing Abraham and his followers and got swallowed by the sea behind them. Kind of wild.
Yeah, well, okay.
Or Moses. I said Abraham. Moses. That's my fault.
Moses.
Yeah.
Didn't pick up on that.
Yeah.
But to be fair, a tsunami will drag a whole bunch of stuff from land into the sea, won't it? So there's that as a possibility, just to play, devil's advocate sort of thing.
Sure.
I mean, I'd love to believe that it's exactly what
the
is being
melted
presented.
sand is pretty wild.
That's interesting. Yeah, that must be just like glass, basically. Sort of.
Like
that's
I
what
said,
melted
maybe
sand is, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it probably depends on how it melts, how it kind of crystallizes, but
how come there's footprints in it? Wouldn't it be too hot to walk on?
Well, not if it happened when you were standing there and the fire came down.
Well,
mean,
there wouldn't be much left of you.
You wouldn't
Apart from a footprint.
aside from a footprint. Exactly.
Mm. Who was the unlucky bastard that was standing in that spot, you know?
That's what I'm saying.
Dope.
Now, something from a massage therapist perspective that I would like to point out is if you look at the footprints, you could tell that they were like healthy, very well spread out feet. And if you look at people's feet today, they're like crammed together like that. That's just a side note. But I could tell that that was a healthy footprint of feet that were actually nice and spread out the way that feet are supposed to be.
Totally.
Great observation.
Yeah. That's what makes the forum a magical place. We all
Totally.
we all bring our own expertise.
Well, I wanted to say that I'm interested in feet, but in today's day and time, you can't say that.
Freak.
Exactly.
Shout out, Zena.
Exactly. See, there's Bruce already. He says she has a foot thing. I do have a foot thing, but it's from a massage therapist perspective, a myofascial perspective, because the feet are obviously the foundation and they are cornerstone of our myofascial kinetic chain. Very important, have been absolutely destroyed by modern day shoes.
I couldn't agree more. I have I hate to say it, but I have foot issues. I've got, I would say, semi-severe foot issues from wearing boots like every day and working and not letting my toes spread out. In fact, I dated not a massage therapist, a physical therapist for a while. And something she taught me to work on was spreading my toes, which takes intense focused effort to actually achieve.
Well, I have some tips and tricks for you. We can talk about this later, but I've done a couple of consultations with people that I couldn't be with them IRL over some things that they could do to help issues. And one of them was like a foot health consultation, but we'll talk about that later.
I would love to talk about that. I need to start probably doing like Epsom salt soaks and stuff, because not only is the foot crammed up, but the skin is not in great shape.
There's a lot you can do. Yeah, we'll talk about it.
And also the bottom of the
Sorry,
also
go ahead.
The sole of the foot is the most sort of absorbent area, which is why you can put things like if you've got a congested child, you could rub some menthol and stuff on the bottom of their feet. You can also put things like onion slices on the bottom of the feet, wrap the plastic. That's a very classic Barbara O'Neill remedy. She's blown up at the moment. And it does work. Like, I haven't been sick since COVID, possibly, whatever that thing was, early 21. So I haven't had a chance to do it on myself yet, and probably won't. All right, speaking that out. But people who I have told it to, they've said, yeah, it definitely works. Like, it really worked overnight, sort of thing. So, yeah, onions. And you can do it with garlic as well, but that might burn the skin, so put that in a paper towel first. But, yeah, brilliant. Brilliant.
Well, alliums are amazing plants. They really are. Onions, garlic, shallots. It's a lot of herbalists. I guess I haven't interviewed a whole lot of herbalists, but I've heard someone say, if you ask 9 out of 10 herbalists, one plant, you can only use one plant for the rest of your life for medicinal purposes. They say garlic or maybe onion. I think they both are like similar, same.
Yep.
Same.
Yeah. Well, one sort of it goes in and the other one draws out. And I can never remember which was which. I think the garlic goes in and the onion.
I would think garlic goes in and onion draws out.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's what I was going to say too. When I was sick last time, I did use the onions, but I also was making onion poultice for my ear. So I would use baked onion and put some of that, a little bit of the juice in my ear, and then put the onion slice on my ear and leave it there until it cooled off. And I didn't end up having, during that time I was really sick, but I did not take any type of pharmaceutical at all. Yep. And I did not end up having to get an antibiotic or anything like that for my ear.
Same here. Yep. I did it completely with the flu bomb thing, the chili and ginger and garlic. I mean, it burns the crap out of you, but it's great. It's awesome. It really gets all that rubbish out of your body. This is the thing. This is the lost art. And just while I think of it, Folks, I don't know if anybody hasn't heard of Barbara O'Neill by now. Don't know what's wrong with you. But if you go to archive.org and you type in her name, you should be able to find it easily enough. I actually downloaded it overnight, but there's like hours and hours of her videos, like from beginning to the end. It's basically a whole course. Like, I really highly recommend that you download it and put it onto a drive or something, because it's the sort of info that's going to be really invaluable. Most things you probably got in your cupboard or even growing in your garden that you can use. So yeah, Barbara O'Neill, O''N''EILL.
I believe we've used a clip or two of hers in the past.
I think so.
Yeah, it would be cool to, highlight her a little more. And anyways, yeah, that could be a whole topic. But, on the topic, which I often talk about, us not being any smarter than our ancestors. In fact, in many ways, we are dumber. I have pulled up this clip that Ashley provided that we alluded to earlier. Gen Z is retarded.
Do you know how many stars there are on the U.S. flag?
52.
Yes. What state is Utah in?
Michigan.
Yes. Do you know what state Utah is in?
Utah, to be honest with you, I never heard of that place ever in my life. I live under a rock.
Can you name 3 countries besides the USA?
I suck at history. I was like, my worst subject. Can we do like science?
No. Any 3. Any 3. You know this.
A country? Oh my jeez, this is terrible. Oh my god. A country. Wait, besides the U.S.?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't.
All right, it's fine.
I can't do history. I can't.
Do you know how many dimes there are in the dollar? Make up $1.
A dime is the 10 cent or the 5 cent?
You tell me.
I don't know.
Can you name 3 countries besides the USA?
Damn.
Any 3. You know this.
Don't stand like a dude.
Canada? New Mexico, right? That's good?
She might be a dude,
Yeah.
Stella.
Think so.
Damn, I need one more.
Maybe not.
Damn.
Yeah, so you got Canada, New Mexico, and what?
New Mexico.
Yo. I need to go back to school.
Do you know how many states there are in total in the U.S.?
100.
How many continents are there?
3.
Continents?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you know what 2 countries border the U.S.?
So bordered?
Yeah, like on the borders.
The only borders I know is Puerto Rico and Mexico.
Yes. Who fought in the Civil War?
I don't know. You talking about president-wise?
No, the people. Who against who?
I don't know that one. I know it had to do like what with France and I don't know the other one.
France and who? You're close.
France and the British are the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So, damn, I don't know.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Who did they fight against?
Us?
Yes. Do you know what continents we're on right now?
What continent we're on now?
Do you know who fought in the Civil War?
Who fought in the Civil War?
Civilians?
Like from the president?
No, like who against who?
It was the Nazis versus Germany. No. Yes. No. I'm gonna say yes, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. You actually just guessed that?
Nah, yeah. I'm kind of smart.
You didn't know that? Oh. Did they?
I love that he just says yes.
Yeah.
Like, yes.
Yep.
I mean, this goes on quite a way. It's really fun, though.
That's hilarious. They do look organic.
Well, I assume that he had to have found somebody that could actually answer these dumb fucking questions, and he just didn't put it in the video. But
yeah,
then again, I don't know. It looks as though he's at Times Square?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's done a lot of them. So the show is Flecka Talks, and I think he works for Flecka. I haven't watched anything.
Fleck, I know them.
Yeah. So I haven't watched them, but he does different places, but a lot of it is the Central Park.
I reckon he
area.
would probably he'd develop a pretty good eye to be able to seek out the ones that are going to be gold, just by certain characteristics, uniforms.
So Flecka, they do a good
Oakley's.
job. They do a good job of pointing to like the absurdity. Now that you say that's who it is, every week they put out This Week in Culture, and I might not play the whole thing, but it's pretty. They do a good job of clipping it all together. Let me just show you this. Whoop.
I almost got in a huge fight. I'm talking like corporate level lawsuit fight, until I realized that management was referring to me as the trainee.
Okay. Hi guys, my name is Carolina King. I'm looking for the rich husband. My seat is 2A. Please join me for
But I think it can also be between same genders. And I'm sorry, I had to say something. I just don't believe. Every country can have their laws or whatever, but it's your life. Live your life. And if you like the same sex, go for it. And I'm sorry, but that does not represent me. So I just need to clear that out. We're gonna move on.
A little bit hard to hear that. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Well,
I'm a little bit lost. So.
It'll move
I
on.
wish you a happy birthday, and so does Malik. He says happy birthday also. I hope you had a wonderful 4th birthday. I really love looking at all your pictures on Instagram, and you're growing up to be such a beautiful and creative, sparkling light. And I know your daddies love you so much. So happy birthday, baby girl, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Soldier
Well, that's just heartbreaking, actually. No, they basically just clipped together all the absurdities of the previous week. So that was like a surrogate mother saying happy birthday to the daughter that she's not raising, and the little daughter says, "I love you, mommy," and then she's like, "Oh, should I have said that?" That was heartbreaking. I don't like that. I don't know.
She's been raised by 2 homosexual males, correct?
Right.
Correct.
The Flecka's talks, This Week in Culture, I find them always worth watching. I pretty much try to catch them every week, but they are a little bit, you got to be able to read the captions and the subtitles and whatnot.
Got to pay attention. Yeah, that's hard work.
Yeah, a little bit, but usually it's 2 or 3 minutes of those kind of clips. And it's kind of like shake my head, like, God damn it. But I mean, a lot of things
it's endless.
A lot of things are giving me that response these days.
Exactly. Yeah.
Including the squatters thing.
Mike, before you play that, I did want to tell you I dropped one that was a more serious one. If you wanted to play that first, it was like a news blip. I'll repost it. You don't have to, but I just
I think I got it right here. I got you. Yep. Just a moment. Here we go.
Discovered squatting inside a bank-owned multi-million-dollar mansion.
It cost a person millions if they wanted to buy this home on Golden Harbor Drive in Boca Raton. Why fork out the cash or finance when a person could just squat for free?
There's a fine line between a trespasser and a squatter that actually has legal rights. This 23-year-old filed notice that he's going to stay in this mansion under the laws of adverse possession, which means that you have to try and occupy a property for a certain number of years, in this case 7, in order to have the title of that property transferred from its true owner to you. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is in fact legal. And doing it publicly, giving notice like this, is a requirement of adverse possession. It tells the owner, come get your property before someone else takes it. That's why the possession has to be done publicly, not secretly. And if the bank doesn't kick him out in 7 years, then the property is his.
My name is Brad Bradley, and I'm the first real estate agent to take care of all of your New York squatting needs. So this right here is a wonderful pre-squatted 4-bedroom, great for entertaining, fantastic starter squatter for a new couple if you want to start small. You know, there's a lot of people in New York that want to be a homeowner, but they're not interested in putting a down payment on a house. There's actually a multi-family unit that's going to be going on the squatting market real soon. Really nice bones on this one. Hello? I think we're still good. So we got 2 empty garbage bins here, which is a really good sign that some vacancies might be opening up. A lady actually just inherited this place, but she's insanely busy with the funeral arrangements at the moment, so plenty of options for squatting start dates. Have you noticed that these people have been gone for a while?
No.
With all the travel schedules of New York residents to help you find the perfect house to take over by squatting in it. Are you a homeowner? Traditional or squat? You the owner of this one?
Almost 30 years.
You ever go on long vacations?
Yeah.
When's the next one planned?
Summer.
August or?
End of August.
Also, when you do the August trip, if you wanted to extend it a little longer, you know what I mean? It's an option. Well, you never say never. Could be 3 months. So we could probably start doing some showings there late August. I'm always doing market research. I'm always looking for new leads of properties that could be right for you. You know, ring cam, that's good. I'm going to give this one another couple of days, and I think I might start doing some showings here. We do property showings, create fake leases. And I've developed relationships with law enforcement to help ease the transition by having the previous owner arrested if they do try to kick you out. They got that glass that you can't really see through, so I took some pictures last night from a building over. So the owner here apparently has to go surfing in Australia for a few months, so it's going to be a costly trip, mate. See there. You know, I always work with some of the local travel agents to collect intel on the neighborhood. If there's any way for us to get some addresses of people who've gone on vacation and maybe how long they're going for.
Can you not take a...
But we're just trying to document our process of finding out.
You're not allowed. You don't have anything. You're not allowed.
Well, we can make it worth your while.
I
Like,
don't care what you want. Can you please leave?
should we set up a meeting with you guys? Is there a better way to do this?
Please leave. Participate in it.
Well, we're just, you know, we're also in the industry. Okay, we're also in the industry. Sometimes there are security systems in place, so you just get a little bit creative. No signs of life. Low crime area, which is very important. I wouldn't want any of my clients to have their newly squatted home burnt by a criminal. Looks like this bad boy is going to be squattable pretty soon. I've actually just recently facilitated the transition of a son squatting to take over his own father's house. Dad came home from a trip. He's all surprised. Who are these people? What's going on here? His son's yelling at his dad, "Fuck you, Dad. If you topped up my trust fund, we wouldn't be in this fucking positions." End of the day, Dad got arrested, and it's just really beautiful to see my clients thriving like that. Do you think I could return this mask? It was a little too big for the old noggin. If it fit, I would have loved it. But if you look up here, you're going to see a souped up pride flag, which is a tremendous indicator that these people are going to avoid calling the cops at all costs. We do also offer pre-squatted options, so you don't have to leave your current residence unattended to be squatted in while you're looking to build your real estate portfolio. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are on the squatting market officially. I'm going to start showing pretty soon. You know, as the old saying goes, squat on land. They're not making any more of it.
Yeah, I go on vacation sometimes.
Anytime coming up. According to some of my contacts, they're about to go on a 2-month cruise, so really just making our life easy over here. Thank God for cruises, Tom included. We make sure to keep your $0 in escrow and get that title transferred over to you in a timely manner. You really
All right. I love it. I love him. Ryan Long, he's the best of the best right now. Gotta
He is.
say.
Don't tell your neighbors if you're going on holidays.
No shit. But the whole thing about homeowners getting arrested because they're trying to deal with the squatters, that's a real thing. I mean,
apparently.
Yeah. In fact,
Crazy.
I've got a clip.
Oh, you just happened to have one prepared earlier.
Just happened.
Brilliant.
So, okay, I'll read the caption here. New York City homeowners who lost their homes to squatters sat down with CBS. Some of them are now in debt for paying electricity and maintenance bills for the squatters. Squatters turn into tenants after 30 days. After that time frame, homeowners will be arrested if they turn off electricity, water, attempt to evict them, or change the locks.
I will be arrested instantly.
They turned off the hot water and then reported that they had no hot water. It's a $250 fine per day, up to $15,000, punishable by 5 years in jail.
So here you are. You have to pay the upkeep of the house.
Right. I paid
And not getting any rent?
I'm not getting any rent, and I'm paying the gas and electric every month.
4 stories repeated over and over and over again by irate and often unwitting property owners. worry lines marking their faces, who came to City Councilwoman Vicky Palladino's office desperately seeking help. Hong Chen has spent thousands trying unsuccessfully to get the squatters out of this home in Mazpath. John Sokran using his pension money for expenses on this College Point home he hoped would provide retirement income. And Susan Mascara, who has used up her savings paying for 7 years of upkeep on this Bayside home she inherited from her mother.
I'm in debt. My credit cards are pretty much maxed out.
Why can't you just change the locks?
Oh, I will be arrested instantly.
Susan Mascara.
I was going to say, what a name.
She really lashed out.
Yeah, she did. Sounds like a stripper. But yeah, I mean, god damn, talk about shake my head. You know, the whole thing, it was a big talking point, like during the BLM, the Summer of Love, right? It's like, fuck the landlords. Ugh. Dude, I like my landlord. I mean, he doesn't bother me. I don't bother him. What else do you need? I get it. There's good landlords and bad landlords, but if you can't afford to buy a home, be grateful that someone will let you rent it. Because it's shelter, motherfucker. And they pay for everything. I mean, you pay for everything, but they take care of everything. You know, like, it's a pretty good deal. And nobody's got a gun to your head. You know, if you don't like it, go live in the forest.
Yeah, and some people actually did work hard for what they have. So
Yeah, that one old guy, like, he was hoping it would be his retirement income. God damn, that's just heartbreaking. He was like 70 years old, and he's going broke on these goddamn freeloaders.
It's just crazy. It's absolutely insane. This is where, you know, people
This is
need
why
to rise
guns
up.
were invented. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, exactly. Pow, pow. So, you know, just like the rise up that we saw earlier with the dudes on horses, you know, they need to do that. They need to go to the, I don't know, whatever it is, the local police, whatever it is. And I'm not trying to incite violence, okay?
No, you cannot. The police won't do jack shit.
I know, but like make them, because it's
But
like when
this is-
when you've got numbers, there's power in numbers, and it's like remind them that they work for us. Or
Do you know how big the NYPD is?
Probably smaller than it was.
It's I believe it's the second or third largest standing military, if you will.
Mhm.
You know, in the United States. I think maybe it's eclipsed by the LAPD, but it is second behind like the US military. Yeah.
It's like going
And-
into an army barracks or something.
It's
yeah.
huge. I mean,
And-
tens of thousands of officers.
The other thing that I wanted to say about that was that the population of New York City have been completely neutered in that regard. So the difference was with the Bundy standoff that they were all very, very well armed, but the average citizen in New York City is not going to be, not even close, not even close.
What this is
completely different story in the cities, isn't it?
What this is asking for is it's a power vacuum is what it is. There's a service that is not being fulfilled, eviction. And so what it's going to do is it's going to incentivize people to go to their gangster down the road and say, hey, what's it going to cost for you to break some legs?
Yeah, apparently people are turning to bike groups
Yeah,
to take care of the good old
I've been
bikers.
saying it for a long time. They are in any major city, they're second to the police force as far as real power.
Well, I think that makes a lot of sense, but obviously people's hands are being forced in that regard. Now, originally I was thinking about the whole squatter thing, like what Ryan was talking about, like people just taking over your home. But then I got context. I just wasn't thinking about it really, but that it's often, it seems like it's a rental or a secondary property that was not being occupied. And that is, you know, not that it makes it better or okay, of course, but that makes more sense to me. I was like, let somebody try to come and take up in my fucking house. Like, it's not going to work out. But that makes sense. Now, I can't imagine why they would be doing this to their citizenry, like not helping them get these people out. But it doesn't surprise me. Nothing about, you know.
Well, they seem to want to evacuate New York and I don't know, probably Los Angeles. I don't really know what the situation is there.
Well, it could
But
be
wasn't
it could be a Maui type of thing. It's a land grab. Let's
Yeah.
it's the
Yep.
anti-gentrification. It's
Mhm.
the let's let this go to shit so we can scoop it up and change it.
And build back better, because that's what they
Build
want. They
back
wanna build these
better.
huge freaking surveillance smart city, whatever the hell they're called.
Mhm, mhm.
Now there was a state, I can't remember if it was Minnesota or Wisconsin, one of them, where they said that they were going to basically any homeowner is welcome to protect their property, to shoot invaders, and save the taxpayers money. I can't remember who it was that was saying that. Maybe someone in the chat might know.
Yeah,
But
hopefully they
you know,
will.
it sounded like well, that sounds like a plan. You know, like hopefully more will follow.
Oh,
Texas, was it?
Western Civ, yeah, Texas.
Thank you. Yeah, well, that figures. That totally figures. Florida as well. Okay. Not Arizona. Right. What's the story with Arizona? Are they all fairly
It's kind of similar to what Rob's dealing with in New Mexico. It's a pretty blue state, but there's a whole lot of red up in there as well.
Right.
And I was thinking about Rob covering this squatters discussion. I guarantee he'd have some thoughts as to how to deal with these people.
Yeah, put that stuff around the door. I don't even
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
say it. That don't. Let's not get canceled.
Yeah. Hey, well, it's legal here. You can buy it.
Is it?
Yeah, Tannerite all day long, baby.
Wow.
Oops,
Yeah.
did I say it?
It was a very hilarious meme back when the whole the Boogaloo Boys movement was kind of out there in the Instagram space, because, and of course, like, the 3-letter agencies have a bad reputation for shooting people's dogs. So
Yeah.
they would make memes about having a stuffed dog on a Roomba, their Tannerite dog.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Rob's working on remote controlled. He's got the electric scooter, the Rascal scooter type of platform, and he's got all kinds of ideas for how to make use of the Rascal scooter. I think the initial design was for a welding cart that would literally like follow him automatically around his shop, like with the big heavy tanks and shit, so you don't have to wheel it around. But the applications are endless.
They are. Wow.
Oh, hilarious.
We'll have to get him on the show at some point and show off all his new toys.
I think
he might not want to do that, actually.
Well, I think he's taking a little breather. He does this. He steps away for a bit, and hopefully we'll see him once more. But I'm hoping to catch him at Childerberg again this year. It was really cool meeting him in person. He's one of these cats that makes you wonder, is he full of shit or does he know exactly what the fuck he's talking about? Right. And after shaking his hand and hanging out for like a couple, basically a couple afternoons, I'm convinced he's the real fucking deal. So
good person to have on your side.
When in doubt, go to Childerberg. Love it.
Yep.
Well, I've got just one more thing to throw at you, if you're willing, and it might be
Shoot.
sort of where we sort of kind of wrap up. Although I'm sure this will open up some discussion. Oh, make sure the audio's on.
About HARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. This is located up in Alaska. It's currently funded by the Air Force Research Lab. It was formerly funded by the Office of Naval Research. One of the prime customers is DARPA, which is currently running experiments at the facilities. To start with you, Dr. Prabhakar, I understand that a lot of folks here on the committee probably don't understand what HARP does. I think most Alaskans don't really know what HARP does or why the agency is involved in it. So a very brief explanation.
One of our programs has been using the HARP facility for the research that it's pursuing. And my understanding is that we did get value out of that interaction.
Dr. Walker, your agency is currently running the facility.
The Air Force has gotten great value out of HARP in the past. We took it over from the Navy and managed it and actually did a number of experiment campaigns up there, moving on to other ways of managing the ionosphere, which the HARP was really designed to do, was to inject energy into the ionosphere, be able to actually control it. With DARPA completing their project, that's our last government customer that we have in the site.
It basically makes the ionosphere a laboratory, and we can do experiments that no one else can do. It's a laboratory without walls.
Don't worry. Geoengineering is not a thing. It's not a thing. Don't worry about it. Just settle your pretty little head. Go to sleep. Sheep.
There's a lot of court cases going on at the moment
Mm-hmm.
banning geoengineering, unfortunately. As much of a white pill as that appears to be, it's all in the wording, as usual, spelling. So the word intentional is always involved in the wording, which a lot of the geoengineering is, in fact, well, it's just a product of the aircraft industry, of the airline industry, really. I mean, it's polluted fuels, etc. We happen to see them sometimes under the right conditions, but they're always spewing out.
I finally got around to listening to you and Monica talking about chemtrails and
With Jim Lee.
With Jim Lee. Okay. I was trying to remember the guy's name. That's a topic I've not dove into much myself. I have to say I was kind of like, I doubt it. But honestly, I think that kind of explanation, as usual, the kernel of truth, right? You don't need tanks on the bottom of the wings releasing a specific chemical. You just have to put certain additives in the fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Or what have
Well,
you.
just the fuel as it is on its own, without having
sure.
to even add stuff, I mean, there's a lot of... I remember working on Parramatta Road in Sydney, which is like a really, really busy road in the middle of Sydney. And it was a rare guitar shop, actually, sort of place that's always locked and, the customers are by appointment only and all that kind of thing. And so there was a lot of time with not much to do. So when I was new there, I basically cleaned the whole place from head to toe. And it's under a flight path, like severely, as in you go outside and you can almost see the passengers waving through the window type thing that's right near the airport. And oh my gosh, the carbon black and stuff. I know a lot of that would have been rubber off the highway, the tires and everything as well, but it was just amazing, the pollution just from living under aircraft. I did live under, I lived in a place and worked in a place which was both under the aircraft strip, so doesn't do a lot for mental health either. But just the amount of pollution is absolutely incredible, and it's just it's really black, carbon black they call it, really black shit. It's just gets everywhere, and I mean you're breathing it in. So yeah, very unhealthy. But unless the problem is the cheap the cheap flights. That really made a big difference, because the amount of flights, if you look at the statistics over a period of, 20 years, the amount of flights is incredibly increased. And you'd be surprised if you look at those, I think it's the ADBS exchange, I think that's what it's called, ABDS, where you can monitor all the planes and you look at how many there are like in the air at one time. It's astounding. There's just an incredible amount of planes up at one time in the air. So it's surprising any of us can breathe at all, actually. So, a lot of the people who jump up and down about chemtrails and, they're poisoning us and they're spraying us like bugs, they're probably not going to think twice about going on a trip somewhere, well, if you feel that strongly about it, write to your local members, let them know that you know about what's going on as far as the pollutants and the lack of regulation in the airline industry, which, none of us want more regulation in anything, but those big industries do need regulation. So the airline industry has gotten away with a lot for a long time without being looked at specifically. The military themselves, I mean, they're spewing out a whole bunch of stuff as well, but that's another story. So yeah, if you don't like it, think about going local for your holidays for a start. Anyway, That's a whole other show, maybe.
I have no interest in getting on a plane these days. I'll say
No,
that.
me either. No, I will
And
be
in case you're a do-it-yourselfer, we have a little diagram here for what to do with your stuffed dog and where to put the tannerite and ball bearings. Not legal advice. Not legal advice.
Definitely not.
It'd be nice to get Jim Lee on this show at some point, but he actually does his own podcast at the same time. So, so there's that.
Yeah, we could, like I said,
maybe afterwards.
I think we need a Wednesday show that someone needs to take charge of. Doesn't have to be Wednesday, but you know what I mean, like a midweek show. I'll take charge of Sunday if someone else wants Wednesday or Thursday or whatever.
Yeah, we should probably talk about that at some point.
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
Yeah, we need a little group think tank going on.
Simulation.
A little hangout and discuss the future of the forum.
Event WTF.
Yeah, and I think I've actually gotten some really cool feedback lately. I know there's a handful of folks at a minimum that really dig what we're doing, but it wouldn't hurt to have a variety and have maybe shorter shows and longer shows and various formats. But the WTF forum is more than open to all ideas. And that means you too, listeners. If you have any ideas, what you'd like us to do, let us know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Let us know what you want to hear. There's lots of shows sort of talking about the current things and all that, but it's kind of nice when we veer away from that stuff, I think. It's kind of cool, and maybe some solution-y type things.
Totally. Interviews with cool folks, whatever.
Yeah, and listeners, if they're welcome to, do a little guest appearance. Some of our loyal listeners are always welcome to join us at some point.
It would be really cool to get to know some of you folks. Yeah, no doubt.
For sure.
As long as you can talk, you're welcome here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if you can't, there's no discrimination here. If you can type, that's fine.
Fuck yeah, there's discrimination. Are you kidding me?
All kinds.
Yeah.
We discriminate against assholes, losers, dumbasses, motherfuckers, douchebags. I could go
And
on.
we are pro-tobacco. The biggest pro-tobacco podcast on the internet.
You know what that reminds me? I really meant to pull a clip because one of my other shows that I like listening to is Timeline Earth. And I hate to say it, they had a really strong segment covering the war on menthol, right? And how racist our government is for taking away the black man's preferred cigarettes.
Oh, are they? Okay.
You didn't know? Yeah. Menthols. No. I think it's like 80% of black adult smokers smoke menthols versus about 15 to 20% of white adult smokers. So the stereotype has a firm foundation.
Sure.
Black folks love menthols.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know. Let me see if I can find something really quick on that. And
that would be really interesting to know. Yeah.
So you can still, there are some states that have started banning menthol, which would be like Massachusetts has banned menthol cigarettes. So I have heard of people from the South taking some menthol cigarettes to their friends up north because they can't get them there. Although I spoke with somebody who here is a menthol smoker, and she said that they took all the good stuff out of even the Newports down here. So I don't know.
It's crazy. It's almost like they're trying to create a black market. Like they're doing everything they possibly can to make people leave the grid and create black markets and be more self-sufficient. It's like, it makes me wonder sometimes if there's some sort of weird twist. I don't know. Are we in a simulation or what?
Ashley, while you're looking, I do have something to share here. This is from No Agenda, kind of wrapping the shooter, the quote unquote mass shooter topic. There was a big development legally speaking, sorry, I know I'm banging shit around here. Legally speaking, big development on how mass shooters and, more importantly, their parents are treated in the justice system. So let me throw this at you. And yeah, I wouldn't mind finding something about the menthol. I might try to find that clip from TLE because it was hilarious.
Yeah. Now, there
yeah.
was something about menthol cigarettes being, well, there was something about the nicotine being reasonably good for COVID, etc. And then I think there was an additional layer of the menthol also being quite good.
Mint
is
mint is a very potent medicinal plant.
Yes,
and
it is.
And it's been used as a cough suppressant for millennia. So, go figure.
Yeah, right. Okay.
All right, let me throw this at you, and then we'll come back to tobacco talk.
Because I think this is the most important thing happening that is nobody really wants to discuss, more so than the gender and all the rest of it. And this is the Crumbly sentencing that just went on.
In yeah, actually, I have a clip of this too.
In Michigan, the parents of Ethan Crumbly, who shot dead 4 classmates at Oxford High School in 2021, have been sentenced to between 10 and 15 years in prison. James and Jennifer Crumbly are the first parents to be held criminally responsible for a mass school shooting committed by their child. During the sentencing hearing, Nicole Beausoleil, the mother of Madison Baldwin, who died in the school shooting, addressed the Crumbleys.
You say you wouldn't do anything different. Well, that really says on what type of parents you are, because there's a lot of things I would do different. But the one thing I would have wanted to be different was to take that bullet that day so she could continue to live the life she deserved.
Yeah, so you got the really emotional side of the story. I'm much more interested in the legal side of the story, and I also have a clip.
James and Jennifer Crumbly, both found guilty of manslaughter and will serve 10 to 15 years in prison, a historic sentence that for the first time held parents responsible for a school shooting that was executed by their child.
But these convictions are not about poor parenting. These convictions confirm repeated acts or lack of acts that could have halted an oncoming runaway train.
So this is the judge saying that you didn't act to stop an oncoming runaway train. I find this to be very specious.
In 2021, their son, Ethan, who was 15 at the time of the shooting, killed 4 students and injured 7 others at a Michigan high school using a semi-automatic handgun. He is now serving life in prison without the possibility of parole, receiving close to the maximum penalty of 15 years in prison. James and Jennifer had ignored warning signs in their son's behavior and exhibited gross negligence by allowing him to have a gun. The judge deducted approximately 2 years from their sentence, from time spent in custody during the trial.
I still don't understand how this can legally happen. I know that you're all in on it. You think it's great.
I never said that I thought it was great. I thought it was foreboding. This is going to be used against every black kid. They do it to whites first.
There you go.
So they can go after the black community because there's a lot of juvenile delinquents and they got one mom at home doing the lousy job of raising the kids. And you end up with the mom going to jail because they can use it to leverage black kids because the black kids love their mother more so than anybody, at least from the sounds of it. And the mom's going to go to jail. Good work.
I'm sorry.
So they're going to.
You're right.
This is a bad situation.
Okay, so we agree on that. Yes, I misunderstood. It's very bad. It doesn't seem legal. Don't we have a law against this? Like, what's it called? I mean,
this is why they're doing it. They set press. It's a lot of times it's not legality. It's precedence.
Yeah.
So you have a precedent that is set. And is set in the courts, and you can now use that to do other cases, and you keep doing it and doing it and doing it until the Supreme Court either shuts it down or say, well, I don't know, so that's what they're doing.
I don't have a clip, but there's another school principal who is now being charged for a similar death, a shooting.
I think school principals are up for grabs. I think doctors who are doing this transitioning surgery, I think all of them are I would just be shaking in my boots if I was any of them. They're going to.
All right. Pausing there. That's probably enough of that actually, but it is an interesting precedent. You are now responsible for if your child goes batshit crazy, but that goes many different ways. And I think you should be held responsible if you transition your kid and then as an adult they say, oh, that was a fuck up. Yeah, they can sue your ass. And I think it even goes a step further. And I've tried to gently dissuade my sister from posting pictures of my niece and nephew on Instagram and whatnot, because I think it's only a matter of time before the first lawsuits, like defamation lawsuits of, you know, kids against their parents, when the kid becomes an adult and says, you've been posting pictures of me online without my consent since literally the moment I was born. And, you know, that's a violation of my privacy kind of thing. And
yep.
I think this is a huge can of worms that's only begun to be opened.
Well, I'll tell you something that's sort of along the same lines. And, you know, I'm not really super angry about it, but it got my goat a little bit that without my consent, I was entered into the system as with those bloody, you know, genetic tests, that sort of thing. Like not my blood specifically, but a relative did it. And so therefore I am on the tree, the ancestry.com, all that sort of stuff. Genome, the Genome Project, otherwise known as the Genome Project. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's the same sort of thing. It's like it was done in all innocence to, you know, for genealogy sort of reasons and stuff. But I would have liked to have had the choice to have said, yeah, I'd rather not. Because in hindsight, like a lot of people didn't realize at the time that it is actually just a collection of data. It's not really sort of to give you a very accurate. Some people swear that they've got a very accurate result. Okay, great. That's awesome. But you don't really know, do you? And I've seen a number of things where people do repeated tests, they get different results, and identical twins do tests, get completely different results. So, you know, you can only rely on it so much. That's not really what it was set up for. So, yeah, anyway, it's just one of those things where once it's done, it's done. You know, once your face has been snapped, it's in the system, etc., etc. Once your signature's done, it's in the system. Once your fingerprint's been taken, it's in the system. Whatever. Hard to get around. Grow food.
And tobacco.
And tobacco.
And mint. And make your own menthol cigarettes.
Yep.
And make some soap while you're at it, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Kill a few animals.
Yeah. Well, the soap was a valuable tradable in Hey Duke 2029.
Sure was. Top of the charts. Yes. Soap was like gold, man.
Right. Interesting.
Well,
I'm still on chapter 2.
No worries. Well, Ashley provided us a clip here about menthol cigarettes. So let's check this out.
Why do 85% of Black people who smoke menthol cigarettes? It's not authentically part of our culture or our communities. In the 1950s, about 5% of Black people who smoked menthol cigarettes. Tobacco companies were just banned from advertising to kids, so they needed to find new customers somehow. Cue aggressive, racially targeted menthol cigarette ads. Big Tobacco co-opted Black icons and culture to trick Black people into thinking that menthol cigarettes were inherently Black. And unfortunately, their ad campaigns worked. So now, 85% of Black people who smoke menthol cigarettes. There's also a very common, harmful misconception that menthol cigarettes are a part of the Black community when they really aren't. Menthol cigarettes only hurt us. Tobacco use is the #1 risk factor for all the main causes of death for Black people. Without menthol cigarettes, more people would be able to quit smoking and leave.
Okay.
Bitch,
no, they
please.
fucking
Come
wouldn't.
on.
Exactly. Okay, so maybe you're right that a targeted campaign was used, and maybe that is why more people in the Black community smoke. But people fucking smoke. Okay, white people smoke menthols, maybe not the same proportion or whatever, but they still do. Stop being a fucking victim. Welcome to propaganda. And are you also making videos about how gangster rap is not authentic to your culture? Because that was created for you by the CIA to disrupt your culture and to feed the prison industrial complex and to glamorize gangster lifestyle. So I take exception to all of that and this whole like like victim shit. But I do think that it kind of makes sense that if there was a targeted ad towards that community, then that is why they would smoke menthols. Now, I also dropped another link where Joe Rogan and Cat Williams actually discuss it. Now, I didn't watch the whole thing, so I don't know if they actually get into it, but it was discussed at least.
All right, I'm going to pull that up because I am still trying to find the clip that I am looking for. I'm not sure I'll be able to find it, but this will give me a couple minutes. So, yeah. Cat Williams.
California. Right. They have their own cigarettes. They have non-menthol Newports. It's terrible.
Why do black people like menthol so much? What's that about? It's a totally different type of cigarette.
You're going to get me canceled.
No.
This is very racist, this
Is it?
conversation, even though neither of us are. Go figure.
Just talking about a type of cigarette that people enjoy?
Just saying, why do black people like Newport so much? And a black
Menthol
person actually getting ready to answer this. It's terrible on all ends.
I don't think it is.
Well, I don't think it is either, because we have a new.
It's like if you start asking me about spaghetti, I'm not going to get offended. If you start asking me about Italian food or why are Italian people so loud, I'm not gonna get
How many
offended.
people have ever died of pasta related illnesses?
A lot,
Joe.
A lot. Kick in the bucket, bro.
That's not because of pasta.
That's an overabundance of carbohydrates.
They were going to be fat wherever they lived, sir.
Maybe. That's an
Going to be great bread eaters and
delicious high carbohydrate food. They couldn't stop it. People are addicted to food like they're addicted to anything. If there's a thing that I could ever be addicted to, it's that.
Right. That's all of us, though.
All of us.
And what a blessing.
Yeah. We have so much.
Starving people are addicted
Exactly.
to anything, and they don't have food-related illnesses.
Exactly.
But back to where we were.
Yeah.
You were
The
asking
less
me about
versus the right. I
about
just-
the menthol cigarettes.
Oh, that's right.
And the answer is we value strength in product. So there's this whole thing with liquor and malt liquor and the difference between the two, and one is richer and stronger.
The more potent version.
Right. And as
that makes
as
sense.
a people, we tend to go with those products.
Things that are stronger. That makes sense.
Right. Like before things were called concentrate.
Yeah.
That's what we appreciated.
That makes sense.
Concentrated.
So there's a cultural explanation. It's like the more intense, the better in the black community, the more concentrated. And that is the nature of a menthol cigarette. It's very intense. It's, it's a cooling effect, but it's also kind of like so cold it burns type of shit,
Are they good?
I hate them. I hate menthol. When I bum a smoke, if I see them pull out their pack and it's a menthol, I'm like, you know what, buddy? Thanks, but no thanks.
I was just about to say, when I
doesn't
used to
sit
smoke,
well. Yeah.
I'd often buy, because it went through this stage. I don't know, maybe it was just the people I was hanging with or something, but it was like everybody used to bludger smoke. And it was like, geez, come on, people, So, yeah, you start buying menthols and few people bludger smoke. So, yep, it went on to the menthols for that reason. Sounds a bit mean, but, get a job.
So you're saying that people would bum a smoke off of you, but if it was a menthol, they were like, "Oh, no thanks, fam."
Yeah, yep.
So you started smoking menthols?
Yeah, so less people would bludger smoke.
I've known people with that exact same rationale. Yeah.
It gets expensive. It gets expensive after a while.
It sure does.
I'm here for that. But what I would do is have a menthol dummy pack.
That's it. Yeah, well, you could, I guess. Yeah.
Then you just smoke what you want. But
but they can tell by the color of the filter, because the menthols usually have a white filter from memory. This is many, many years ago. It's been a long time since I smoked.
you just bring out the pack like, "Oh, here, you like menthol, right?"
You only get busted once, and there's the whole thing blown out in the open. Get someone who's so desperate they'll have it anyway.
You never know until you try.
Then you
to
got to blackmail them for the rest of your
outsmart
life.
These bums. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. These bums and these squatters, they can be pretty smart. It's a shame they don't apply themselves properly. But yeah.
Well, I was unable to find the Timeline Earth clip that I wanted, but I will share a different Timeline Earth clip in which they are talking about something that we have covered in depth many times. Butt worms.
Oh, okay.
But they're taking it in a new direction. I got to figure out which clip is going to work for me here.
Are you checking the private chat, Mike?
Oh, am I? No, I'm not.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's
What's
all right.
up?
Just while we were on the subject of setting precedents,
Yeah.
just before we move on,
Yeah.
I think this is a good one to share that has actually, as stupid and ridiculous as it is, it's actually pretty important.
Okay, I see it.
It's like a really quick 2-minute 13 video. The last one. I did put 2, but the very last one. So
this one here.
This is a court case called Giggle versus Tickle.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my
Okay. All right.
All right.
It's just anyway. Let's let the video talk for itself.
Cool.
Suing a social media app and its founder for unlawful discrimination, claiming that they flatly deny that she's a woman.
Can we go?
Roxanne Tickle joined a female-only app, but says months later her profile had been restricted, resulting in this case and
Stella, were you trying to say something? Apologies. I'm distracted.
No, sorry. It's just the very, very beginning was sort of the key. But the volume was down. So it starts with a transgender woman is suing, blah, blah. So you need to know that.
Okay.
Otherwise it won't make sense.
A transgender woman is suing a social media app and its founder for unlawful discrimination, claiming that they flatly deny that she's a woman. Roxanne Tickle joined a female-only app, but says months later her profile had been restricted, resulting in this case and demonstrations outside the federal court.
Roxanne Tickle and Sally Grover are on opposing sides of a divisive court case that prompted demonstrations outside the federal court.
We demand our equal rights. We demand our equal rights.
Inside, Ms. Tickle is arguing she was discriminated against on the basis of her gender identity by Ms. Grover's now defunct social media app, Giggles for Girls. Ms. Tickle says she's lived as a woman since 2017, telling the court basically up until this very instance, everybody has treated me as a woman. Her barrister argues in this case, the respondents have repetitiously and persistently denied that the applicant is a woman. Giggle, the court's heard, required subscribers to submit a photograph to be initially inspected by artificial intelligence to ascertain whether the user was a woman. Ms. Grover's barrister says it was a place for women to get advice from other women in a female-only environment. Giggle's side argues the platform intended to achieve substantive equality between men and women as per a section of the Sex Discrimination Act, but Ms. Tickle's team disputes that would include the exclusion of transgender women from an app.
The judge has noted the degree of interest in the case, acknowledging it gives rise to strongly held views and emotions. That's as the courtroom overflowed with people hoping to watch the proceedings.
This is a small group of people who are trying to take away our rights as transgender people.
Women have single-sex spaces for a reason. They don't need them all the time, but they need to know they're there.
The case will run for the rest of the week. Alice Hogg for 10 News First.
It's so ridiculous. So the gist is, yes, Giggle was an app that was started by a lady who, well, she actually had been assaulted. I think it was sexual assault. But either way, that was sort of the roots of why she started the app, because it's sort of like, well, this is a woman-only zone where people can come to and feel safe and not, harassed or whatever. So that was the whole point of the app. And of course, along comes Miss freaking, what was it? Tickle. Roxanne Tickle. Tickle versus Giggle. Oh dear.
Very
I mean, you can't make this
feminine.
shit up, can you?
A very feminine woman, Stella.
It's ma'am.
It's ma'am.
Along comes the transgender who, is being all, suppressed and excluded and whatever other description it chooses to come up with. It's just pathetic. It really is. And I'm surprised. It's not really going down in Australia, I don't think, like it sort of was going down in America quite so much. But either way, it's just pathetic how the federal government is now, basically deciding what is a woman sort of thing. I mean, really? I can't believe we're here. How much is this costing the taxpayer? This could even go to the Supreme Court. So, this is setting a precedent, basically. It's probably all just a scripted game, and I shouldn't get worked up about it, but...
Well, it's
Clown
at
world.
a point we're allowed to comment on it, right? Because it's insane. It's fair. And maybe just speaking that out of us, like, it could be looked at as drawing attention to it, but it also could be like speaking truth in the face of total insanity, a total psyop, a total inversion of reality. And we're like, no, Mrs. Tickle, you're a fucking dude. You shouldn't be on Giggle, Tickle.
Get off Giggle. Stop tickling Giggle. Oh, it's crazy. It's just like, what the fuck?
It is. And there's something here going on that was similar to that, because it was a big kerfuffle with Planet Fitness, which is a gym. And apparently they were like allowing dudes in the women's room as long as they say they're a trans woman.
It's just, crazy. When is this going to end? This stupidness.
Round and around and around we go. When's it going to stop? I don't know. Yeah. Well, it gets stupider as always.
Stupider and stupider.
Keeping up with the buttworms beat yet again. I wish we had Rob, but
back to the buttworms.
Back to the buttworms. Apparently, we now have butt eels.
Don't even need to know their names or faces to know that men who do this are losers. Lashing out because they've learned that actually women don't owe them anything just because they're men. See, we don't even need to know their names or faces. Just like we don't need to know the names of the person writing this article.
But we do know that their political alignment, and we know what they like to watch on YouTube is important, though.
Wow. It's amazing.
Well, I'm convinced. Aren't you guys convinced?
Sorry, I think this is the wrong episode. That's my fault, y'all. Hang on. This is the one.
So it's like gerbils move over?
I don't know what that means. Hang on.
But gerbils?
Yeah.
Gerbling?
Richard Gere. Gerbils like Richard Gere gerbils, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. I think this is the one I'm looking for. I think.
Have you got a marching band in your room at the moment or something, Ashley?
It's the intro to that show. So it keeps playing just the first half a second while I'm trying to figure my shit out.
Oh, it's you. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a marching band, but I may see if I could get one for next episode.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Now, the key is going to be if I can have like one of the baton things, and I just do this walking past my screen. That's my only requirement.
Please just work on your spin, would you, please, through the week?
100%. Yeah.
Thank you.
So
I'm going to work on that.
If y'all are not familiar, these guys are Childerbergers. So I've met them. They're good folks, and they've got a pretty funny show. I got to say, these guys they're funnier than I am by far. But they cover all kinds of shit, sort of like us, and certainly worth a listen. Timeline Earth on all your podcatchers, but I think I found the correct spot here.
Single one is a New York Post link, by the way. It was an easy day. Okay, here's our stories. We've got a King of the Week. We've got an American Airlines piece of news. We've got metal cages in classrooms. And we've got eel in anus.
I mean, it feels as though we need to knock that one out first because
the eel in anus. Okay,
the eel in anus. Yeah, I think I'm going to request that one.
Okay. A Vietnamese man recently had an eel surgically removed from his anus. A stomach-turning discovery was made when a 34-year-old unidentified man went to Hai Ha District Medical Center in Quang Ninh Province with severe abdominal pain. I got a cough. Hold on. Okay. The back of my anus. Doctors believe the sea creature entered the man's body through his anus and slid into his colon. The eel was found after doctors performed an ultrasound and x-ray showing that the foreign object was up in the man's digestive tract.
Jeez.
This is a rare case, said head of surgery Pham Ma Hung to the local outlet. The rectal area has lots of fecal fluid and is easily infected with bacteria, but it was performed safely, so the surgery did not have any problems. The eel caused intestinal perforations and peritonitis, which is an inflammation of the stomach. The man was kept in the hospital after surgery and reportedly received mild abdominal pain. This is a New York Post link, so I understand what I'm doing by sending this to you in particular, Car, but if you did want to click on it, you would see the image of the eel as well as the man's anus, which is blurred out, and it being pulled from the man's anus. It's a gruesome sight. It has to be 2 feet long.
Yeah, that's
Actually,
disgusting,
they did measure it, but that doesn't say what it is. No word on how it got in his anus.
I have a guess.
Why?
Was it voluntary?
Sit on that. There's a lot of listeners driving right now who are squirming in their seats.
Shouting.
Okay, we
yeah,
have. Here's your next story. I'm going to hit you with your next story.
Okay, we got to keep up with the beat, y'all. This is our beat, and TLE. I gotta say, I want to be ahead of these fuckers because I like them, but I want to be better than them. And they're beating us on the buttworms and on the tobacco talk, which I did find the correct timestamp.
They're beating us on tobacco talk. We've been talking about tobacco for a long time.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But they have, they got a good thing going here. I just got to figure out what the fuck. How does this work? All episodes. There we go.
We're all in the same community.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Back when I saw them last, I was joking because they've talked about Steven Seagal and we've talked about Steven Seagal, and I was joking. I'm like, you guys can have. I forget what I said. I was like, you keep such and such topic. I want Steven Seagal. I was like trying to negotiate, but it was all in good fun.
We should do a swap cast with them, perhaps.
Yeah, they would be good to have on, if not, even just one at a time. I like all those guys. They're funny as hell. But let me show you their take on the tobacco issue. Hang on. There's you want to hear the marching band?
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what it is. They've got a catchy.
Sometimes you might feel trapped between the right and the left. That's correct. You are. Because you're living on a line.
Anyways, that's a little taste of their intro music. There's a line in there. I'm not going to let it all play out because we've got time. We've got better things to do, but I like the line in the intro song where it says, it has infinite length and infinitesimal girth, which is a very adept way of describing a line. Timeline Earth. They are really, really funny. But yeah, here's their take on the tobacco dispute.
The Office of Management and Budget, and the final steps were made in the rulemaking process, how it would go down, what would go down. Biden's administration, however, is now delaying it because of the angst caused by the proponents of menthol cigarette smoking. The Congressional Black Caucus did not have anything to do with this. It was just a way to get you in on the story. However, the Biden delays in menthol products are happening because of the black vote. So, first of all, Reverend Al Sharpton has come out. I don't know if you guys knew this. He came out saying that the ban will give the police more reason to target black people. See, you thought it was going to be because black folks like their menthol cigarettes, but it's not. It's a police thing, apparently, or so he says, as my brain leaks out of my ear. The menthol ban has, however, received a lot of public praise from the health organizations. However,
white people.
80 exactly. this is so coded. Menthol is not killing anyone, they say. About 81% of adult black smokers use menthol cigarettes compared to only 34% of white adult smokers. Last year, the Gwen Carr, who is the mother of Eric Garner, I'm sure you'll remember the killing of Eric Garner, Staten Island, 2014, selling Lucy cigarettes. She's an activist. She's become an activist for, I suppose, police brutality, but also smoking. I think she's a smoking activist also. Her statement was,
that's
and this is
actually
going to
pretty
infuriate.
based, huh?
That's pretty
Yeah,
based.
well, hold your thoughts, pause, because you in particular are going to be really annoyed by what she said. Last time this ban went around was about a year ago, and she was quoted as saying, "Menthol has not killed anyone. It's nicotine." She followed that up with saying, if you're going to ban smoking, don't make it a racist thing. Ban it all or ban none.
Okay, this woman is
So-
not on my side.
But that's what I'm saying is the Al Sharpton thing, and then what she said. It always feels like you're approaching the correct point, and then some wild implication comes out of it. We just went over this with the Don Lemon clip last week. Carr is basically what I'm saying. There's something going on. There's just some sort of thing going on.
Something
Well,
in the air.
anyway, people of all creeds and races and colors love to smoke. We all love to smoke. All Americans love to smoke. Only 28% of voters are in favor of banning menthol cigarettes, which is a number that lines up fairly closely with the 34% of health officials who don't support it either, as we learned. So this is going on in the background, and it's just us. I think it's just us really chronicling the development of the tensions in the country, basically. So I've never smoked a menthol cigarette. I've thought about it. Carr, you
Really?
seem like the kind of guy who smoked a menthol cigarette. Have you?
I have. Yeah, I hate it. I hate menthol.
You hate it.
So I'm gonna go out on the limb here, and I'll be the guy that says I like a pack of menthols once in a while, specifically the two-tone blue Marbs that I can't remember the name of right now. Marlboro
Camel
Sneeze,
Crushes.
is it?
No, I used to know this. Damn it. They're called like Marb mediums
used
or
to
something.
be black.
No.
I was born a poor black child. I'm telling you, these guys are really, really funny. They do one show a week. It's usually about an hour, hour and a half. Really funny shit. But I think there was a good point made in there. It is an expose or it's a microcosm of rising tensions. If you take away menthol, we are going to have riots that make BLM look mild. I'm just saying, dude. You take away the menthol cigarettes, we're going to have real fucking problems in this country.
Well, they're already trying it. I mean, in Massachusetts, they can't get menthols.
Mm-hmm. Well, it all starts on the coast,
Yeah.
In Massachusetts, they're usually like the worst. Them in California. Like I said, I dated a physical therapist. She lived in Boston. And for a time, I was like, hey, baby, let's go look at New Hampshire. It's close. Let's live free or die. But that
There you
didn't work
go.
out. That didn't work out. So be it. What are you going to do?
Hey, smoke a cigarette.
Yeah. Well, the menthol never killed anybody. That's for damn sure.
It's just the 3,000 chemicals they put into the tobacco that kills people.
Well, that's why I buy the shit that's no additive. It's just tobacco, and I suppose whatever they spray on the tobacco leaves to grow them.
Which can be quite heavy.
Yeah, it's not. I could buy the organic ones, but they actually don't taste as good.
American Spirits. Do it. It's better for you. It's healthy.
Healthy,
Organic.
not
Oh,
healthy.
so they're
by-
not it's not pouch tobacco, it's pre-rolled like Taylor's.
pre-rolled. I do buy pouch tobacco occasionally. I love a good spliff, and the best spliff is rolled, in my opinion, with Peter Stokeby brand Amsterdam Shag. That's the stuff for discerning smokers.
Old Holborn.
Mike, show your pack again.
Yeah.
So you're yellow. I do the Carolina blue.
Yeah. Those are pretty spicy. They'll buzz your socks right off. That was what my my physical therapist smoked.
Not turquoise. Not the turquoise.
No,
Those.
blue.
Yes.
Don't go for the turquoise. It's
Blue
not the
or bold.
turquoise.
Blue or bold. Yellows are mellow. Yeah.
Did you guys get the beadies, the clove cigarettes? They
I've
were really
smoked-
big in the
In high school,
70s,
I smoked
80s.
some cloves. I can't do it no more, but I kind of liked them for a little bit.
Yeah, one of my friends in high school is this very interesting, a very interesting girl, but she would smoke like the black packs of the cloves. That's what she liked.
They're very aromatic, very intense.
Yeah, they smell good. The pack
They smell
smells
good. It's almost more of a cigar experience,
good too.
but they're tarry as shit. Very, very heavy tar.
right.
Yeah.
It was sort of like what the hippies would all smoke because they didn't want to smoke the harmful tobacco.
So cloves were better. I don't know if the science would check that out, but yeah.
But it felt right, baby. Felt right, man.
No, they are yummy. They are yummy. They're just kind of
Yeah.
hardcore. But they only go on for another minute or two, and then maybe we call it a night. But again, I thought their take on this whole topic was pretty good because they're drawing connections. I mean, they're comical, but these guys genuinely see the big picture. And Bird is kind of the driving force of this crew, and he really does his homework. I mean, I think funny thing is he's basically unemployed and he's trying to be like a full-time podcaster, but I'm not sure how well it's going. But he's really trying. So I got respect.
Oh, it's the one that's blue and
I
then
remember back to
silver
my
blue.
black days.
Yeah. No, I used to work at a convenience store.
It's not
Okay.
carb
I had to be a
medium.
connoisseur.
It's
That's
like-
why you are the way you are towards non-white people.
Hold on, I am about to freaking Google this.
Yeah, now
No, I
need to
nailed
know.
it. It was Marb Smooth.
Oh yeah.
Marlboro Smooths. Well, pick up a pack of Marlboro Smooths, listeners, today in solidarity with the black community in the hopes that they will not vote for Joe Biden after this. Well, the good news is, or whatever you want to call it, he has delayed the ban again. He has delayed the ban until after the election, which is this is something really beautiful about going, you should vote for me because I haven't banned the thing yet.
Yeah. It
And
is
then
pretty
vote for
beautiful
me
the way
and put me in office so that I can then ban the thing.
it's awesome how transparent
Yeah.
everything has just become. Like it's just such
Yeah.
like you just outright buying votes or telling people, yeah, it's amazing. I love it, dude.
Well,
So-
it's like the opposite of buying votes. It's
Yeah,
like,
but
what is
yeah.
the strategy in going vote for me so that I will ban these things
Yeah,
going in the future? Would you rather do you think he would be more successful if he banned them now or said to people, I won't ban them until you elect me? What do you think would be more successful?
I think either one.
Well, I like the concept. I mean, basically, what he's saying is he's going to the black smoking community and saying, "I haven't and am not banning cigarettes this term," and then the same on the other corner of his mouth, whispering to every other person in this country, "But I will very soon."
When I'm going to take those things away from them.
And just assuming that the black community is not going to notice, which they
Not
might
li-
not.
Like, is asleep? Like, he's
Yeah,
not
just
listening.
So good.
Yeah. All right. Well, so that's the menthol ban. We will probably not be tracking that, but listen, if anything interesting comes of it,
Well, look, I'll be
you
tracking
you
it,
know.
even if no one else is.
Yeah,
You'll track. You can do our monthly the
Smoke
state of the
report.
nicotine industry.
Yeah, the
Because this
monthly
will
our
inevitably
menthol's
affect
banned yet.
vaping too.
Oh yeah,
It's probably menthol and flavored.
so they already
tobacco.
came for vapes, didn't they? The FDA releasing that horseshit ruling of their own, where you have to test each individual juice formula before you can sell it.
Yes, but that has taken off so successfully in the states. Like in the various state governments have already pushed to make it illegal, whereas the menthol thing has never had any traction in the individual states.
Except
At least I
Massachusetts.
Except Massachusetts, that's right.
It's
Oh,
not
so
a state. It's a commonwealth.
It's not a state, it's a commonwealth. These are important details, people. You know, you could just let them float over your head, but they're important details.
They usually float over my head.
Massachusetts is a commonwealth, right?
Yep, as is
It was-
Kentucky and Virginia, and might just be those three.
Right.
I'm not sure. Somebody can fact check me.
So they're up, like right up the top, aren't they? Sorry, I'm geographically retarded. They're right up the top, yeah?
Massachusetts is
North.
way up. Yeah. Next one up is Maine, basically.
I know that's a really obvious statement for Americans, but hey, I'm not an American, okay?
Not if you're a Gen Z motherfucker and you
Yeah.
don't know jack shit.
True.
Well, that's true.
But
Yeah.
nobody's expecting you to be an expert on American geography, Stella.
Thank you.
I am.
Mike,
I'm not
Mike
even
is,
I'm
but
not even an
me.
expert on Lismore geography, so you know.
I was going to say, if you asked me to point out where Sydney is on a map, you might as well give me a dart and let me throw it. I think it's on the West Coast, right?
East Coast.
No.
Damn.
I should just say yes.
Well, I don't fucking
look,
live there.
I was absolutely, when I first joined the Discord group, I was pretty kind of blown away that you guys didn't even know what Uluru is.
Ulu what now?
Uluru, Ayers Rock.
Rock
Have you
and
heard
roll
of Ayers Rock?
or
Oh wow, you haven't even heard of Ayers Rock?
oh, the big rock in the middle of the goddamn
that's the
outback.
one. That's
Yeah.
the one. Yes, the big.
What'd you call
protruding-
it? What was the second name?
Well, it was called Ayers Rock, which was
Ayers Rock.
Ayers. So
That's
it was
probably-
named after an explorer.
That's
Somebody
probably
or
what
other
I've seen
Ayers.
it. I think that's what I've seen it described as.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think when it changed, or it might have even been at the end of last century. I'd have to look that up. But so it's now called Uluru, Uluru, and it's sort of like it's not. I think it might be illegal now. I'm not quite sure, but it was sort of. You used to be able to climb the rock. Many people lost their lives actually climbing the rock. It's just this big, huge mofo rock in the middle of the desert. I haven't been there myself, so I can't really explain the magnificence myself, but everybody says it's got a very strange feel, a very weird vibe, and whether that's like a, suggestion sort of thing but everybody says it, even people who aren't spiritual and stuff, they all come back and say, yes, there is something really odd about it. And it's a very spiritual place for the Indigenous Aboriginals. So basically they don't want you climbing it. Like to climb it is extremely disrespectful towards the culture now. But yeah.
So we have a similar thing. It's called Devil's Tower, which people say is very spiritually charged. Have you heard of Devil's Tower?
I have not.
Let me show you a little something here.
Whereabouts is that? Arizona or somewhere?
No, it's further north, if I'm not mistaken. Golly, where is it? I want to say it's in like maybe Wyoming, but I'm not sure.
So Big Sky area.
Yeah. But it's definitely got a similar kind of vibe and folklore.
Be interesting. I'd love to talk to somebody who's really, really into the ley lines, like the proper ones. As far as some of these spiritually feeling places go.
Well, you know what, that I can just tell that video is not the one for us.
This is not the one that was in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, was it?
Actually, could have been. I think it was.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Yes. Myth. Okay, how about this? Myth versus truth.
Yeah, and before
Join
we
us today
play
on
that,
Walk with-
I
Yeah,
did
go ahead.
want to say that we had a question from one of our listeners, Brucey, and he is wanting to know if we know what state Massachusetts was in.
I think New England. The funny thing is that's actually like a reasonably correct answer, but still wrong.
Wrong enough. Wrong enough. Good question, though.
Good. It's a good question.
Brucey probably knows whether this was Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Can you confirm that for us?
I'm
please?
pretty sure it was.
It does look familiar.
Join us today on Walk with History from Devil's Tower, Wyoming.
And Stella, if you want to, you could find us a clip about Oobla Doobla Roo.
Okay. All right.
Hey, I was right. It's in Wyoming.
The name Devil's Tower originated in 1875 on an expedition led by Colonel Richard Irving Dodge when his interpreter misinterpreted something as Bad God's Tower. So Bad God would be the devil. So Bad God's Tower is a Devil's Tower. All signs in the Arabic say Devil's Tower without the apostrophe. Devil's Tower you see behind me, it was the first United States national monument, established September 24th, 1906 by President Theodore Roosevelt. And now the area here that is the national park encompasses a little over 1,300 acres.
Okay. Can we
Native American myths.
we could leave it running. Do we need to hear it? We could just leave it
Well,
running.
I want to know what I haven't seen this before. I think she's going to give us some of the myths and whatnot, but go ahead if
Okay.
you have something to say. Yeah.
I just think it's really odd because it's such a weird formation.
Mhm.
I think it's quite obvious, and maybe you guys have seen this lately coming up. I think it's probably tied in with the Tartaria stuff. I'm not sure, but that a lot of these places, it's like giant trees. It's the
Yes,
bottom
that's
of a giant tree.
That's a theory, and I'm assuming she'll get to it. But no,
Right,
it
okay.
looks
Oh,
it
sorry.
looks like a massive tree stump. It really
Yeah,
does.
it really does.
Now, me personally, speaking as a an ecologist, I'll just say it. I don't have a doctorate, but I consider myself a human ecologist. I will say that in nature, patterns often emerge that are like other patterns, right? Because of the nature of nature.
Mhm.
So a rock could weather away to look very similar to a tree stump through natural erosion, but it could. But it is a mythical place for a reason. And why not? What's the harm in imagining that it was a giant fucking tree? I mean, what's the
Yeah,
harm?
and
What's the harm?
none
That'd be a
whatsoever.
beautiful tree. It would be a beautiful tree.
Can you imagine the Earth being covered by these massive trees? I mean, that's what they say, that the whole giant thing, etc. But even that's got divisive arguments within it, the whole Nephilim giant thing. But that's another topic for another day. But yeah, there's many of these things around the world that once they're pointed out and you look at it and go, holy moly, that really looks like a tree. Like it's
Yeah.
not. You don't look at it until it's pointed out. Interesting.
All right, let's carry it on, and then we're gonna go back to Uluru.
Uluru.
About Devil's Tower, there's two big ones, one Lakota, one Sioux. The Lakota one is two girls were running away from bears and got to the tower and prayed to the Great Spirit, and the tower raised and the bears scratched the side of the tower. And they couldn't get them, and then the girls prayed and they became the stars in the sky. The other one is two Sioux boys who were running from one big bear who's had talons like teepee poles. He chased them, and they also prayed, and he scratched the side of the tower, and an eagle came and took them back to their village.
I'll just pause real quick. And, those kind of myths, those kind of stories, I find so beautiful. And I know we're only getting like a minuscule version of these tales, but this idea of a giant bear scratching at the sides of this rock, like a bear would to a tree, right? I don't know. There's something beautiful about these stories. And it almost makes you wonder, did the people who made these stories up actually think like literally that they happened, or was it just a beautiful way of describing their environment? I don't know.
Hard to say, because if you don't think like them, because we know so many different things to what they've got different thought patterns, so we could never really fully understand, I don't think.
Yes
Because
and
to us
no.
from the outside, it's sort of like, oh, that seems a bit silly. But we don't know exactly what certain things meant to them at the time, sort of thing. So,
But we are naturally storytelling animals, which is, again, I think it's one of the better attributes of humankind, is our ability to create and tell stories, whether or not they're true stories or tall tales or total fabrications, doesn't really matter. Like, what's the lesson? What's the moral of the story?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I also think that the symbology is an important thing to consider. And one of the things that I was thinking about when we were watching this is when Drew was talking about one of the Aboriginal stories about the eclipse of a mother and daughter reuniting. So I am personally, I consider these stories to be, I don't know, maybe true in a way. What truth is there? Why are these types of stories, these types of symbols seen over and over and over and over and over again through different cultures? If there wasn't something really important about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good question. Again, I think that we suffer from a lack of myth and tradition in the Western civilization, to quote one of our listeners. But I think these stories had a grounding effect. I'm all about what's called sense of place. And so many people, they have no sense of place except maybe their own personal dwelling and the route to work and to the grocery store and back to their dwelling. But to have these landmarks with stories that create a sense of importance and a sense of place, I think it's necessary to be a happy human, to have that sense of knowing where you are and what the history of the place is, right?
Yeah, your origin, it seems to be quite important, and that's very clear when you look at people who have been adopted. Because they're always searching for that. Well, most in general are always searching for those roots. The foundation seems to be very important. So just as much in a culture. But yeah, you're right. I mean, like Australia doesn't really have a culture. Like it sort of does, but it's very young. 1788 was when we were settled. And it's sort of like, the British kind of brought their stuff, and different hemispheres. So a lot of stuff didn't really translate very well. Like, having a hot Christmas dinner is a bit dumb in Australia because it's really hot.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So we've got our culture of, thongs, which are rubber shoes, by the way. Thongs and beers, shove a prawn on the barbie. It's about our culture. Meat pie.
Well, I think Australia and the US are similar in that way. We are a rudderless ship in many regards because of our lack of a lack of depth in terms of our understanding of our environment and our history in this environment. I've been watching the I know, Stella, you'll probably say get off of Netflix, but I've been watching the Vikings show on Netflix, and I
Oh,
find
yeah.
it very interesting. There's actually a lot of historic kind of truth to it. I know it's definitely dramatized and, you know, liberties are taken, but I watched that show and I almost, you know, number one, I'm like disgusted by the animal and human sacrifice scenes. And it makes me think, you know, hey, maybe Jesus Christ was a good dude to get us away from, you know, hey, I'm the final sacrifice. You don't need to kill all these pigs and cows and goats,
Maybe.
or people. You know, maybe that was a good moment for humans, because I don't like that shit. But what I like is the fact that these people live with a sense of place and a sense of rooting in their place, and the fact that they then explored other places. You know, it's a very exciting kind of, if you put yourself in the shoes of these people, and, you know, basically, you know, even though these characters in the show are fictional, they're a representation of people that could have lived. And when the Vikings, you know, first started exploring up into Greenland, Iceland, and even into Newfoundland, those were the ballsiest motherfuckers on the planet at the time. So anyways, it's been kind of fun to watch, but let's finish up this clip here and then we'll get to Australia's version.
I'd imagine that the Vikings. I've heard excellent raves about that show. I probably
really
would
good
watch it if
show.
I had Netflix, but I don't. So, yeah, but it would have been very, very heavily researched and quite accurate, I would assume.
In terms of like the cultural sort of aspects, I think it is very true, or at least as true as could be, given what we know. But yeah, worth a watch.
Yeah, bunch of nice bad boys. Whew.
You would probably just be
Meow.
sweating. You'd be sweating all them Vikings.
I know.
Well, you know, I do have a little Danish blood in me, Stella Q.
Show us your sword.
All right, here we go.
So all climbers that climb Devil's Tower, and you see the have to go register in the morning and register when they get back. You're only allowed to climb in one day. You cannot stay overnight on the top. But most people will ascend and then come down. Relatively easy climb on some sides, harder climb on other sides, but it should be a one-day turnaround climb. So these are some of the things. This is a cam. This will go into the cracks. So you can pull it to make it small, and then you put it into a crack, it'll expand. The little alien here. There's a couple stories about Devil's Tower, but the two most popular ones are Lakota and Sioux. And the Lakota is with the girls that run away from the bears, and the Sioux are the boy warriors who run away from the bear, the big bear. And they're kind of depicted here in this sign outside of the front of Devil's Tower. So you can see this looks like the Sioux story with the bigger bear with the claws like teepee poles, right? Because look how tall he is compared to the tower. So it's probably more on the Sioux story.
All right, interesting little clip or image of the. This is what's called interpretive signage. So I could tell from her video she was inside the national. This is a national monument, which is like one step below a national park, and she was inside the visitor center, and this was a sign that she filmed, and it says "Forces at work. Scientists differ on how the tower formed. Most agree, however, that it is the result of molten rock or magma pushing through rock layers. This probably happened when the Rocky Mountains and the Black Hills soared upward 50 to 60 million years ago." So geology is one of these sciences that is very open to interpretation. I'll say that much. It is not uncommon for geologists to differ, right? Which this admits in the first sentence, that there is not a consensus as to how this was formed. Again, the place I lived in Utah, it was a geologist's wet dream because the number of questions far exceeded the number of answers.
Yes, there's a lot of big differences between geologists and theories of what came from what. Some things that they think have sunk have actually, it's more the surroundings have been raised and stuff. So they're sort of starting to look at things differently. And I'd be really interested to know if there's any sort of seashells or any kind of things like that on the top of that thing. Mountain.
Well, I can say in Capitol Reef, Utah, there was what is called the oyster bed reef, which is fossilized oyster shells, just like in a line. It's really wild. You go there, they're all like reflective. They've got like the mica or whatever in them. But very, very bizarre. You're in the middle of the desert. You're 1,000 miles from any ocean, and yet here are all these clam shells, or oyster shells, I should say.
1,000 miles away from an ocean now.
Yeah, exactly. Right. All right. Well, let's take it to Australia, shall we?
All right. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen.
The Uluru, or so-called Ayers Rock, explained in under 3 minutes. Chapter 1. The Geology. Around 530 million years ago, mountain building events in the newly formed Australian tectonic plate created a mountain range, similar to today's Alps and Himalayas. These mountains had strong igneous granite outcrops on top, which over time shredded off and got transported down to the valley of the mountain range. Millions of years of erosion shrank these mountains again and buried the layers of weathered granite with kilometers of material, which compacted it again to form extremely hard sandstone called arkose. Around 130 million years after the initial mountain building event, a second one shoved these sandstone layers to the surface again, flipping the now hardened arkose 90 degrees in the process. This flipping made the rock stretch multiple kilometers vertically. Another hundreds of millions of years of erosion removed the softer rock around the hardened sandstone layer, which finally led to the uncovering of this magnificent rock structure, which we now call Uluru. Chapter 2. The History. The Central Australian region has long been inhabited by the Aboriginal people Anangu, for which the land around them is an inseparable and important part of their identity. Uluru lays right in the heart of their land and is considered a sacred resting spot for ancestral spirits, which are said to have created the land. European settlers have discovered the Uluru rock formations in the 1870s, where it received its westernized name, Ayers Rock. 50 years after the first contact with Europeans in 1921, these areas were declared Aboriginal reserves, which might sound like a respectful acknowledgement of the lands. In reality, however, these reserves were a means of isolating and controlling Aboriginal people. It depleted them of basic human rights, taking away the rights of movement, custody of children, and the right to own property. It wasn't until October 1985 that the Australian government returned the ownership of the land to the Anangu people, but only under the condition that the land will immediately be leased back to the National Parks and Wildlife Agency for 99 years following the handover. Chapter 3. Tourism. Today, the
Pausing real quick just to point out, national parks. Oh, fuzzy, warm feeling inside of me. I love national parks. Yeah, no, they're going to fuck you like every other agency, every other government agency.
Yep.
Sorry, just had to say that.
No, that's very true. It's all part of the United Nations, agenda, big takeover of under the guise of protecting, the sweet little things, the furry, cute things and whatever, penguins, whatever it may be. Keep the bloody human animals out of this bit because, and eventually it's going to be quite a large area that we won't be allowed in, or very heavily restricted at least.
It's probably about time I do like a solo show, or maybe it'd be worth, I don't know, it'd be worth maybe diving into this topic on the forum. But the formation of the national parks and the national forests in the United States, and the two founders, there were basically two guys, I can't come up with their names off the top of my head, but dramatically different philosophies that led to the formation of these two different sort of types of land management. And I think that kind of spread from here to some extent. But yeah, it's interesting to note sort of why we have these land management strategies that we have. Anyways, this is the shit I totally nerd out on this shit.
There's a thing called UNDRIP, which is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and this is the whole guise of sort of land grabbing, under the guise of handing it back to the rightful owners, etc., who are being like paid off at ridiculous amounts of money, and the ones who actually really are the real, genuine Indigenous people, and that are still being not really benefiting from any of this huge billions and billions and billions of dollars that are being allocated to these supposed causes.
Yeah, they're still getting fucked like the rest.
Still getting shafted. Absolutely.
Yep. All right, let's carry on.
And I don't know how legitimate this is either. I hadn't pre-watched it or anything, and it's like, what's the channel called? Fact something.
Well, it seems like a relatively honest synopsis.
Take it with a pinch of salt. I've never seen this particular scenario before, so
fair enough. And then because I'm nerding out on geology and the fact that I just want to show Ashley in particular, since she finished the book, what the place that the book takes place looks like. Even though I described it quite well.
You did describe it quite well, but I would like to see that, and that's something that I have reflected on as well. Is like the peach. What do you call that? Like the peach groves, peach trees, orchards. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
Well, I'll show you.
Sounds good.
In a moment.
Tourism. Today, the national park is in joint supervision of Aboriginal people and the Australian National Park Agency. Ever since the 1930s, the area is of touristic interest, but tourist facilities like accommodation built close to Uluru in the 1950s found to have detrimental effect on the environment in the national park. In the coming decades, all facilities were moved around 15 kilometers outside of the national park to protect the heritage. With the handing back of the land rights to the Anangu people, climbing Uluru was initially allowed for tourists, even though the Anangu preferred that, as guests on Anangu land, tourists respect the culture and do not climb on Uluru. Controversies in the late 2010s, with tourists doing striptease and playing golf on this sacred landmark, finally led to a climbing ban on October 26, 2019. If you enjoy videos like
I was down here right here on this very river one night and spooked to death, and I'll tell you why. I had been over to the visitor center. I knew I was going to go up into the Cathedral Valley area of Capitol Reef National Park. And the lady who was working the desk said that her husband was a ranger for Capitol Reef National Park. He'd come up into this area just the night before to do some research. And as he got into his truck, he heard a thump in the back of his truck. So let's get into our lessons learned in the outdoors. If you like to cook, you know that salt, the right amount of salt, can bring flavor to food. Well, today we're going to talk about how the right kind of experiences in the outdoors can bring flavor and perspective to your life. I'm standing outside on a very cold morning. It's a sunny, beautiful morning in February. And so I'm dressed for the occasion. Behind me, you'll see the Henry Mountains. They're part of what is known as the last explored area of the continental United States. And this region surrounding this area is filled with some of the most incredible scenic wonders that you'll find anywhere in the world. I spent decades, perhaps hundreds, if not thousands of hours exploring this area. I've had some incredible experiences here. For a couple of decades, I'd wanted to get up on top of the Henry Mountains, and finally I had the opportunity to get to the highest peak of the Henrys, Mount Ellen, at over 11,000 feet. As I stood there on Mount Ellen, I had an experience that was very meaningful to me. I could look around 360 degrees on the compass, and every direction I looked, I could see something that I recognized.
This dude is my jam. Okay, I just had to stop it. He knows what the fuck he's talking about. He's talking about sense of place, y'all. Sense of place. And I've been on the top of Mount Ellen twice. Three times. And you look, you can see the Grand Canyon from the Henry Mountains. You can see into Colorado and get a glimpse at the Rockies. You can see for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. And if you're adept and you know the area, you can point to things and say, oh, San Rafael Swell, Lake Powell, boom, 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 boom. It is an incredible view. And the Henry Mountains are not only unique for being the last explored place on the continent, in the lower 48, we'll say. It's also unique for being what's known as a laccolith. And before I explain that, maybe he will, so I'll just play it on. But any feelings at this point? Ashley, you read the book. The Henry Mountains are a key place in the book. The little old prospector and his Indian bride.
Yeah, I like that story a lot in the book. Now, it helps me to have a visual because I actually sometimes struggle with and I actually found that I had a better time in your book than usual, but sometimes I will struggle with my visualization. So I got very vivid, like the red rocks and stuff like that, but it still was nothing compared to reality. So it's good to see it. And also the Sacred Rock in Australia was amazing. It does seem special to me. So anyway, good stuff. I'm enjoying it. Very cool to see this like real IRL,
You should go. It's amazing.
I should.
Stella?
Yeah, and I need to go and visit Uluru.
Yeah.
Apparently, in the evening, like at sunset, it's quite extraordinary because it changes colors and all sorts of things. So
yeah, well,
it would be a sight to behold.
That's what a lot of people say, like about mountains in general, but like the Rocky Mountains or the Henry Mountains, depending on the cloud cover and the shadows cast by the clouds and the angle of the sun. Basically, people say you could look at those mountains every day of the year and they will never look the same.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Never get the same conditions twice. So it's logical.
Right. All right, let's carry on.
And a place or a destination that I had experienced before. I looked to the southwest and I could see all the way to Bryce Canyon. I could see Boulder Mountain. I could see the whole Boulder Mountain Plateau, the highest wooded plateau in all of North America. And across from that to the north, I could see Thousand Lakes Mountain. Did you know that Thousand Lakes Mountain is actually Boulder Mountain? And Boulder Mountain should have been Thousand Lakes Mountain. A cartographer, maybe 100.
Ashley knew that. Because I told her in my book, Hey Duke 2029, y'all.
Is that the one where you go to easypeasy.ittybitty.tips and get?
That's the one. That's the one.
Thank you.
That is the one. Yeah, I highly recommend it. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not sucking up. It was.
If it sucked, I wouldn't have ever put it out. Sometimes I'm like, was it good? Was it not good? No, it was good. I liked writing it. I liked writing it, and people like reading it. So buy my book.
Good.
Give me, you spend 20, I get 5. It's good enough for me.
Yeah, support local talent.
I actually doing my taxes a couple days ago. I realized I have made $200 off of Amazon sales in the last 12 months.
Nice.
And that is not nothing. It's not.
No,
nothing.
it's not compared to how much they take of your book,
Well, and I've sold probably twice as much personally. So.
Yeah. And the other thing that I was going to say about that is I meant to tell you this while we're on the subject, that I enjoyed you just get a little tiny bit at the end about what caused the Great Blackout.
Wasn't that fun?
It was a lot of fun.
Do you know who that character was based on?
Yes, it was John McAfee.
Yep.
No spoiler alert.
It's a bit of a spoiler, but it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, it was great. And I love that you never said it, but
yeah, it's obvious.
Very obvious. That was great. And then something else that I've been thinking about is the technology, like the pirate box.
Mm-hmm.
Is that real? Like, where did you get that?
It's based on something real. Yes.
Okay.
So actually at Childerberg, so for listeners or whoever doesn't know what a pirate box is, it is existing technology developed by like crypto geeks. It's basically, the idea is direct peer-to-peer file sharing, encrypted, over the web, but like from my pirate box to yours direct. And I'm not a techie type of dude, but I talked to this dude at Childeberg that was selling them. And essentially the idea is that, if you wanted to host a private, secure podcast or any kind of private, secure sort of space on the internet, you can buy one of these, and without the encryption key, you can't access it. It's very secure. But no, that's based on a real thing. Okay. I kind of took the rough idea and like used it for storytelling. Again, I don't understand the technology all that well, but it is a thing.
Okay, yeah, that's something I've been reflecting on since then too.
Yeah, you can Google it, Pirate Box.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I will be doing that.
All right, here we go.
Got his name switched on a map, and it stuck that way. There are 80 lakes up on Boulder Mountain and just a handful of lakes on Thousand Lakes. And so as I stood there, I could remember that's Boulder Mountain. That should be Thousand Lakes Mountain. As I looked to the north, I could see all the way over the San Rafael Swell. I could see in the foreground the Marsscapes and moonscapes that are so incredible parts of the Utah landscape. I could look off to the east, and I could see all the way to the LaSalle Mountains, out by Moab, Canyonlands, Arches National Park, and the LaSalle's going up over 12,000 feet, close to 13,000 feet in elevation. Everywhere I looked on the points of the compass, I recognized things. I remembered stories that were meaningful to me, and that brought flavor. Just like the salt, it brought flavor to my experience as I stood there on that mountain. I looked over my shoulder down to the southeast, and I could see almost all the way down to Lake Powell, or where Lake Powell would be, all the way down across the Henry Mountains in 3 different sections of the Henry Mountains. And I knew there were buffalo, free-roaming buffalo behind me. Everywhere I looked, I had already been. I could look just in the foreground to the east and see where Butch Cassidy, one of my favorite characters from history, hung out in Robber's Roost. Let me tell you one story.
This dude is so cool. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like, this is cool for me. This is one of my this is my favorite place, except for home. This is my getaway space.
Why?
It's incredible. And the fact that he's listing all these little factoids that I know Ashley, it's just like, it's funny. I'm like, look, I'm not full of shit. It's true. It's true.
It exists. Yeah, it's really amazing. And this guy obviously cares about the place, and that comes through.
And Wayne County, Utah has that effect on people. Another little like snippet from the book. I remember writing something to the effect of there's really only a couple types of people in Wayne County, those that were born here and those that chose to come here and stayed, and those that came and stayed are the adventurous types. Those that were born here and never left are the opposite,
It's certainly an amazingly open, vast place, isn't it? It would be a very difficult place to bring under control, if you know what I mean.
Baby.
Because
fucking
yeah.
A.
Yeah.
They barely control it right now. That's true. Barely control it.
Quite a full sort of video, really, in that sense.
I debate myself. I'm like, if the world goes to shit, it'd be a hell of a journey to get out there, but that would be the place to be. The hard part's food, but there's lots of elk up in the mountains. So,
and bison by the looks of it, if you don't mind a little bit of just a rustle every now and then.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, one of only 2 actual like wild herds of bison in the United States of America.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. The Henry
They'd
Mountain.
be protected, wouldn't they?
Big time. There is a hunt, but it's very limited. To get a bison tag in the Henry Mountains, it would be like being able to go hunt like a gazelle, or not a gazelle, but like a lion in Africa. It's like that hard to get.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's that's a good thing, isn't it? Because
it is. If there's,
not the regulations, but it would be nice if you could do it without the regulations. But unfortunately,
I think it should be locally regulated, not federal.
Oh, definitely.
That's the distinction. I have no qualms with regulating hunting, but I think it should be done on a local basis, because they have a better grasp of what the actual population dynamics are. They're there.
Absolutely.
They see it. So no, I'm not against rules. I'm against rulers.
Yeah, all the states should always be looking after themselves. This is
Mhm.
where the sort of the problems come in, as the federals just think that they can just come along and do it all.
Well, and to be fair, they were responding to problems of overhunting and complete eradication of species. So
Mhm.
I don't begrudge people that were operating in good faith and trying to do the right thing, but it's become this massive, in Edward Abbey's terms, the megalomaniacal mega machine.
Yeah, absolutely. The overreach, it just didn't stop. It just kept going.
Exactly. All right, a few more minutes here.
Something that happened to me that I stood there on this mountain and I looked down and I could remember this specific instance, and it brought more flavor and perspective to my experience standing there on that mountain. I was down here right here on this very river one night and spooked to death, and I'll tell you why. I had been over to the visitor center. I knew I was going to go up into the Cathedral Valley area of Capitol Reef National Park, and I'd gone to the visitor center to talk about the route and some of the details. And the lady who was working the desk said that her husband was a ranger for Capitol Reef National Park. He'd come up into this area just the night before to do some research. He'd gone back up into the canyons here and then come back to his truck, was parked on the other side of this river. And as he got into his truck, he heard a thump in the back of his truck. As he looked in the back, through the back window of his truck, he could see a mountain lion in the back of his truck. Well, imagine that story being told to you as you know you're going to explore this area. Well, I went up into the Capitol Reef area, did the Cathedral Valley loop. I got down here after dark to this river crossing. And imagine my concern as I came. It was springtime. The water was flowing much faster than it is right now. And I didn't know how deep it was and if my truck could make it across the river. Luckily, I had an ATV in the back of my truck. It was this main road right here. I pulled the ATV. I got out of my truck with fear and trepidation because I knew a mountain lion had jumped into the back of a guy's truck just the night before in the same area. I'm in this concealed area of willows or trees. I pulled the ATV out as quick as I could. I drove down the river just to check out the depth. It was fine. I came back across the river, loaded it back into the back of my truck. That all took some time. And then jumped back in my truck once I was secure. You can imagine the fear and trepidation I had as I was doing all of that here on the river. After getting my ATV back in the back of the truck, then I was able to drive my truck down this river. And it was a relief to be able to get back across this river and just in my truck, frankly. So how does this apply to us personally? When we climb to the top of something, if we don't spend time getting to know our friends, family, neighbors, work associates, and other good people around us, we'll never know the rich flavor, the salt-enhanced seasoning that comes from appreciating the people who are part of our lives. When we do, it gives us perspective. Synonyms to the word perspective are attitude, context, and viewpoint. Just as the right amount of salt can enhance the taste of food, our experiences will season and positively enhance our perspective. So that's our challenge for today. Go out and be the salt that brings flavor to life. That's our lessons learned in the outdoors. Thanks for joining us.
Ashley, here's the orchards. That's what I was trying to pull up here.
Okay. The peach orchards.
Peaches, pears, apples, pecans, plums, apricots. Did I say pears?
You did.
Capitol Reef is named for an iconic
I know her.
landform that you can see driving down Highway 24.
Say again. Sorry.
She a character in the book?
No, she's not. Actually, she's a very mild-tempered gal. I didn't get to know her very well. Very good at her job, but very she wasn't the partying type. I'll say that.
Gotcha. Well, I didn't know because there was one gal who was like a really nice lady, and she had worked for the park services her whole career, and she stole something at the very end, like a radio or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's Sandy. And man, I wish we were looking at Sandy right now. She was a good friend. Yeah, she didn't actually steal anything. That was all fiction. That was all fiction. But Sandy's the tits. And not in a sexual way, but Sandy and Jim are cool as shit. If they ever hear this, I'll crack up. But no, Cindy, like I said, didn't know her real well, but she worked there while I was there, and she's kind of the veteran. She's been around Capitol Reef a long, long time.
Towards the east. It's a classic dome shape that reminded Mormon pioneers of the United States Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Reef is a nautical term, and you never want to run your ship aground on a reef. And for many people new to this area, coming into this rugged terrain, the Water Pocket Fold formed an imposing barrier nearly 87 miles in length. And so, in a way, it was a reef in that it was a barrier to transportation. The Fruita area is basically the small floodplain at the confluence of Sulphur Creek and the Fremont River. It's the area that was inhabited and used to leave petroglyphs by prehistoric people. It's the main travel corridor through the reef, and it's also the area where Mormon pioneers settled, leaving vestiges of their community. It's a place where people can come and picnic. They can enjoy the remnants of the historic and prehistoric peoples, and they can do several of our hiking trails in this area that start from the Fruita Historic District, and it's also the location of our campground. The Cathedral Valley area of the park is the most remote and isolated part of the park. It's where the Water Pocket Fold's uplift tapers down into a more gradual, flat, open expanse of desert, where erosion has washed away the softer sediments and massive monoliths seem to rise up out of the desert floor. Many of them seem to have flying buttresses, which reminded people of cathedrals. Others have rounded caps on top of them, which are reminiscent of basilicas. A strike valley is the area where a fold hits the valley, and so the fold actually strikes the valley. The Strike Valley area of the Water Pocket District is in the south end of the park, and it provides visitors with the most spectacular view of the Water Pocket Fold. The Water Pocket Fold name comes from the layer of Navajo sandstone, which tends to erode and form small depressions that collect rainwater and snowmelt. And some of them can get quite large as the sediments are flushed out of these impoundments. And so throughout the entire Water Pocket Fold in the Navajo sandstone, you're likely to find these water pockets or catch basins that give the entire fold its name, the Water Pocket Fold. This is the main panel. And so on the right-hand side, you see the anthropomorphic figures, the human ones, and they're really characteristic of the style of these people. They're human.
Do you recognize the boardwalk, Ashley?
I think I do. I was wondering, is this where the shit went down?
Don't give it away.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but this is where things went down, right?
Chapter something or other, The Boy and the Boardwalk. Yeah.
Yep, I'm with you. That's exactly what I was wondering, if this was where he wanted to show Hey Duke the spot.
The petroglyphs. Yeah.
Yep.
Human figures tend to be very trapezoidal shaped bodies. Some people call it the linebacker shape, with the broad shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist. And also these figures, you'll notice, have quite decorative headgear on. In alcoves in Utah, the headgear has actually been located, and some of it was made of antlers, some of it was made of feathers, so quite a variety in these ceremonial headdresses. And the Hopi people consider that these are clan signs, and there are stories that tell about their people's history. The Paiute people also connect many of these figures with the emergence story, which tells how people came from the underworld through the portal onto the surface of the planet.
Oh, I almost was crying for a minute there, because I really fucking miss this place, like, a lot. Obviously, from if you read my book, you'll tell, like, how much I want to be there at times.
You need
It's
to make
incredible.
it happen.
It's not, it's not hard, but it's not easy. It costs a
Mm.
lot of money to drive a truck from here to there, but
Oh, I
you know,
meant get a couple of acres or something.
well, that would be cool. That would be very cool. No, I do dream about that being my winter home, but this concept of important places, and I always think about those petroglyphs and how much work they would have took. Until you see them in person, you really have no sense of scale, but there are so many carvings in the rock. And it's because that place mattered. They wouldn't have done it for any other reason,
Mm.
That's why I think all this war, it's about land. It really is.
Yeah. It's the ultimate commodity, isn't it? If you got no land, you got nothing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll show you just this. I won't even have the sound on, maybe except for just a second. But if you ever do go visit Capitol Reef and you're hiking around, oh, wrong one, my bad. Copy, paste. Come on, what's the problem? If you ever see this kind of thing going down, get the fuck out of the canyon, motherfucker. This is the beginnings of a flash flood.
Oh.
And this is no joke. You see how quick this dude's moving? It's because they're like, uh-oh. This is honestly the last place you want to be. They're running. You see that? Look. This shit will fill up in minutes. Like above your head. 20 feet, Rushing water, boulders. I've heard boulders like the size of a car tumbling under these floods. It's intense, man. It's intense. I knew these guys who they were owl researchers, and one of them was telling me how he got caught in a flood at night, and he had to climb up on a ledge in the dark to get out of the water just to survive. I mean, people get swept up and they never surface. They'll get pinned under a tree or under a boulder, never to be found.
Yep. Yeah,
Well,
knocked
that's-
unconscious or whatever.
That's wild to see a visualization of that.
Mm-hmm.
I got caught in a flood. I've done this story on the Unknowns a couple of years ago. But it was very scary. Like we were in a truck, flat bed truck. It didn't have anything on the back, but I guess it must be a couple of ton or something. 3 ton maybe. Just the amount, how fast it came up, and how just feeling the back wheels moving sideways. Like if we go any further, we'll be off the road. Like we need to back out now. And of course the bloody motor wouldn't start, would it? But that's another story. I prayed over it, actually. That's what started the motor again.
Well, that's a good place to start. Yeah.
Very freaky. Very freaky.
I
I just found out I was pregnant. It's my first child as well.
Geez, that'll add
That's
a
fun.
touch of intensity to the situation.
did.
Yeah. You know, the summer I was out there, actually, like a group of people got caught, not in Capitol Reef, but down in Zion. I believe it was in Antelope Canyon, which is a really famous hike, but like 6 people died in a flash flood. You know, like the whole party. And they only found like 3 of them, you know.
Wow.
So
Crazy.
is that very common for the weather to change just like that and you don't know? Or you can know, you should be able to have an idea?
It can come fast, and it can even be raining elsewhere if it's uphill, and you could have a flash flood without ever getting a drop of rain. And that's
Yeah.
what gets people. Yeah, because it could be raining up on the mountains, 10 miles away, and 20, 30 minutes later, you're getting hammered. It's crazy. It's a very inhospitable place, which is why it's amazing that, semi-nomadic people live there for thousands of years. I mean, of course, it hasn't always been quite so inhospitable. It used to be, a long, long time ago, it was a shallow ocean, and then it was whatever. It's changed. It's changed.
The weather patterns would have changed a lot in that time,
Yeah, quite a bit.
especially now that they're fucking with the weather.
So I know we've been going a while, and I know I'm like getting nerdy about a very specific place, but like I said, the geology of a laccolith is very, very rare, and I think it's part of what like leads to the significance of this part of Utah. The Henry Mountains, like the way you describe, what was it called? Nularoo?
Uluru. Ooga booga.
Ooga booga. I have a very emotional and like spiritual feeling about the Henry Mountains, and I think it's partly because of the way they were formed, because it's very bizarre. So here's this. It's about 11 minutes. I don't know if we'll need all of it, but are you guys cool going just a little more? This shit's just too cool for me.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay. Just a little
Squeeze a little bit more out.
All right, here we go.
Hello and welcome to South Central Utah and the spectacular Henry Mountains. This amazing lofty mountain range sits in between a couple of the iconic national parks in southern Utah. It's a little bit east of Capitol Reef National Park and west of Canyonlands National Park. And we're out here on a beautiful, I guess, early spring day, plenty of snow still up in the mountains. Thanks for joining me. I'm geology professor Sean Wilsey, and I want to share with you a little bit of the history of these mountains, how they form geologically, and then we're going to walk over to an outcrop here and investigate these rocks in a little bit more detail. So a little bit about the Henry Mountains. This was actually the last mountain range to be named and mapped in the continental US. So pretty interesting how remote these mountains are here. You can see they're pretty snow-capped here, but we can also see there's quite a bit of dark rock that we're going to go investigate. And this dark rock actually in some places is sitting on top of the typical red sandstones and shales, the sedimentary rocks that we know is southern Utah is famous for. So let me walk you through a simple diagram I put together about the Henry Mountains, and then we'll head over to that outcrop that's nearby. So if we start here in our diagram, we can see magma rising up from below the earth. And the magma here that rose to form the Henry Mountains is 24 to 25 million years ago. And unlike a lot of mountain ranges formed by faults or by volcanoes erupting, the Henry Mountains are quite a bit different. They're actually a type of feature called a laccolith. And a laccolith is where we have magma intruding into the rocks, and it causes these layered sedimentary rocks, these famous rocks that we see in southern Utah, to dome upwards. And in the process of doing so, the rocks get domed upwards. In a simplistic way, the magma might just occupy this sort of mushroom shape here, but it can also inject into the layers. It's going to take the path of least resistance where it cuts across the layers. We call these intrusive features that are thin that cut across the rock layers. We call these dikes. And in other places where these intrusions of magma move parallel, to the existing layers. These are called sills, and it's much more complicated here in the Henry Mountains than this diagram I put together, but this shows some of the basics here that we might see. So we can see that the rocks get uplifted. Of course, these sedimentary rocks are soft relative to the much harder igneous rocks that are forming below. So after these rocks cool and crystallize into solidified igneous rocks, this might be the situation we have now, where we have tilted sedimentary rocks along the flanks of the Henry Mountains. In some places, we have the actual exposed igneous rocks themselves, and that's what we'll go check out here. And then in places, we have these solidified dikes and sills that are found on the landscape. So we're going to head over across this little canyon here. There's a lovely contact between the red sandstones and mudstones. We'll go look at those and make sure we can tell what kind of sedimentary rocks they are. And then these darker igneous rocks here. In any other location, I would probably make the presumption that these are lava flows, but these have actually been mapped as intrusive rocks, not rocks or magmas that erupted at the surface. So we'll head over there and we'll see what we can see and see if we kind of agree with that, with the interpretation that's been made here, and just kind of see what kind of wonderful geology this place has in store for us. So we'll see you across the gully here in just a second.
Stella, I'm curious, do you have any grasp of the geology of Uluru?
Uluru.
I would never get it right.
Not really, no. I can't say that I have any grasp on geology at all, to be quite honest.
Well,
sorry about that.
You know, from my limited knowledge, I would say that clearly Uluru, the rock. Uluru. No
Uluru.
H, no H, no N.
Ain't no
Uluru.
H there, baby.
Okay.
Nah. Uluru.
Clearly, it's a harder type of rock than the surrounding landscape. Otherwise, it would have eroded away.
Correct.
So I'm just curious if, you know, it
I
doesn't
agree,
look
yeah.
igneous. It looks like sandstone.
Oh, yes, I very much doubt that. It would be gone if it was sandstone.
Well, I would be curious.
I'll look it up.
Because if it's sandstone surrounded by limestone, the sandstone would outlast the limestone generally.
True.
That's the case in southern Indiana oftentimes. But yeah, I don't know. You know, I almost studied geology.
Oh,
you know,
here we go. Okay.
almost, but it was so boring.
You're right. You're right, mate. You're right. Okay, so Ayers Rock, and officially gazetted as Uluru, is a large sandstone monolith. So it's amazing it's still there. It blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what we wanted to know.
So either the surrounding landscape is a softer sandstone or a limestone or something, but
the sandstone formation stands so high, blah, 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 above sea level. It's noted for changing color. The reddish color in the rock derives from iron oxide in the sandstone. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot about the actual surrounding.
Well, I suppose my point is simply the ancientness of these old rocks.
The ancientality, yes.
Is that the word?
No.
I'm not sure if ancientness is a word either.
No, it's not.
The ancient,
should be.
the ancient nature of these rocks. Yeah.
The ancientism.
I don't know. I think people are drawn to it. It's like magnetic. Not literally, but spiritually.
Well, maybe it is literally, because we
Yeah.
are electric beings. There is
True.
an electric universe, and there's all this magnet stuff that goes on that we don't fully understand. I mean, how come the birds know where to go? We still don't
Yeah.
understand that.
And like we've talked about, like the ley lines and stuff like that, like who knows? There's so much that we really do not understand with human and the connection that we actually have to the earth and that we have to special places. We really don't know.
This is why I settled into human
Anymore.
ecology. This is why I like human ecology, because it's a multidisciplinary science focused on how people and their environment interact. And it includes geology, it includes biology, fill in the blank. But I think it's important to, I don't know, a house built on sand will not stand, man. I don't know. Like, look at the rocks. Like, the rocks have stories to tell too, Maybe they're myths, maybe they're scientific stories. I don't
Well,
know. But they're interesting. I'm fascinated by this shit. And when you fall in love with a place, there's no limit to what you can learn about it.
Well, they've sort of talk about how they've found that, water might have a memory in, quotes. Who knows whether rocks might have memory? I mean, the petroglyphs are man's memory carved into rock, but as they say, everything vibrates at a certain frequency.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we just don't know how to tap into it yet. But there's so much knowledge coming to light now, as they said it would in the last days.
It was kind of a throwaway line, but it's one of my favorite lines in the book. And I won't get it quite right because I can't remember off the top of my head. But the fact that when Capitol Reef was declared a national park in 1973, that officially marked the date in which it became illegal to carve new petroglyphs.
73.
And I get chills just thinking about that. To me, that was one of the most significant lines in the entire book because it illustrates the fact that we have been robbed of our freedom and our tradition and our ability to leave a respectful legacy on the rocks. Now it's called graffiti, but we marvel at it when it's a handful of hundreds of years old. But now you're a vandal if you do the same thing. And it's all because of government. I'm like,
and a few idiots. There's a few idiots that wreck it for everyone as well. Don't forget.
True. Yeah. I mean, people are disrespectful. Somebody would carve a dick.
Yep.
But
They would.
Even though I say that, the ancient folk carved phallic images, and the Mormons took it upon themselves to shoot them full of bullet holes because they found them, less than holy. So, we joke about drawing dicks on shit, but people been doing that for a really long time.
That's honestly, that's a really good point because it is considered in today's day and time juvenile, immature, etc. But you're exactly right. Like, I don't know. And when you look at it, like when they talk about the whole the as above, so below triangle, right? It's supposed to be representative of male and female meetings. So maybe there's something human generational memory about that, and it comes out with us thinking that it's immaturity, but hell, maybe it's not. I don't know. I've never fucking thought about it.
Gods with amnesia. Well, the whole Osiris story, I mean, that's all based on a phallic, phallicism.
Yeah.
That's what the whole Cleopatra's needles and the, what are they called again? The, they've got a name, the, not monolith.
What's
you
the
know.
word? The Egyptian obelisks.
Thank you. The obelisk.
Obelisk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Obelisk.
Yeah. Or as Drizzle would say, like it's the bottom of the hour at the giant granite phallus in Washington, D.C.
Bingo. Yep. I miss Driz. Let's get that motherfucker back. I'm saying. But, maybe it's about time to wrap her up, y'all. What do you say?
Listen, we put in over 5 hours of good work here.
Where does the time go?
I don't know. This one, I think this is going in my my top tier WTF forum list. This is good shit. I did not expect to end on geology. That was totally unplanned. So, but guys, if you've never explored, I think it's in our nature. Go out and explore. Fall in love with some place. I think it's good for people to have home, and then an ideal, away, the place to escape. And if you don't have that, go looking.
Yeah, a little bit harder when you're on your own, but you just got to do it, during the day, and hopefully there'll be a few people around, even though you're trying to get away from people. I got a special little place. It's just down the road. It's a gully, and
Doesn't
There's
have
lots
to be
of-
1,000 miles away. It can
No.
be. It can be right
it's
down
right.
the road. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I was going to say earlier was just it just sort of sparked the thought to explore your local area. Like maybe don't get on a plane next time. Just get in the car, which is probably just as much pollution, but whatever. Just spend your money locally. Sort of figure out what's in your own backyard. Why has everyone always got to go overseas to have a good time and all that stuff? It's like just check out what's around you in your own backyard. Might be surprised. As I should too. I'm talking to myself just as much. I don't get around much, so I should.
Well, like you said, having a little gully just down the road, you can spend a lifetime exploring a rather small space. You really can. The mysteries are endless. I promise. You just got to look close.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly right. When you open your eyes, you can see. I mean, there's a whole ecology. If you could just pick a spot somewhere and sit down for a couple of hours and find this whole little ecology, just this mini ecology right in front of you, you'd be amazed what's going on that we don't just pay attention to. It's like that's why I love the gully, because it's just so full of, I know where the azure birds hang, the kingfishers hang, and I know where the platypus is generally going to be, and I know where the wonga pigeons probably nesting at that time of year, and the emerald doves. It's like. It's just such an amazing little place, and everything's free. Like you don't have to buy a ticket to go in, and the animals are free.
Unless it's a national park.
And
then you
they're
got to
doing
pay.
that now, aren't they?
You got to, I think they were supposed to be free admission, but no.
Actually, they've been charging for the national parks here in Australia for pretty much as long as I can remember. Certainly as long as I've been driving, because we'd have to buy a sticker for the windscreen and whatever, and then they just wave you through. Pay it was $110 a year. It's one of the very few things in life that actually came down over the years. Started out as $110 and came down to, I think it was about 90 or 80 or something. So
they're still gatekeeping. They're gatekeeping the secrets. They're gatekeeping the wilderness, which is our natural habitat. And fuck them. I hate these fuckers. Even though I love the ones that I worked with, I hate the bureaucrats that have nothing to do with the land.
Pen pushers. Yeah.
Pen pushers. Yeah. I got nothing against the rangers that try to protect it. That's a job worth doing, but they're doing it for the wrong folks. That's the problem.
Yeah. Right job, wrong boss.
Bingo. Well, goddamn, we've gone over some shit tonight, y'all.
Haven't we?
Yeah.
Just
It's been kind of like you said, a little grab bag. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of fun to say like, oh, well, just see like somebody brought up this topic, which made us think about this topic, which made us think of this topic. And it's kind of neat when that happens,
It's kind of how it all started with the forum. And maybe there were, I feel like at times I've overplanned, but it's good to be flexible with this forum.
Yeah. Well, I think it's cool too to have a well planned out episode, right? Of like wanting to know what you have, but it's also kind of fun to have some that are like, we'll see where it goes, because that allows
see where
for,
the stream of consciousness,
Yeah.
So it's
either
been,
or. I think they're all good. I enjoy them all.
Many twists and turns,
Yeah, for sure. We've covered a lot of stuff. It's been very enjoyable with you.
Quite a journey.
Do you feel, Ashley, that you now can imagine the book a little better, even in hindsight?
Yeah, I do think so, because like I said, sometimes I struggle with my visualization. It's actually quite a weakness of mine. Whether that is an instruction kind of thing, or if I'm reading, like some people when they're reading, they can really see it really, really well. I struggle. So it really did help me to see. And it's like hard to imagine the vastness of the place that you're talking about.
It's so big. It's so big. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but the cover, I picked the cover for a specific reason. That is actually an overlook down directly on the orchards. And it was actually a photograph I took. And then I had a friend who's a, digital artist of sorts, kind of cartoonize it, if you will.
Yeah.
And, but no, that is a real view of the orchards of Fruta. and a lot of action happens on that little stretch of road.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I could almost like take a pen and be like, this is where chapter whatever happened, and this is where chapter whatever happened, and da 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 da. Yeah.
Maybe you should do that on after you finish your audio recording. Like have a little, like a supplemental tutorial.
Yeah, go through the whole timeline and what
little
happens
map.
where.
Yeah,
Well, I have had in my mind, I would love to have a little like, Lord of the Rings, Narnia style, like little sketched out map of, all the little places that shit happens. But yeah, I don't know.
Mike's own Middle Earth.
But it's not Middle Earth. It's fucking Earth. It's regular Earth. It's real. It's fucking right there. You can go and see it. The story might be fiction, but the place is very, very real.
Yeah. Very cool.
All right. Well, I guess I'm Mike the Polymath, Easy Peasy Podcast, and I'll pass it over to my good friend, Stella Q.
Yes, it's always fun to be with my buddies here and the folks that have been listening. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you guys. And next week, we'll be back. You'll be here next week, Ashley?
Yes. Okay, I was going to tell you that
Don't mean to put you on the spot.
No,
We want
that's good.
commitment.
I was going to say that follow me at think_change_2 and, holler at me.
On Twitter, formerly
On
known
Twitter.
as X.
Yeah, X Twitter. Yep. And thanks, everybody. Again, I have really enjoyed it. Really look forward to chatting, hanging out with you folks.
Hell yeah. To all our dedicated listeners, in particular, RBL, Western Civ, we've got Brucey. Who else did we have tonight?
Oh, we had
Droid Tab.
Droid Tab, yeah, we see him pretty regularly.
JC was here. Hype
Yeah.
something. Recycled Bin Laden.
Yep, I said RBL.
Hypo
yeah.
Drake.
All right.
Hypo Drake.
There we go.
Hypo Drake.
Is
Yeah,
looking
can't
for.
forget him. Well, we really appreciate it, y'all. Spread the word. I'm thinking this thing, I keep saying it, it's got legs. Let's just keep going. Let's keep walking. It's got really nice long legs.
Let's keep marching.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah.
Love your guts.
Love your guts. All right. Till next week, we will talk to you soon.